Vibe blowing at the J. Got the loud jumping at the bay. Everything I'm on slab. Everything I do is got the Benz jumping at the bay. Vibe blowing at my J. Got the loud jumping at the bay. Everything I'm on slab.
We've been with the Brazilians. This would be the first.
They wild, I think.
I'm innocent.
Bro, you hear that guy?
Better boss up, nigga.
Yeah. What's going on, everybody? This Coach Greg Adams back in here with another YouTube live stream. Shout out to the Coach Gang.
And that's you.
For being in here, being involved, and being active on this YouTube channel. And welcome back to the internationally known Wake Up Show, part of the Free Agent Lifestyle podcast here on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. You in here with the Bruce Wayne in this ish.
New world order.
The king of kings, the king of content, and the speaker of truth, yours truly, the notorious
New world order.
a.k.a. Mr. Coachellini, better known as the prognosticator, Coach Demise, and you're in the Desert Storm bunker with none other than EWF, that is every woman's fantasy, and you looking at the whole fucking show. I'm the CEO, Nigaro of Fixes Binds LLC, the unbinder, the undebatable, the undisputed best entertainment here on YouTube. You can call me Senor Gregorio Graybeard. The ladies love to call me Mr. Third.
Your third leg was just
Greg.
phenomenal.
Also the man with one trabajo. That is the Mitch Slapper. You're looking at the anointed one.
Acknowledge me.
The founding father of the After Pill, the junior college sociologist, the Morpheus of the Matey Matrix, the chocolated Confucius, the Black Moses, the deliverer, also known as the man that walks in the spirit of Elijah. I'm the man with more nicknames than anyone in the game, but in case you forget those names, just call me CGA. That is Seek God Allah. And I be the 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. We got a great show for you lined up today. We got the tragic public execution of one Charlie Kirk. We're going to break down what that means and the historical perspective that I can give you as the one and only OG in this space and the drunk historian they call CGA. We're going to take a look at the day's events or yesterday's event and how they correlate with events of the past related to the subversion from within. All right, the subversion from within,
New world order.
and how these forces of evil, the foes, the forces of evil, conspire together to make a shift, to give warnings to individuals who think they can get up here and stand up in the public arena and deliver their messages, whether you agree with them or not. To the content creators, the YouTube space people, the people that have been stirring the pot, the people that have had volatile opinions, the people that have changed many people's lives.
World order.
Okay? The people that have stood up against the agenda. You found out yesterday
New world order.
that this is serious business, all right? This is serious motherfucking business, and
y'all ready for this?
you better move accordingly. Yesterday, the sacrificial lamb, Charlie Kirk, at his demise. And we're going to talk about it and break it down as only the Notorious one can. And it looks like we almost already have 1,000 people here after the intro. So a lot of people are going to get lessons learned about what's going on. We're going to contribute to each other as well. We also have the regular part of the show. We're going to start off with Doom and Gloom CGA with the Charlie Kirk stuff. And at the tail end of the show, we'll get into a little bit more of the Charlie Kirk situation because people are celebrating the public execution and demise of the opinionated one, Charlie Kirk. Now, for me, I'm going to just let you know, I don't know much about the guy. I mean, listen, I know of him. I am aware of him, but I don't know what he talks about for the most part. I just know him as a conservative pundit. And I don't get too political, all right? Stop being political, CGA. Stop being political. So, listen, in the political times, I pay attention to some of these people, but most times I don't. I know that now some of the things that he's been saying have been hot button issues, all right? Hot button issues for many reasons, specifically for African-American people or niggies. Right? You guys definitely have said that he said some things that are offensive, certainly to the Rainbow Coalition, the Rainbow Mafia, if you will. Okay? The transgender people. And particularly, he said some volatile things. That doesn't mean that the people who pulled off this particular stunt are from any of these arenas. It could be somebody that has orchestrated a public hit on him to silence him for the most part. And silencing is a big deal.
Silence you,
all right, silencing is a big deal. As a content creator, you're now becoming aware that if you attempt to move past that velvet rope that they have out here for you, they got something for your ass. And we're going to talk about this. Ben Shapiro, Myron Gaines, a lot of people making adjustments to what they've been doing, going out to these college campuses, pretty much putting their opinion out there. And I think you do have the right to free speech, but they just showed you that they will make your ass a sacrificial lamb.
Silence you, fool.
All right, they will silence you in a moment's notice. And who are they? We don't know yet, but we'll tell you who possibly are they. We also have a woman that says girls' nights out, all right, is for women who want to cheat on their husbands. All right, that's what we're going to talk about. Girls' nights out are for women who want to cheat on their husbands, and she's exposed this truth, a truth that we've already known. All right, tell us something we didn't know. I feel like it's 2018 all over again. All right, every piece of content that I see is shit that everybody's been talking about for not too long ago. All right, but anyway, to contribute to today's show, $ the Notorious CGA on the Cash App. It is Venmo, Coach Greg Adams TV. It is PayPal, paypal.me/Coach Greg Adams. And that is near the top of the description box on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. And you can super chat by clicking the link on the top of the live chat on the Free Agent Lifestyle channel. That's the LaGuardia. It is Thursday. We do have to matriculate the ball down the field because we got a lot to cover, but it is Thursday, just so you guys know. And I'm looking forward to my trip to Asia coming up here. I can't tell you when I'm going because everybody's a marked man at this particular point, but it is Thursday.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck
all right,
up.
and Ling Lings will get.
I like to get dominant.
All right, don't let them get it twisted. It is Thursday, but it's not only Thursday, ladies and gentlemen. It is the anniversary of September 11th, 2001. It is also the anniversary of September 11th, 2001. And bear with me, I've been having some technical difficulties over the past few weeks. It is the anniversary of September 11th, 2021. For the Gen Z people, this was our Pearl Harbor. For the boomers, this was our Pearl Harbor. For me, I remember exactly where I was on September 11th, 2001. All right, this is New York City. All right, and if I'm muted, let me know. Just go ahead and type muted in the chat if I'm muted. But
New world order.
I was in New York, not at that time, but I do have a photo of me the year before, in the year 2000, posing in front of the World Trade Centers. All right, and so I have a picture of me in New Jersey taking a photo of me with the World Trade Centers in the background. Now, for me, I was around 20, I would say 23. All right, thank you for the audio check. I've been having problems sharing screen and audio. But I was an adult at the time and living in Baton Rouge, Louisiana at the time, coaching at Southern University. So I was a real coach. I was coaching at Southern University, go Jags. And I was in Baton Rouge, Louisiana on my way to visit a high school player that I was recruiting from Warren Easton High School. Shout out to everyone in Warren Eastern High School in New Orleans. And as a result, I stayed home from the office that day so I can commute down from Baton Rouge to New Orleans. And I was able to watch the news live after the first plane hit and watching the second plane hit. So I do remember where I was, and I called into my office and I said, man, there's something going on. Because, you know, back then they didn't have television and the internet was spotty back in these days. All right. They had that old school DSL. That doesn't mean what it means today. DSL means Dilsnick sucking lips. But DSL internet, it wasn't that high speed good shit. So people weren't looking at their internet all day back in this 2001 at work unless we were downloading Napster. All right. So what happened was that event was happening. I called into my office and I said, guys, man, something's crazy is going on. They're flying planes into the building. And I said, well, listen, I'm going to go ahead and make my visit down to Warren Easton High School. And I proceeded to go down there. Unfortunately, you know, they had let all the kids out of school and it was a complete catastrophe. And they were starting to close down national landmarks, including the New Orleans Superdome, all right, as potential targets to 9/11. All right. So, you know, they did the Golden Gate Bridge. They did landmarks in Los Angeles. And one of the other landmarks was the New Orleans Superdome at that particular point, and they closed down access to it because everything was a threat at that particular point. But I remember it just like it was yesterday. All right, so anniversary of September 11th, and you guys got to know Gen Z, they weren't even born yet. All right, I gave you that historical perspective the other day. Gen Z wasn't even born yet to experience this, but what they are now experiencing are historical events, memorable events that we are now desensitized by death. Charlie Kirk assassinated, all right, publicly executed in notorious fashion right in front of your face.
New world order.
Okay. Anyway, let me get to the earlier contributors to today's show. And if you want to contribute, if this is your first time watching me, I am the notorious one. I am demonetized champion of YouTube. I've been demonetized 14 times. All right, 14, which means I've had several channels, all of my channels demonetized. And I've had several channels demonetized, remonetized, and demonetized. All right. All right. So if you're looking for a way to super chat your opinion, you cannot. So we have alternative ways for you to super chat, which is I do have a link that is pinned to the top of the live chat. You can super chat there. You would have to go off the menu to super chat over there. All right, that's the way you do it since we got 1,500 people, live bodies watching, and we have some hate watchers in here. Shout out to the hate watchers, and shout out to the people who said, I'll never watch CGA again, and you're back. All right, shout out to you. All right, Niggies is like, I'll never watch CGA again. I hate that niggy. And here you are, niggy. You back. I told you, you can never leave CGA. I'll be always here, my niggy. All right. You ain't never leaving me. And just be like, I'm going to leave you. Okay, yeah, right. Okay. I'm too good at this, man. I'm an interesting character. Anyway, shout out to no government name SD says, Coach, just contributing early because I know you about to cook today. Please keep speaking the truth. What happens when you get the truth spoken? That is a sponsorship from no government name SD sponsorship. And welcome back to the Mitches. All right. For the people who are here are new as well. All right. We call the new men of today Mitches. Okay. All right, all the Mitches are like, I hate CGA. Your numbers are going to go down. I'm not going to watch you. Well, look again. All right, you're back. Shout out to you Mitch ass niggas. All right, and I want to say to the Mitches that are back, fuck you. I knew you would be back. I'm too interesting and I'm too good at this. All right, shout out to our brother No Government Name SD for the early sponsorship. Shout out to our brother Jermaine is in the building. Jermaine is back. Let's give him his fault right there.
And it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault.
Jermaine says, I'm always inspired by your work. Found your content during my divorce. Went from court losses to monk mode. Laid off. Started a business. Now netting $1 million a year. He said, bossed up, saved, invested. Life is on another level thanks to your principles. And he says, you put out so much timeless content. Even old streams hit hard. I tell guys to go back and rewatch. Women now chase me, but I stayed non-committal, focused on goals, and picking from an abundance, not low-hanging fruit. Appreciate all you do, always inspired. That is a co-sponsorship. Shout out to you.
I got money.
Congratulations to you and the principles of the free agent lifestyle. It will always be the same. It will always work. Shout out to I want to build with a woman ass niggas. All right. You can build with a woman ass niggas. Not in 2025. You're not. All right. I have a guy. I don't have a guy. All right. But there's a guy, a funny guy. You would probably disagree with most of his takes because he kind of panders to women. His name is Russell. And he was going in with I want to build with a woman ass niggas. All right, you can build with a woman ass. All right. And normally what they're saying is it's an assistant. It's a free intern. All right, women ain't falling for the okie doke. Shout out to Paris Francais says replay gang, acknowledge CGA, acknowledge me. Yes, indeed. All right, I'm not in the bind. Shout out to Paris Francais. We're going to do a couple more and then get on with the show, matriculate the ball downfield as we do. This is for the people that are watching me again, newcomers. This is a methodical offense. All right. This is not an air raid. All right. This is not the air raid. This is not chuck and duck. This is not the spread offense. This is 10 yards in a cloud of dust. Now, if you cannot handle it, I don't give a fuck. All right. Just so you know, this is 10 yards in a cloud of dust. All right. We going to run on first down. We going to have all 300-pound blockers blocking. All right, this is not a rush show. I'm not trying to throw the ball down the field and score quickly and keep my defense on the motherfucking field all night. All right, what I do is a methodical show. All right, I ease into it. You got to let me warm up. We get the topics going. Whatever you see on the thumbnail, brothers, we'll get to it, motherfucker. All right, I got business to take care of. I got sponsors to add. I got ads to pay, bills to pay. You know, yeah, this is a methodical offense, man. We gonna get you through your work day. You could just chill, just motherfucking chill. Hey, ain't nothing better on YouTube either, just so you know. But what YouTubers do, they'll put the thumbnail up, they'll start the stream, and they'll start talking about whatever the fuck the damn thumbnail says. I don't do that. All right, we ain't rushing. This ain't the no huddle offense. All right. You can't rush what I'm about to give you, man, because I gotta let this shit breathe. I gotta let it fester. You know what I'm saying? I gotta met this motherfucker age a little bit. But dudes want to go ahead and blow their load soon as the stream start. Let's talk about Charlie Kirk. And then they done in 10 minutes. And then now for the next hour and a half to 3 hours, they got to keep repeating what they just said in the first 10 minutes of the damn live stream. Now, their live stream had 200 people in it when they started talking about whatever the fuck they were just going to talk about. Now, what happens is when their audience reaches peak, they've already blew their load. Now they don't have nothing to talk about. The audience is like, did you talk about this? I actually do this all the time. I mean, for me, all right, I will do a whole show 3 hours in and somebody say, did you talk about this? And I talked about it in hour number 2. All right. You see what I'm saying? Now, this show is set up for live viewers. So if you're in the replay, you could just skip to the section soon as Avery puts the timestamp in. So you could just skip. But the formatted show is for live viewers. This is live viewers. I know that more people watch the replay, but you could just skip to the part where I'm talking about it. But the live viewers get a motherfucking show, and they get the best entertainment here on YouTube. Shout out to No Government Name. I can't understand why Charlie didn't have ballistic glass in front of the podium. Shaking my head. Budgets. Man, budgets. We're going to talk about that, man. Hey, you YouTubers, man. All right, you guys going out in public, arguing with motherfuckers in public. Are y'all crazy? All right, you didn't see me do. You guys have to watch me. You know what I mean? I'm not the richest live streamer. I do make some money, though. All right. But dudes be out here putting their life at risk for this content. Not me. I'm too old for that shit. Dudes be out here arguing in public, stirring the pot. All right, bruh. Just stay in the motherfucking studio, fam. All right, get your shit out and live another day. All right, for real. But yeah, full-time, hey man, I was hiring security recently and I'm like, damn. All right, hiring 2 Samoan motherfuckers are very expensive. I'm like, dude, you got to feed these Samoans. Shout out to the Usos. All right, feeding 2 big Samoan security guard niggas is really expensive. All right, traveling with these niggas is really expensive. All right, Usos. All right, shout out to the Usos. All right, I had 2 Samoan dudes lined up for my full-time security. And I was like, they ate me out of house and home. I was like, I got to get rid of y'all. I need some skitty security agents. All right. All right, these niggas ate every minute. Bro, I was like, what are you eating now? Spam? No more Spam sandwiches for you. Slap that shit out of their hand. All right, these niggas picked me up by my neck. My legs was dangling. I was like, okay, more Spam for you. All right. Anyway, last one, and I'll get on with the main. Well, it's not the main event. It is Doom and Gloom CGA, which is much of the main event. Drunk history lesson coming up here. Kayla says, Coach, though you say you're not famous, you've certainly influenced a lot of people in this space, thankfully. Unfortunately, when you're a part of this space, you're going against the liberal masses and the agenda that want to take you down. Charlie Kirk's life being taken away so viciously needs to show how weak people are for having different opinions. He says, I certainly wish you the best for yours and for Myron Gaines' safety moving forward. Rest in peace to Charlie Kirk. Shout out to you. Thank you for that heartfelt message there. All right. You know, I'm infamous. I'm the notorious one. I'm infamous. All right. I'm infamous. I'm not infamous, but people know me. I'm aware, man. Dude, everywhere I go, people recognize me, which is crazy strange. And I always tell you, when people recognize me, I often say, these are the people who recognized me and spoke up. When I was in Miami, I walked in the airport and 1 or 2 people went right back to back. All right. And I was in the airport going to the security line and 2 brothers recognized me. It wasn't brothers, they're brothers. All right. But 2 brothers recognized me, one after the other, right before I was going through the TSA. So with that being said, those are the people who speak up. What about if haters recognize you? What happens then? Right. And it's soon as they recognize you and like, I've been waiting to see this nigga, and just right on time.
Pop, pop, cut, cut, cut. Skitty keep pop, pop. And a pop, pop,
all right, but what happens when you speak the truth? The truth tends to be what people don't want to hear. And if they have a vested interest in stopping you from saying it, they will stop at nothing. And as you learned from yesterday, they will stop at nothing to silence your ass. Doom and Gloom CGA on deck. Let's get it going out here. Let's go. Charlie Kirk is going to be on the menu here. Whoa. Doom and Gloom CGA brought to you by the... Okay, you guys know and heard the news. Charlie Kirk viciously assassinated in very, 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 very methodical fashion. What I call a public execution. For the people who don't know and not aware, because there are some people who don't watch the news, you know what I mean? You don't know what's going on. What had happened was yesterday, I call him a conservative, but that's basically it's probably based on my ignorance, but I'm going to just say conservative pundit, content creator, and a person that goes from college to college and have these debates was publicly executed in a way that we haven't seen in a very long time. Now, we probably would have seen this if Donald Trump would not have turned his head to the left or the right. All right, this was essentially what Donald Trump was going to be facing right before the election cycle in 2024. So we would have seen it. And boy, if you would have think people were celebrating this demise of Charlie Kirk, you certainly would have seen people celebrating the demise of Donald Trump, and we would have just went right back to work the next day. People would not have cared. You would have seen what you've seen on steroids today, and nobody really would have cared. People would have said, you know, the conservative side said they would have fight. We need to fight. We need to do something. And you would have did absolutely nothing. Twitter fingers. All right, you would have done nothing, and people are going to do nothing about this but talk shit and swallow spit. Okay, but Charlie Kirk here, hopefully you guys see this. This is the guy, and like I said, I've seen him on pretty much only Instagram clips, all right, some reels or something like that, and I kind of can know where he stands based on what I heard, but I haven't done a deep dive on what he talks about. I just know that he talks about something, and as a content creator, I can respect that. Okay, I can respect that and say, hey, this is what your opinion is. They're strong opinions, and they're going to be opinions that people aren't not going to like, but there are going to be people there that support you. All right, so there's people there that he has as supporters, but the reality is you don't know if everybody in there is a supporter, and this is where you get caught lacking. All right, you think people are not going to take a shot at you. You think people are not going to take a poke at you. All right, but people will. Not everybody there, even if you have an event, a meetup, not everybody there is on your side. And you do have to realize this as a content creator. Even people that are surrounded by you, that are working for you, they may not agree with what you're saying, and they may stand down and stand back. Okay? They may stand down and stand back, as we saw possibly in the Donald Trump situation. Now, I'm not going to play the video, because the video is graphic, all right? And anybody that watched that video and celebrated or did not have an adverse reaction to that video, no matter what you agree or disagree with this individual, and you had no adverse reaction, this does claim that people are either lack empathy, which I lack empathy all the time, but they're also desensitized by death. So we had a graphic public execution of a public figure, and now everybody woke up, nothing changed, all right? Other than the fact that we realized that there are some people that are complete pieces of shit, all right? So you got that going on. It was a graphic video, and it was reported right when I was at the end of my stream yesterday, so I didn't get a chance to have all the information, which means, in effect, we're going to go into some drunk history. Pay attention. Pay attention to this. This does reek of the political climate of the 1960s, all right? We are in a very, very tense political climate of the 1960s. What do we know about the 1960s? We had a subversion from within, all right? After World War II, we had subversive groups that were pretty much had an agenda, if you will, communists, and they were trying to subvert the status quo, all right, which was the status quo of the old America, right? The old, we can do it as America. But then we had new ideologies trying to subvert the classical traditional ideologies. With that being said, we saw people get their head peeled off, all right? Not only people, presidents, all right? We had the president of the United States get his cap peeled for one reason or the other. We had RFK later, 5 years down the line, get his head peeled. All right, we also had civil rights leaders, Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Medgar Evers, all assassinated. All right, and most of the time for a reason or the other, under the watchful eye of government entities. All right, so all of these had watchful eyes of government entities, which means, in effect, Charlie Kirk was under the watchful eye of government entities. Make no doubt about it. Make no doubt about it.
New world order.
Okay, so the 1960s was very, very hot, and people had subversing opinions that didn't cause other people to take action. But you got to realize the government was watching these people take action. You got to understand, same thing as Biggie and Notorious B.I.G. and Tupac Shakur, right? People were watching them. They were following them. And then they also were under the watchful eye of these people. And then things happened. And then we heard nothing about it. This is the same thing where you're going to hear about Charlie Kirk. Now, I want you to understand, we also have the same thing that happened in almost all of these cases. We had the idea that this was a lone gunman. Right, this was a renegade. This was a nut job. All right, and he was going to take his own stance against this individual, Charlie Kirk. Now, if you believe that, you're out of your mind, all right? You're believing that you're out of your mind. If you think this person can get around 6,000 people and they can let a person climb on top of a building and take a shot at him with nobody being aware of it, you're crazy.
New world
Okay,
order.
you're crazy. People were certainly aware of it. They watched it. They might have co-signed it. They might have stand down and stand back. Stand down and stand back. So it's not one individual taking a stance. This is a group. This is an ideology taking a stance against one individual. Now, for people who don't know, Charlie Kirk did exhibit some power in some of the swing states for Donald Trump. So he became an important figure for the conservatives, or for Donald Trump's, the MAGA, if you will. So he was an important figure who was making some critical changes. So you saw, like the 1960s, the political climate is hot. People were losing their lives, were desensitized by death. We had subversion from within. We had ideologies making people pay the ultimate price for their diverting opinions. And then people taking a stance were easily eliminated in spectacular fashion, as I call it, public execution, right in front of the people. So this is what happened with Charlie Kirk, right in front of the people, which makes, in effect, you're the sacrificial lamb. This is a message. This is a message to say, if you're willing to take a stand, how far are you willing to take this stand? We will put out a public hit and execute you in spectacular fashion, in drastic fashion, right in front of your wife and children. Okay, so no matter if you disagree or agree with him, you can understand that depending on what side of the political aisle you stand on, you could be on the side of getting your cat peeled. Okay, to the point where they got your carotid artery and your damn jugular bleeding out. That shot right there was possibly for the head, and he possibly pulled a little bit hard, and unfortunately he got the neck. But once you get that neck, it's a wrap. All right, it's a wrap, and it was a wrap-ski. People that said he possibly had a chance of surviving, once you saw the video, there was no chances of survival. All right, once you get that artery, it's gone, and he was pretty much gone as soon as he was hit. Now, you also have the distraction. All right, you have the distraction of the post event, and I've seen many people post this, and I was just like, oh, this is the 1960s all over again. Look over here. It is the they call them the bums. All right, in the JFK situation, they had all of these people traped out right in front of the people and the cameras and the media to say these are possible suspects. Some of them were detained, some of them were arrested, and just like the 1960s, we have this now. I saw many people posting a video right off the rip claiming that one man was the person who pulled the trigger. And I was like, damn, we learned nothing. We learned nothing from this. This is history repeating itself. Now, history certainly may not repeat itself, but it certainly rhymes. You guys went right to your Twitter and you posted one guy, complete misdirection, an old guy, a cynical guy. You guys looked him up. You guys saw he was a possible political nut job. He was a complete distraction, possibly an umbrella man. And y'all niggas went right forward and posted him all over the internet. Meanwhile, there's a man running on top of a roof over there, mixing in with the crowd. Unbelievable, man. This is, yeah, grassy knoll. Here's the grassy knoll situation again. Same thing. History repeats itself, but it's certainly a rhyme. So this is the same thing. Guy gets executed. You guys quick to have justice. Let's have justice now. And then boom, you guys want to go ahead and grab this guy, smoke screen, and then the guy goes over there. So you grab the patsy, all right? While they posting him, the other dude scrambling and getting away, mixing in with the crowd. Completely the same thing. And unfortunately, you know, most people are idiots. So let me pull this up here just so you can see. Okay. So you can see, and hopefully we have the volume here. This was right after the incident. I mean, almost immediately. And I won't play the volume of the video, but they showed one guy getting wrangled up. And they got him right here hog-tied and dragging him. Look at this guy. He got his pants around his ankle. You know, if you guys don't realize, in the JFK assassination, they had what they called the three tramps. All right, the three tramps. And I could pull it up here for a second, but this is equivalent to the three tramps. All right, let me see if I can pull this up on the JFK here. JFK, three tramps. Yeah, paid actor. All right. All right, here we go right here. Let me see if we can pull this up. Here's an example right here. All right, the 3 tramps, just so you can see it. Okay, so this is an example right here. This is right here, right there in Daily Plaza. Okay, these guys are walking, although they're not being handcuffed. Some of these people were told that some of them possibly, one might have been the trigger man. One of these guys later claimed to be the trigger man. Some people know that these people do subversive tactics. By the way, some of these things have been done in other countries before they do them in the United States, just so you know. And then basically they drag people out and they have people, the media, look at these guys. These possibly might be one of the suspects. And then they got you looking over there. And then meanwhile, the other guy's getting away. Okay, so guys, this is the same thing. And unfortunately, people never learn. All right. And so you have this right here. I'm trying to do this without the volume here. You got this distraction. Okay. And people fall for this shit. You guys got to realize these government entities, these agencies, these people who carry out these things. Look at all the normies. Look at all the normies over here just following him. You got people taking videos. And this guy right here can't keep his pants around his ankles. You think he has the ability to take a shot like this? Okay. But they've been doing this for over a century in other countries. All right. And then what happens is they just pull it over here on us when they're really good at it. All right. When they're really good at it, when they got it. All right, they just pull it over here and you fall for a hook, line, and sinker. So this is what I'm telling you today, and I'm saying this under all chances of me getting the same thing. Okay, so Doom and Gloom CGA, we're just giving you a perspective. All right, they had the same thing happen in 9/11. They had the same thing happen in Oklahoma City. You had the same thing happen in the RFK. You had the same thing that happened in the what do you call it? The Martin Luther King assassination. I read the book, by the way, by his attorney, William Peppers. I read the book, I think An Act of State, which they completely had misdirection. They had James Earl Ray in some house. He gets away. He goes up to Canada. They're arresting people left and right. And then the real shooter was the store owner right there of the diner right behind the Lorraine Motel. All right. So again, okay. All right. He was one of the people that carried out the shot. And guess what? In the book, they said the government was monitoring Martin Luther King so much so that they knew the shot happened. They didn't stop it. Right? Why do we know that this is truth? Well, the Martin Luther King family in 1999 sued the government and they won, saying that the government had assassin teams that were watching and monitoring MLK. They knew that the other event was being carried out. They let it be carried out. They did nothing to stop it. In this situation, it's no different. Okay, it's no different. Trust me. There were people that had an added stake to follow Charlie Kirk. They possibly knew that some known nut job was going to be matriculating the ball down the field, standing on the rooftop, looking to take a poke at him. As a matter of fact, we do have video of this potentially right here. Okay, we do have video possibly of this happening. Let me go ahead and pull this up on the screen. Okay, right here. All right, there's video possibly of somebody becoming aware that there was a person on top. This is possibly the case right here.
Getting right up.
Yeah. You think he'd already be in place?
You would think that. So there's somebody on the roof right there? Just saying?
There's somebody on the roof right there just saying. As a matter of fact, post the shot. All right, there's a video of one person scrambling on top of the roof. All right, let me see here. Let me see here. Roof Charlie. All right, and potentially that might be a distraction. But let's go ahead and see if we can identify this person here, possibly on the same building. And we'll go ahead and pull this up, unfortunately, in this tragic event. All right, there it is right there. Possibly somebody, and we don't know, could be a distraction, possibly somebody here. And as a matter of fact, they do a pan of a person running on top of that building. All right, so we'll turn the volume down. All right, you can see him running on top of that building here. Let's see if we can get that squared up right here. Hopefully you can hear me. All right, you see him? Okay, let's turn the volume down right there. People getting down right here. We don't even know if this is actually the event. See, this is the thing. We don't even know if this is the actual event. But as you can see, there's a person on top of the roof scrambling. All right, and I'll make it a little bit. You see that same person is running on top of the building. All right, so I don't know. All All right, can you guys see it? It's very difficult to see, so I'll keep it playing just so you guys can possibly pick it up and track it. I don't have a pointer to point it out, but you can actually possibly see that right there. Now, does that come from the same direction of the shot? We don't know. We don't know. So it's a lot that people are going to learn about this incident, and you're not going to learn it overnight, unfortunately.
New world order.
All right. So the people are running and scrambling. They're ducking and covering. And the guy right there standing in the window, he obviously is a boomer. He has no willingness to duck. He's seen it all. But everybody's ducking inside of the building as well. But if you can see this on the screen, I cannot point it out, but just take a look at the roof. There is someone running on top of the roof. Now, this is
new world order.
This is doom and gloom. Okay, this is doom and gloom, and it takes some real shit to understand what you're seeing here. These events cannot be understated here. I do have some more doom and gloom to report on this one. Be careful of your words. The tongue is a double-edged sword. It's a powerful weapon. You guys realize that I use the power of the tongue. Pause. All right, I use the power of the tongue to disseminate information. I have background, history, talent. I have charisma. I have the ability to articulate my message in a way, all right, to give you a verbal orgasm. All right. All right. A lot of people can't do this.
Hey, yo, chill, son.
All right.
Hey, yo.
A lot of YouTubers sound like this. Duh. All right. They don't know what the hell they talking about. They just got enough lack of charisma to have 1 million followers. All right. Me, on the other hand, the 14-time demonetized champion of YouTube. All right. I'm one of the most articulate persons you can see on here. Now, let me just tell you something. With your tongue, you can speak things into existence. I believe you can. This is why sometimes I'm careful of what I say. I'm very careful of what I say, particularly as it pertains to me. I don't speak death on myself. Tupac spoke death upon himself. All right, I don't speak death upon myself. I try not to say anything negative about myself. This is why I give you at the beginning of the show all of my affirmations. I affirm all of those things at the beginning of the show. Okay. This is important for you to understand that when you speak things, you can speak things to existence positively or negatively. Let's go to Charlie Kirk. Now, I'm learning more about him in his death. All right. Sometimes you're worth more dead than alive. So I'm learning more in his death than he was when he was alive. And somebody picked out this clip. Somebody picked out this clip. As a content creator, you have to be careful what you say. And I hope we have the volume here for the people that are here. We got 2,800 people here watching this legendary stream. This is apparently Charlie Kirk in the year 2023. Now, he's talking about gun deaths. All right. You guys know his particular side of the aisle is pro-gun, and I'm pro-2A as well. And this guy's saying that, yeah, certain amount of deaths, gun deaths every single year, unfortunately comes with the cost of defending the Second Amendment. Let me go ahead and roll this out. This is the person that lost his life here yesterday. Let's go ahead and play the video.
So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen. Right. You can significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home, by having more armed guards in front of schools. We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational. Nobody talks like this. They live in a complete alternate universe.
Wow. You know, listen. And this is the reality. There's going to be gun deaths, all right, especially with 2A. And unfortunately, sometimes the chicken comes home to roost. I mean, listen, it's kind of like you do have to be careful what you say here. This is a reality for us. There are going to be people that die at the hand of the guns. You do want them in the right hand, the responsible hands. But this was him not just a year ago. In his stance, and then he becomes a victim of it really quickly here. So people are putting this video out. Some people are defending it and saying, yes, he died a hero, so he was willing to die for what he believed in. That's true. And he also spoke this into existence himself. And let me just say this. He was not expecting this. I mean, nobody expects a sudden death. Nobody expects this. But as content creators, he's the first content creator to die in this fashion. All right, we can almost agree that he is the first one to die in this fashion. Okay, now, that being said, nobody expected that and I'm calling him a content creator, he came in through the content space. All right, I know he was out in the public more now, but he came in the public space. I kind of feel like that he's one of us. He could be easily any of us that is in this space in the last 20 years to rise from the ashes to be able to put your information out there as a content creator and then rise into a public figure. But for him, he's the only one of the content creators to die in this fashion, which means in effect, he didn't anticipate this. Okay, he had no clue that he might have been on the radar of the good old you know who. Okay.
New world
So
order.
with that being said, he was letting his guard down. All right. Not only that, you think you can be untouchable. All right. You're untouchable. Nobody can touch me. And you get touched. You get touched. Okay. Being a content creator. Now, rappers have been facing this for a long time. The rap community has been facing this. How many rappers have died? So the rap community, this is an anticipated response, right? You could go back 20 years of rappers getting shot and killed. So as a rapper, you know that this could happen to you in public. You could be publicly executed as a rapper. But as a content creator, nobody has thought you could be touched up like this. Not only that, embarrassed. Not only that, embarrassed in front of your families and friends. And somebody said he received death threats every day. Yeah, man, but nobody has carried them out yet on a content creator in this fashion. So you're like, yeah, this could possibly not happen to me. Certainly nobody would bring this type of artillery or ammunition to a well-planned event. Okay, so now let's talk about this. Since this is the case, guess what? You got content creators scrambling and scraping for shit. All right, and I ain't mad at them. I ain't mad at him. According to this, on Doom and Gloom CGA, Ben Shapiro reportedly pulls the plug on campus tour. Exactly. Now, these content creators have been for the last 15 years, 20 years, wanting to do what? I want to be out there. I want to be out in front. I want to deliver my message. I want to stir the pot. I want to go in there and debate liberals. I want to debate college students. And these are easy targets. This isn't the first time. I remember when I was a student at old Cal State Northridge. All right. David Duke came to speak at Northridge. All right. David Duke came to speak at Cal State Northridge, and it was a big thing, right? They were like, oh, how did they let him come in there? And that was in the mid 1990s. But when the streets are hot, yes, men go ducking for covers. All right. So now, we can get popped. All right. We can get popped. Oh, fuck that. All right, this is like a rapper out here. We need tight security. So Ben Shapiro said,
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say that.
All right, Ben Shapiro said, nah, bruh. All right, I'm good. Apparently, it says conservative commentator, they call him. Ben Shapiro just called off his upcoming college speaking gigs for obvious reasons. Obvious. All right, they want you to shut up.
Shut up!
It says right here, safety concerns cut deep in America, where a different opinion, even expressed reasonably, can make you a target. For the cultural debate economy, it's a deep wound. Shapiro stepping off the stage, and he would what? Probably won't be the last. So he's like, yo, debating these people, right? Debating these people for clout. People are saying this, and I have to say this as a content creator, all right? A lot of the things we are doing is we're taking these opinions from the internet and we want to go public because it makes it bigger for us. I talked about this the other day. Collab here. People like collab here, collab here. That means I got to leave the studio. All right. And I got to leave old Nina over here. All right. Nina over here. All right. Nina is always here. All right. But I got to leave Nina here and I got to hire my Samoan security guards. All right. So then it's a different thing. And I got to depend on the institutions where I'm going to debate these people on street corners or whatever it is on the university campus. I got to depend on them, defending me, setting up security, making sure nobody's on the top of a rooftop. Okay, so you're out here to do what? To get clout, to get clips for the internet. And then guess what? It comes at a risk now. It comes at a risk. So getting those internet clips now comes with the risk. The risk before was you getting debated down by a liberal at the university campus. But now the risk is now been, the stakes have risen to death. Not only death, humiliation. Not only humiliation, public execution. Now, the side of the aisle we're going to get to later in the show. The Democrats, right? People are blaming the liberals on this one. I think it's bigger than the liberals, but the liberals clearly don't give a fuck. All right, they don't care, and we're going to show and demonstrate this. We have Amanda Seals and a lot of these other people, liberals out here, giving you the indication that they don't care about this, and they would like to see more blood in the streets. But one Myron Gaines, we know recently he has pivoted to this type of content and to go out intentionally to trigger people to get clips and heated debates against people who may be aware or unaware of what the topic is going to be. Okay, so let's go ahead and show you this. Myron Gaines being done what? Told to get his security up. All right, so let's play this clip if you can hear it.
I actually had a debate set up for tomorrow in Asheville, North Carolina.
Are you still going to go to your event? Or are you going to cancel it?
I don't know. I wouldn't be surprised.
Myron, you got to cancel it, bro.
I would advise to cancel it because
cancel it.
Myron, cancel it. Cancel it.
All right, so that's the look of, oh shit, this is coming with consequences, right? This is coming with consequences. Like, it's one thing to say it on the internet. It's another thing to go out in these streets and say it, right? It's a whole
in these streets.
It's a whole nother thing, right? Getting clips for clout is a whole nother thing, right? This is why I certainly haven't engaged in this type of activity. I've done my public speeches, but I'm also aware, hey man, you're exposed, right? You're out in the open. And now that you've seen this public humiliation, public execution, you realize there's more at stake. There's really more at stake to be able to express your opinion in a political climate where they are peeling caps, okay? All right, now you got to think about it a little bit. And now he's got to consider this advice. So apparently he's even saying, I'm going to cancel my recent debate in this UNC Asheville or Greensboro. I can't remember. See, for me, yeah, they're copycats. There's people that are going to say, oh, we doing this? Okay, I could do it too. I could get me some clout. Some people want clout to take your ass down. We have to remember this as content creators. Now, we're in a new era of content creation. The reality is we're celebrities. We make lots of money. Some people make millions and millions of dollars to do this. And we continue to make more money by putting out more content like this. And then when you want more clout and more likes, you then say some more extreme things, or you maybe challenge the status quo a little bit more without adding security. Now you know you have to add security. You're a celebrity. Okay? You're a celebrity. Okay? We got to get rid of some people here because, you know, these motherfuckers want to come in here and then, you know, rain on parade. We don't let you motherfuckers come in here with your motherfucking shady comment right here. Where is he at? All right, did somebody snipe his ass? All right, snipe his motherfucking ass right there. All right, boom. All right, sniped out. Okay? But you want to sit up there and then do what? You want to think that you're watching me right now saying I'm not that important. Okay, but I got 3,000 people in here that says otherwise. 500,000 followers across multiple platforms. It's okay. All right. You see the Mitches are back. You see the Mitches are back. All right, here. I'm carrying on business and the Mitches are here. You can never believe these people. They're never going to use their public profile. They're never going to use their real name. All right, but what we do here is we literally show you and then motherfuckers tell lies. The reality is, as a content creator, even Kevin Samuels can have a mysterious death and you forget about it tomorrow. YouTubers are the new celebrities. If you ask a Gen Z person or a millennial who is a celebrity, they're not going to say Brad Pitt, Angelina Jolie. They're going to say a content creator. There are people that watch you over and over and over again all day long. They don't watch NBA. Even the NBA knows that nobody even watches the game. They only watch highlights. If you want to watch the game, they're going to charge you up the yin yang. So even a Kevin Samuels can have a mysterious death, and nobody cares about it, and he goes away, and 20 people shows up to his funeral, and now all of you guys are stealing his clips trying to make money. Okay? Doesn't matter what you are or who you think a person is until some shit happens. All of a sudden, shit happens. All right, but the content creator over the last 20 years have reached the height that they are the new celebrities. All right, they are the people who are publicly recognized. We are the people that hold people's attention. We are the people that get more views than these standard media outlets. Okay, but people be watching me all the time, and then they want to underestimate the importance of who you are. And then they want to say, you're not that important, and then watch you get popped in the middle of the street. Oh, well. They watch a woman poison your drink with eye drops. All of a sudden, you drop fucking dead. All right. So I'm always keep my motherfucking guard up, whether you think I'm important or not. But the numbers show I'm important in this motherfucker. All right. I have changed the culture. I'm immortalized through literature. All right. And I will continue to be. You're under the influence of the notorious one, no matter what. So as a content creator, you better move accordingly. This is your notice. You've been put on notice. Okay? You've been put on notice that at a moment's notice, no matter who you are or you think you are, you can get got. That's Doom and Gloom CGA. You can get caught out here at any moment. Be prepared. Always keep your guard up out here. Always keep your guard up out here. Don't ever let a nigga tell you your guard shouldn't be up. All right? Keep your guard up at all times. Do me a favor, man. Give me the likes. Don't pass a scroll. Oh. Mugga, low. All right, we got Straggle and Sniggle Theater. All right? We got Straggle and Sniggle Theater coming up here. We got a great show matriculating the ball downfield. We're going to come back later on in the show, possibly in the second and a half hour, and we're going to show you how the liberals are celebrating this man's death. Now, we got to realize this. We've been desensitized completely on death. Not only that, we've been desensitized on the ability for people to understand who's important and who's not. Okay, let's be clear. First thing they do to silence you is they demonize you. The second thing they do when they can't demonize you enough, they guilt you and shame you. Then they demonetize you or deplatform you or they shadow ban you. And then what happens is you go scrambling and scraping for ways to stay alive, and then they silence you. All right. So these are the ways that they get you. And they've done this to many, many people. Andrew Tate. They've done this to many other people. Anybody that is closely associated with the manosphere. We've all been demonetized to that point, to the point where you see anybody monetized, you have to scratch your head. All right, as to why they're monetized and you're not. Okay, but you're on the list. You're on the Homeland Security list. All right, you saw the top 10, but that doesn't mean there weren't 30 names on the list. So they demonize you, they scrutinize you, they shame you and guilt you. They try to get you to silence you. They show up with faceless profiles, and they try to interfere. These bots try to interfere into what you're doing and take away your shine and greatness. Then they remove your ability to earn money from these platforms. They shadow ban you. They make it difficult for you to build an audience, right? And they discourage you from making content. Maybe he'll shut up if he can't make any money from it, okay? He'll shut up if he can't get any incentive to produce content. Well, I found ways around that. And then at that particular point, they'll silence you in a majority of ways by deplatforming you or all out now assassinate you right in front of people. Okay, do you want to be assassinated in front of people? Do you want to take the chance or the risk? Or do you want to keep your guard up? All right. But we see cowards. Today's men are nothing but Mitches. They're cowards. All right. And we know that a man carried out that act. At least one man carried out that act. But today's men, this is how they carry things out. All right. They can't do anything. They're faceless. They're unrecognizable and they're unknown. They hide in the shadows like cowards. We call them Mitches. They discourage you. They distract you. And then guess what happens? All right, I can shadow ban them and I can delete them from my groups, but that don't delete them from the annals of the known, right? So these people can see you in real life. And then when they see you in real life, they'll either bitch up or they'll sneak attack you. Okay, but we have real life cowards out here. We have real life male cowards. And the problem with male cowards is that they're dangerous. These male cowards are absolutely dangerous individuals. And I'm more aware of the male cowards than I am my supporters, because the male cowards carry out actions to try to hurt you, which is demonize, demonetize, discredit, then shadow ban, then silence. All right. This is the male coward of today. All right. They can't achieve anything else in their life, so their greatest achievement will be to do one of these things: demonize you, discredit you, demonetize, shadow ban you, then silence you. So we live in a time of bitch assness with the male. Okay? Right? We live in a time where these people can name themselves avatar. They can put avatars of anime in dark square avatars and not reveal their face, and then say the most outlandish shit to embarrass you and discredit you. And not only that, distract you from what you're doing. The male coward is the most dangerous thing going right now. You have to be aware of this. All right. And if you're a parent, you probably have a male coward that you're raising right now. Shout out to Macaroni Tony. Okay. What did Macaroni Tony have to say? He says, I wouldn't blame you at all for indefinitely canceling any public meets and celebrations. He says, heavy is the head that wears the crown. Shout out to you. And I can't see the rest of the chat. But yeah, you know, I had a meetup in Houston. I was excited about it. I was excited about doing a meetup in Las Vegas. But now I'm like, well, right? Because one thing as a content creator, when you announce where you are putting a target on your back for the male coward. The male coward. All right, these guys can't accomplish anything else in their lives, so they want to make a name for themselves in any way they possibly can. So the male coward will do shit like this. So you're looking at making appearances to, you know, express your gratitude to your fans, and boom, all of a sudden you've given people the drop. All right, you've given people the drop, and all of a sudden now they're here. All they had to do was pay $150, all right, to your meetup, and now they're in front of your face. So the male coward is one of the most dangerous males out here. All right. You never should be scared of a male coward, just aware of a male coward. All right. Male cowards ain't shit out here. Shout out to our brother Xavion says, was this yesterday? Okay, Xavion. I see it was today, but it's not showing me today's chat. He says there was a pellet fire. There was a pellet rifle found at the scene. It came pre-installed with the scope and built-in suppressor. Police were busy with arresting the wrong guy. And for some reason, I can't sign in to see the whole chat. But you guys realize during the JFK assassination, they reported 2 different rifles. Okay. Anybody know what rifle they initially reported as the rifle that fired the shot? Initially. All right. They later changed it to a different rifle. So the misdirection and the misinformation and the need to get information as fast as you can leads to possible misinformation. All right. So what happens is now they leave, okay, in the James Earl Ray, Martin Luther King, the guy left a tightly wrapped carpet or a rug with the gun at the scene. Okay. I mean, who does this? Who does this? Like who kills somebody and leave a package with the gun sitting there? Wouldn't you take it? Wouldn't you take it? All right, no, you're just going to leave it there. Maybe you wouldn't take it, carrying a rifle around. But in the JFK assassination, the initial gun that was reported was a Mauser, right? But later it was a Carcano rifle, bolt action rifle. Those were 2 different rifles reported right immediately. Well, the first one was a Mauser. All right, that was the first one reported. And I've been watching this for a long time. They reported it as a Mauser. Then all of a sudden they left it there and they let the media run and said it was a Mauser used. And then later on, they said, oh, well, we found another one, or it actually wasn't a Mauser. It was a Carcano. All right. Come on, bro. So you can't just run with information that you get initially. You got to really sit back and let information come out, because you guys want to be the first people to report the situation and get your Twitter followers to give you some likes. And then now you completely been misdirected. And now with more information and time, you're going to see that there's possibly more information. But if you completely go with the misdirection to solve the crime, you Scooby-Doo motherfuckers, right? All right, mystery machine ass niggies, right? You will completely be misdirected trying to be the first person on Twitter to report information. And most likely it's going to be bad information. And then while you're looking at that information and too busy trying to look up the Facebook of the guy who is the patsy, the real person running, okay? The real person running. Okay, so people are quick to blame, and it's sad because we don't have the stomach or we don't have the information. And by the way, anybody that is going to set up or arrange a hit like this is dependent on people reporting misinformation. Okay, they're totally dependent on people, keyboard warriors, Twitter. They're dependent on you misreporting information. They're depending on you looking over here and then not looking over there. Shout out to No Government Name says, women are loyal to two things, their monies and their emotions. This is CGA. He says that's a free cheat code for the benevolent monarch, Coach Alini. It's sad that men don't want to boss up for themselves. Do you think that it is because most men subconsciously don't think they deserve nice things or treatment? Men don't think they deserve nice treatment. They don't. Right, which explains why men date and they date a stranger better than even themselves or the recent girls in their lives. All right, men don't value themselves. Why do people invest money or pursue relationships when they're still in debt instead of waiting until they're debt free? It seems backwards and illogical to me. Men do this. All right, broke dating is dumb. All right, in this day and time. All right, all right, it's dumb. Why are you broke dating? Ronald Martinez, CGA is right when it comes to debating. Don't waste your breath. People want to be right instead of getting it right. This is a fact. How many times have you seen me? Now, people say your numbers could be bigger than this. All right, look at my numbers right now, bro. This is good enough. All right, if I do this consistently for 5 to 10 years, which I'm on year 8, I'll be good. I just realized I'll be good. If I can do this for another 5 to 10 years, 5 years for certain, I'll be good. 10 years will be a blessing. I'm already at year 9, year 8, 9. One thing I told you, that debating solves nothing. Right? Debating solves nothing. In this case, shout out to Charlie Kirk. He's got more people that are possibly in his echo chamber, right? He gets more support. He actually was able to sway one of the states possibly for the election, but he got killed in the process. I mean, how important is it? Not only did you get killed, you got killed at 31, all right, and lost your life with a 3 and a 2-year-old and a wife. All right, just steady the bow. Just, yeah, all men pay, right? Just, it'll be okay. I'm not one for debates. All right, debates are, listen, I will debate here and there, onesie, twosie, but I'm not looking for a fight on YouTube. I know it gets little cheap views, it gets cheap pops, all right, but it's not really that important. What you do is you say what the fuck you got to say and you move on. You move on. And I've been good saying what I want to say and then moving on. All right. If you don't like it, you don't like it, motherfucker. All right. That's what I do. If you don't like what I say, you just gonna have to not like it. But what I'm not going to do is defend my point of view after I thoroughly lay out my case for hours and then have your goofy ass with your popcorn ceiling in your twin bed, sitting on the edge of a twin bed, munching on Fig Newtons, telling me that I'm wrong. These niggas ain't changed their drawers, took a shower, but they got something to say about me. Bro, you're looking at me. Look at me, first of all. Just look at me. Well, just take a chance here. Look at me. I'm better than you just on sight, okay? I mean, what more can I say, nigga? What more do I got to say, nigga, on sight? You don't even have to go further than this, nigga. Now, when you combine this with the intellectual intelligence, the drunk history, nigga, when you combine it with the experience and the machismo, nigga, on sight, nigga, you losing an argument, nigga, as soon as you pop up on the screen with your ashy ass. Niggas ain't made they bed. They ain't got $10 in their bank account. You can't even withdraw a cool, crispy 20 out your bank account right now. But you got something to say about me. And then, can I ask you something? Look at your stomach. All right, listen, let me just tell you something right now.
Do you have the stomach?
Look at your midsection, bruh. Look at they leaving now. Look at your stomach. Any man that wants to talk and debate about me, first of all, look at your belly button. Can you see it? Is there lint in your belly button? Is there a big deep hole that you can put your finger in your belly button? Look at your motherfucking stomach, bruh. How are you debating me and your stomach is tucked into your pants? There's no debate. Just on principle, on first eye contact, nigga. It ain't even a debate. What are we talking about, bruh? Get to doing some crunches. All right. Come on, man. Then show me the room you debating from. Look at your car. When was the last time you got a wash on your car? I don't even want to hear this shit, bruh. Like, what am I debating this goofy ass niggas from? This is just absolutely incredible. And look at my skin. Ladies, you know how much women paid for their skin to look like this? Ladies. Look at this. Blemish-free skin. Ladies, are you watching me? Men, pay attention. I'm damn near 50 years old. I turned 50 in a month. Look at my fucking skin. Do you realize what a 50-year-old woman looks like? Let's say this. Do you realize what a 28-year-old woman looks like? Okay, let's say this. Do you realize what a 23-year-old white woman looks like? Look at my face. All right. Fuck out of here, bruh. On sight, on handsomeness, nigga, I don't want to debate. All right, anyway, let me stop. Because the normies are leaving. Fuck y'all, anyway. Shout out to Kevin, the software tester, says, I find it ironic that the pro-blacks are celebrating. They're the same ones that get upset when people don't care about the community becoming an open range every weekend. We're going to talk about Tariq Nasheed. Tariq Nasheed, his dastardly comments related to this. Sky Daddy says, perfect title, coach. You're absolutely right. May his soul rest in peace and God bless America. He has now become a martyr for the political aisle of the conservatives or the moderates. He's now a martyr. When you kill someone and silence them, you make them a martyr. All right. And so they're memorable. All right. And they'll continue to quote him and make him a poster child. Right. They'll make him a poster child for the message that they want to push. And he says, please take me out with the Thanos. Seek first, brothers, and be safe out here. Be safe. Okay. Real.
You could not live with your own failure. Where did that bring you?
All right.
Back to me.
Snaptech Fix says didn't pay attention to his political views, but it's just crazy. With all of these cell phones and tech, people are still pulling off deletions in broad day and getting away with it. Apparently, they're going to close in on the guy, they're saying, just like many before him, now taken out by the you-know-who for having opposing opinions. Shaking my damn head. They gonna let you know.
New world order.
Free agent lifestyle for life. They gonna not let you know. Once you start gaining momentum and power, they're gonna silence your ass real quick. Johnny Las Vegas says, I'm gonna go ahead and push back on the notion of you trying to get us to become streamers. He says, I'm not a liberal, and I just saw Charlie Kirk get skitty popped on Twitter by possibly another rogue Duke shooter. So no thanks, I'm good. I'm not trying to get shot in the face. Okay. In the face.
Skitty keep pop pop. And a pop pop.
Shout out to Mr. Foot says, I was told long ago by a mentor at the time that in order to make acquaintances and keep contacts to avoid politics, religion, and sports and conversations, is this still true for today? Well, if you understand, for Brooklyn St. Michael, all right, he says people who talk sports are low IQ. Don't at me. But people who tend to talk sports are certainly distracted, bread and circus. Then when you bring in religion, there's 180 million, all right, organized religions, and we definitely do get heated bringing these up. You talk religion, it is going to be a hot button issue. And if you make it the purpose of your content, trust me, it's going to be bad. And then when you have politics, people who talk politics tend to be more aggressive about their stance, and they're passionate about it, but it is very difficult to actually sway people's opinion when you're talking politics, all right? People have their stance. They're born into their stance. They're born into their religions, so it's hard to take those away. So politics, sports, and religion are one of those things that do get people amped up. They're called fanatics for a reason, all right? People become fanatical about their politics. They become fanatical about their religion. They could become fanatical about their sports teams. If you do not want to ruffle any feathers, do that. But if you want to take a stance and make a better place, then you can talk about it. Shout out to Abby Santy, says, salute CGA, is crazy how the NWO wants to censor free speech. Keep hammering these Mitches that don't want to boss up.
Better boss up, nigga.
All right, these boss up ass, weak ass men, bro. All right, weak ass men. All right. Indeed, Miles C says, shout out to the coach gang. How long until we see civil unrest, coach? Time is ticking, and I estimate that there will be retaliation. They will be. This could potentially be a massive event that you've been warning us about for years. Get your bullets and rations and water, ninjas. He says, send it. In my opinion, let's just get this straight. The people who tend to be victimized the most by these incidences, this is not the first time this happened with Charlie Kirk. You can go down the line. Typically, let's just be honest about this. The party of tolerance tends to be the most violent. All right. I don't want to get political and all that. But if you understand, they call for violence. They actually encourage people to engage in violent behavior, aka riots and peaceful protests. All right. They tend to have the strongest opinions that are typically going to be subversive topics, right? Divisive topics, right? Typically, the other party is going to be on some more traditional status quo, all right? But typically, that's going to be something that people that are on the divisive side are not going to like. They're going to say, well, that's white supremacy, right? They want to maintain white supremacy on one side, so they want to continue to carry on tradition to benefit them. Then the other side typically uses violence, harassing, all right, topics, assassinations, and this type of thing, right? But they're always the same side. Now, the conservatives have also used this, but they use it in acts of war, all right? But you will see them rarely carry this out into the broad daylight, into the public. So this is going to be the case. You can trace this back to the 1800s. They typically have used Southern Dixiecrats, the Ku Klux Klan, all right? They've always used violence to carry out their way to restore their order. And then what happens? The conservatives tuck tail and they do nothing. All right, because they want to play the game as fair as they possibly can. All right, they're like, well, you know, free speech and pro 2A. So how are they going to be against what the other side is doing when this actually is kind of an oxymoron? Like, how is Charlie Kirk? How are you going to be mad that Charlie Kirk got shot? I mean, even listening to Charlie Kirk, he basically is saying it's a casualty of war, right? Somebody's got to die at the hands of gun violence. So how are they going to be like the conservatives would come out and do what? They're not going to retaliate with gun violence or violence. They're not going to do that. They're just going to hop on Twitter. They're certainly not going to say we need more gun laws. So it's a catch-22. My point is, could there be retaliation? Possibly, but it could be in legislation. It could be some sort of retribution in terms of identifying suspects or people that are subversive. But are they going to retaliate and cause a massive event? I don't think so. I don't think so. And the reason why is because you would have to have this organized. Okay. And if you look at the lay of the land, one of the reasons why the United States is impossible, damn near impossible defeat from an outside force is because of the lay of the land. You have a massive, massive continent. In the continent of the United States, you have cities spread across, large cities spread across many, many areas of nothing. All right. So you would have to have it organized. How are you going to organize New York City in a 3-hour time zone and get San Francisco on board? So how are you going to be able to organize this and strike? Right. You got the Rocky Mountains there. Like, we're hard to invade from outside. So this is why you need subversion from within. This is how you defeat the United States. You need subversion from within. So we are getting subversion from within. This is another subversive tactic. You're getting ideological subversion. You're getting political arena. You're getting people assassinated and publicly humiliated. Okay. Okay. All right. We got somebody that needs a timeout. All right. We're going to put you in timeout. All right. There's a way to have civil discourse in my comment section. But one thing you're not going to do is tell me, what are you talking about? You're going to treat me with respect. I'm a grown-ass man. All right, you're watching me. What you do is say, hey, listen, I respectfully disagree. Can I interject my point? Can you invite me up so I can show you my twin bed mattress? But what you're not going to do is disrespect me. I'm not like these other YouTubers. All right? And then what you can do is you can donate your discourse and so it can be read. But what you're not going to do is hijack my motherfucking comment section with a long paragraph telling me what the fuck you want to say, especially when you don't have a profile on your face. Okay, you're going to get bumped. You're going to get bumped. I'm going to disqualify your ass from talking. All right, this is a real man show. It's a grown man show. This is for grown motherfucking men. You can super chat or you can shut your bitch ass up. All right, that's how we do it around here, nigga. Hey, can I say this? Can I say this? You men, you keyboard warriors, you broke motherfucking men. Let me tell you something, okay? What used to happen? Who grew up in this time? Before there was the internet, before there was these keyboard warriors, when you were amongst a group of men, before you talked, you used to have to make sure that what you were going to say was backed up with information, knowledge, wisdom, or experience. It was backed up by bank. It was backed up by stripes. Or when you start talking and you say some stupid shit, you get your head knocked the fuck off. Who remembers these times? For the weak ass men that I constantly try to show you, you don't get to leave a comment on my page when you don't got a profile picture. You can't leave a comment of dissent. All right, I'm going to block your motherfucking ass. You put your real name and face up here. I did a show where I told you men, if you wanted to have a dissenting opinion, you had to put your real American government legal name and your face up here. There was a time that when you were in the presence of grown men and you start popping off at the lip, if you said some stupid shit and you didn't have no stripes, nigga, you was getting your teeth pushed back into your throat. Today, you men don't understand this because you think getting your teeth pushed in the back of your throat by opening your goofy ass mouth is violence, but it was necessary to say, you're saying something in a coward way with no experience and no stripes. Nigga, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I'm a man with experience and stripe. You don't get to pop off at me. You don't get to say what the fuck you want to say to me. Are you crazy? You don't get to just pop off in my comment section and talk shit. You get deleted, motherfucker. That's the same. Fuck back. All right, you get motherfucking sent back out into the motherfucking abyss. 86, 8 miles out, 6 feet deep. You don't get to talk to me, motherfucker. You get feedback instantly. What the fuck? Nigga, get your bitch ass out of here talking. That's what used to happen amongst men. This is why men are the new bitches. Because you think you can say whatever the fuck you want to say in anonymity. No. We're restoring order around here. We're teaching you bitch ass men what it takes to be masculine out here. You do not get to talk shit to me like you do these other content creators. You get sent the fuck back. You don't get to disrespect me. You think you can, but you don't. You think you can't treat me like these other content creators, but you can't. Your ass is going to get sent back into the abyss with your faceless green or yellow or pink letter on your YouTube if you think you can come up here and pop the fuck off in my comment section. Okay. Okay, we got another one. All right, go ahead and bye-bye. All right, got another one. We're going to restore order one way or another. But you men are the latest edition of skirt-wearing bitches. All right, that's who you are. These new men today are the new rendition of skirt-wearing bitches. And you climbed up here with your goofy loser ass in this male space because you a goddamn loser and you can't accomplish shit but type shit in the chat in the comment section. That's your biggest accomplishment all day, and nothing thrills you but to get 30 other loser males to agree with you in a comment section. That is the biggest accomplishment you make in your whole fucking life. And you hope to accomplish this every fucking week. This is how low the bar is for men. This is how low the bar is for men. because you are the new edition of the bitch. You guys wear skirts and pink panties. You guys wear cotton panties with the day of the week written across it. Wonder why you can't get no pussy from these women out here following men to tell you these dumbass ideas in order to pursue women. These people are fucking idiots, and I'm glad you men, you are the 60% of men that don't get laid all year. And ladies, stop giving these men pussy right now. Tighten up, tighten up, ladies. Stop giving these men pussy. Don't even give them the eye contact. Disrespect these niggas from rip. Soon as you see they goofy ass stomach and they recessed chin, soon as you see them niggas, make them niggas know that they going home with a bottle of lotion and a gym sock, so they can go home with the 60% of men that want us to feel sorry for they no pussy ass getting ass niggas. All right. And any man sagging their pants is for gazy. If your pants are below your boxer shorts, right there below the cusp of your buttocks, you for gazy like a motherfucker, and you deserve prison. All right, you deserve niggas to poke you right in the boxer between they boxer hole. All right, let's start right there. But you think you're gonna come talk in me in my comment section with your goof troop ass? Nigga, you guys are ridiculous, bruh. Anyway, let me get to the Straggle and Sniggle Theater. All right, and you better love this part of CGA, because you're gonna see this CGA forever. This is the part of CGA that's gonna be season 8 CGA. For gazy bitch ass males are gonna be called out all the time, and I love it. Bitch ass men. All right, let's get to it. Straggle and Sniggle Theater.
Like, ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
Straggle and Sniggle Theater, let's have some fun. All right, we're going to have a party. We're going to get back to Charlie Kirk here at the end of the show, but do me a favor. Just give me the likes. Don't pass the scroll. Mugga. Let's let the likes match the watchers. Straggle and Sniggle Theater, let's look at this new shit out here. This is the edition of men. We got a guy named Theo Von. All right, Theo Von is up here. And Theo Von has this to say. Well, he has a guy on his show that's going to say this about his wife. All right, these are the new bitches, the males.
Wife is trans.
Yes.
Transgender,
yes.
Transgender.
Yes.
Okay. And so what does transgender mean exactly? Because people use the term all the time.
Yes.
It means a man and a woman?
Yeah, like you're born in a male body, but if you talk to her for 5 minutes, you know, that's a woman's brain. But I would lose the argument in court. I don't have the argument in court. You know, she definitely does not have a vagina.
Yeah.
You know, no, she's not at all.
Okay. Yeah. Hey, you've looked, yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's not even a penis. I mean, it's a cock.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Wow. Were you able to discern over time why you liked something so unique, kind of? Like, is that a way to ask it?
Yeah, you ask whatever you want. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's one of those things where when it comes to sexuality and attraction, what makes a person like what they like? I don't have the answer to that. It's a pull. It's like you don't choose what direction you're going to get pulled in sometimes. Like, for me, attraction has never been like, I'm going to go over there and like that. It's going to be something hits me and I kind of like lock into it and I feel it and it pulls me that way. You know what I mean? But
like a piece of art, kind of.
In a way, yeah, kind of, yes, but the living art, one that you can really just, you know.
Yeah.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
I told you these men are the new bitches. I told you they are. This is the shit you go to when you can't get pussy. All right, this is
hey, yo, chill,
when you don't want to boss up.
Hey,
look at this nigga. Look at his stomach. I mean, he's everything I tell you bitch ass niggas are, man. And he's in denial too. All right, and this is what happens. Charlie Kirk was trying to warn you, nigga.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
All right, try to warn you. All right, a lot of y'all niggas are taking this stance, and it can never be me, bro.
Hey, yo, chill, son.
Never.
Hey, yo.
All right, you fruity tooty ass bitches. All right. To the point, it'd be better to have a robot. It'd be better to have a what? Artificial womb. It'd be better to have a transgender. Where's Andrew Tate when I need him? All right. A transgender 10 is better than a female 1. Nope. No, bruh. And let's get a picture of this dude's girl right here. All right. Hold on. Damn, there was a picture there. I can't pause it. All right. This is crazy, bruh. And dudes that look like that, unless you got money, you don't need no pussy. You don't get no pussy ass niggas. This is crazy. Oh, there it is right there. Look at, bruh.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey, yo.
These men. This the mentions of the day, bruh. Hey, ladies, this is what y'all these niggas doing. All right. This the new. This is nuts.
Hey, yo, chill, son. Hey,
Let's play what he's going, bruh. What is he talking about, man? What could you possibly be saying here?
Transgender, yes.
Transgender.
Yes.
Okay. And so what does transgender mean exactly? Because people use the term all the time.
Yes.
It means a man and a woman?
Yeah, like you're born in a male body, but if you talk to her for 5 minutes, you know that's a woman's.
No. No. I ain't going for this. All right, we not doing this today. Goodness. Larry, Curly, and Mo. Bruh, just go get some money. All right, you could have got some money and had all kind of pussy on your dick for $300. Straggle and Sniggle Theater presses on. We got Dr. B08 with the clip from a nerd girl. We talked about your nerd girls out here. Some of you guys want nerd girls. All right, but we told you nerd girls are the freakiest girls. All right, and we got a woman out here that says how freaky she is from Dr. BOA.
Call me a disgusting whore, but I want to be DP'd so bad. Like, it's one of my biggest fantasies. I don't care. I just feel like something about being wanted and desired by two guys at the same time, and then having both of my filled, or either three. I don't even care.
Oh, the humanity.
Hey, these your daughters out here.
Oh, the humanity.
All right, these your daughters. All right, and as you can see, she ain't stragged out. She ain't got the extra eyelashes, extra layer of makeup. She don't got the hair weave and all of that stuff. But she wants to be what? All right.
I like to get dominated.
Yeah.
I like to.
Choked,
looking like wifey.
whooped, spanked,
Right.
told what to do.
Goodness.
I need a man to take charge and let me just, be goofy.
She said, all right, she want the train yang coming in. All right. She said she wants to be DP'd for the people that don't know what she's talking about here. And look, she's not dressed scantily clad. She got a little anime character. I don't even know who that person is there. Nerd girl. All right. And she's like, let's go. And if you can see, we have a lot of smut videos and books in the background right here. That's a dead giveaway. That's a dead giveaway. But a lot of guys would be like, well, she's wifey. She's a little bit of an introvert. All right. But they be out there reading that smut, and they be on Sim Cities making prawn. All right. They be out there watching prawn, making prawn. Trust me, bruh. She's a super freak. Yeah, man. She said, I want to get DP. She want all 3 holes filled. Hello. All right. Who's signing up? She ain't a bad looking girl there. She needs to shave her beard though. All right. But these are your daughters. All right. How old do you think that girl is? 25? I would say she's about 25 or 27. She likes to get dominated. This is why I like young girls.
I like to get dominated.
All right. I like young girls like that. All right. Come on over. All right. Nobody suspects you. You're going to be nasty. Yeah. All right, here we go right here. We got a woman here. Let me see who we got here on Straggle and Sniggle Theater. We have, I don't know, is this Straggle and Sniggle Theater? We have a young lady that says these girls aren't gaslighting enough. All right, these women out here trying to get that leverage back in relationships out here. Let's go to TikTok app. This woman says these girls aren't gaslighting enough in relationships.
You texting other niggas, your response isn't, why are you going through my phone? Because he can easily disband that. The only appropriate response is, I text other niggas because you don't love me the same anymore. I don't feel like you love me the way you used to. I don't feel like you pay attention to me the way that you used to. You go and you get your hair cut and the first thing you want to do is run errands and be seen by other bitches. I'm the one that's supposed to give you my opinion first, and you want to be outside. How am I supposed to know what's inappropriate in this situation if I don't feel seen by you?
All right.
It is all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's
All right,
fault.
so they're saying these women need to gaslight. All right, the reason why you caught me texting other men, it's your fault.
It is all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's
All right,
fault.
you pushed me into his arms. All right, you pushed me into his arms. All right, you made me do it. All All right, you kept accusing me of cheating, so I cheated. All right, these aren't new gaslights. All right, these are old gaslights. All right, I've been gaslighted like this many times. All right, and you know it's coming, so be careful. All right, once you catch her cheating, it's going to be terrible right there. So she's bringing out the old gaslights. All right, you push me into his arms.
If I don't feel valued, what if I don't feel like I'm the priority? How am I supposed to know how to move?
Yeah, I can't move that way. And also she want to also say, you haven't affirmed me and you haven't made me feel affirmed. Yes, you know what that means there. All right.
Throw in something that your ex used to do that triggers you because he's starting to do the same things too. Just throw a bunch of shit in his face to make it feel like it's his fault, like all at one time. Take no breaks. Don't even think about it. Just keep going, because his brain is moving so fast. He can't really compute like what you're saying.
That's true. And they throw, deflect, redirect, throw 3 things your way, completely change the subject matter. Most men are pretty dense when it comes to arguing with women. This is why we determine that you have to have leverage and options. All right, you completely have to dismiss them. Right? You tell them one time as a reminder. Well, you give instruction. You tell them one time as a reminder, then you dismiss. Right? This is why I do this. All right? Otherwise, you got to slap a whole tribe, this woman. You know what I mean? And you're going to be arguing with her. And she's going to be circling around trying to hit you with this gaslighting. And then she'll accuse you of gaslighting. She'll project on you. You're gaslighting me. And you're like, oh, my God. All right? I had a woman recently do this. I actually tried to give her instruction. I reminded her of something that she was doing that she wasn't supposed to do, and she deflected and redirected and said, well, I don't like the way you talk to me. And then I cut her off, and then she wanted to have another discussion about it. I was like, nope. Oh, baby, I gave you your instruction. I gave you a warning. You wanted to have a circular debate. You wanted to have a deflect redirect. You said it was a one-sided story or a one-sided argument, and I said, well, bye-bye. All right. Slammed the door on her face. I was like, that's it. Your loss. She wanted to work it out and have an argument. She wanted to deflect redirect. And I was like, nope. It's not going to happen on my watch. You've been replaced. All right. She's like, wait a minute, but I didn't get a chance to. You don't get a chance. And I have the power. And once I fucked you about 15 times, I really don't need nothing else. I'm doing you a favor. All right, so you ain't gonna get a chance. I already fucked her like 15 times plus, so I was like, well, you definitely don't have any leverage.
More confused. He has no argument, and then you just leave. Just leave. Just get out of there. You just go. If that doesn't.
All right, so these straggles, man. These straggles out here. This is what you put up in relationships, and people are in relationships and they deal with this, and men don't know how to deal with it. So I tell you how to deal with it, but what you'll do is you'll say, I don't have the leverage to leave. How do I leave? We have a 1-year lease. All right, you're stuck. Okay, how do I leave? We have a kid together. How do I leave? We're engaged and we have a wedding date set. How do I leave? We've been married for 7 years and we just bought a house. That's the leverage and options I'm talking about. So men get stuck in these relationships and they have to argue. You live with her. You have to argue. You can't give her the silent treatment. You can kick her out, but you also have laws that prevent you from kicking a resident out of their house. All right. So you've invited them in, you live with them, you depend on half of her rent. These are all losses of leverage. You 50-50 niggas. When I be these drizzle, I'm like, dude, drizzle is dumb because now you don't have the leverage. You need her half of the rent. That means she has the leverage now. All right. Now, listen, shout out to the ladies that want the leverage. All right. I'm not against you having leverage. You're just not going to have leverage over me. I'm just letting you know, like, cool, ladies, have your own money. Make as much money as you want. You go, girl, boss babe, get your money. All right. Get your own house. That's going to get foreclosed on when the damn interest rates go down. All right. Whatever it is. Okay. Do what you want, baby. You just ain't going to do it in my motherfucking, you're just going to do it on my accord. Okay. So I don't mind you doing whatever you want to make sure you prevent other dudes from getting leverage over you. All right. That's fair game. Go get the leverage, ladies, but you ain't going to have leverage over me. All right. All right. Not I. All right. Just so you know, when it comes to me, you looking at the wrong G. All right. I don't give a fuck what you got going on. All right. Anyway, let's get into this one right here. Straggle Sniggle Theater. This guy says why dating is bad here. Why dating is bad and why he wants to have multiple women. Why he has access to multiple women on Straggle Sniggle Theater. Let's play the last clip here. Volume up.
So how many people are you seeing right now?
Lucy, Sarah, Julia, and Sarah.
2 Sarahs?
It's a popular name.
How do you do that? Why do you do that?
I have 4 different women on my roster because in my personal experience, every time I get close to someone who I actually like, they end up not really liking me back. We go on a date, you know, it goes well, maybe they sleep over, we have that really vulnerable feeling of being 2 complete strangers who have snuggled intimately all night as if we've been together our entire lives. Wake up the next day a little bit sweaty, kiss goodbye, part ways. I say, text me when you get home safe, and they do text me home when I get home safe. And I say, great, I would love to see you again. And I think saying that scares people off. I think saying that I want to see someone again is a scary concept. I get it, you know, knowing someone likes you is a very scary thing. I'm not saying I love them, I don't love them. I'm just saying, hey, I like you, I'd like to see you again. And so then a week later, I'll text them, I'll say, do you want to get together this weekend? They say to me, oh, my friends from college are visiting, or my cousin's in town for the weekend. I'll say, okay, how about next weekend? When works for you? Because when you make a plan with someone and they say they can't do that plan, then they should counter by being able to say when they can make that plan, but they don't. So instead, I end up getting a long, great text that usually ends with something like, we should just be friends. And then I say, okay, great, I'd love to be friends. And then guess what? I never hear from them again. So by being friends, what they really mean is never speak again. And so if I have 4 different people on the roster, the odds of me finding the one is higher. I mean, I'm not going to find the one by going one at a time, you know?
Shout out to Beta Brand here. Yeah. Pretty much. Men have to, especially young men without leverage, they have to navigate dating a little bit differently. It's kind of like walking on eggshells, and then they gotta have to make the woman happy, right? And he has to play the nice guy, and then the nice guy scares women away. You know, they want somebody dark and dangerous, so then he has to have multiple women fill the roles, all right, until one woman supersedes all right? And then for a short period of time, she will actively cooperate, and then later on, right, she's gone, all right, because women get distracted. One thing that you can always ask a woman, all right, and, you know, this is woman one-on-one when you're dating, okay, when she talks about all the things that she has going on in her life, one thing that you say is, it sounds like you're distracted, all right? This is a way to bring back a little bit of the conversation, because people tend to want to impress other people when they're introducing themselves, and they'll talk about all the things you do. She spends time, you know, volunteering at the puppy kennel, all right? And then she also does a little bit of humanitarian work, and then she does things with the Young Conservative meeting, and then she also has a job that she counts beans and gets underpaid for at a nonprofit organization. Then she has these hobbies. She likes to jog and be at the gym. She likes to go kayaking and stand up, what do you call it? Stand up paddleboarding. She also has 1 or 2 or 3 dogs. She's looking to get a 4th dog, right? And then she has all of these things, and then she's going to make herself available to date you. These are distractions. So when they're telling you these things, one thing to kind of get this, arrest this conversation back is say, you sound like you're distracted. All right. Do you have any 1 or 2 things that you can focus on to get you to your goals? Right? Because she'll talk about all the goals she has. I want to have all these goals and I have all these ambitions. I'm going to be a CEO by 32. One way you can bring it back is to reel it back in and say, listen, sounds like you're very important, but none of these things are actually leading you to your goal. You meet your friend for brunch. You got sorority meeting, right? All right. You travel. Sounds like you're distracted. As a result, bitch, you're going to be on a roster. Right. Sounds like I'm going to get access to you for 2 days out of a week. All right. And I'm going to have to really do my best to make it happen. As he said, it sounds like when you invite a person on a second date or it goes good, what happens is they put you on their roster or they put you on their notes. All right. They start penciling you in on all these things that they're trying to accomplish. And then you can say, hey, man, sounds like you're distracted. You certainly aren't ready for a monogamous relationship, because I certainly am not going to be waiting 5 or 6 days to hear back from you to be penciled in. Certainly not going to be in a relationship with a person that I can have sex with twice a week. Matter of fact, I had this conversation yesterday with a woman, and she was quite shocked. All right. And she was laying in bed with her titties out, just so you know. All right. But that's too much information. On Straggle Sniggle Theater, the conversation was, she said she's good with sex 2 times a week. And I said, okay, what about him? All right. What about the person that you want to be with? And she was like, well, he would have to deal with it. And I said, okay, the way he deals with it is when you say he's only had sex with you 2 times a week in a relationship, When you say no, he just gets up and goes to have sex with someone else. And she was flabbergasted. All right. She was flabbergasted. She was like, what? You know what? Because men never take this stance. Men never take this stance. When you guys are dating and you're struggling, men, you never put out the real motherfucking story. And I said, okay, cool. All right. Soon as you say no, I'm going to go fuck someone else. And she was like, huh? She was like, why? And I was like, because I'm ready to fuck. You're saying no. You have the prerogative, but great. All right. No, you only want it 2 times a week. Okay, but I want it 5 times a week. What is the meeting ground? And she was like, huh. She didn't know because most men never tell this story. You guys just cheat like cowards. Again, I'm not pro-cheating. I'm adverse to cheating. I don't want you to cheat. I want you to let these bitches know that there's competition. All right, let them know. So what she eventually ended up saying was, well, maybe I'll say, give me 15 minutes and I'll be ready. And I was like, exactly. All right.
Gotcha, bitch.
Exactly. So her, and this woman was in her 30s. All right. This woman is in her 30s. She's acting like she's hearing this for the first time. And she was like, well, I guess I would have to say, give me 15 or 20 minutes. Maybe I can get ready. Exactly. All right. Now you got 15 or 20 minutes. Go get that pussy ready. All right. It's only going to take me 15 minutes. So it ain't going to be all day. What they want is control. They want to be able to control you. And this is the way they control you when you're a bitch ass male. Okay. So now she's now making a concession. Okay. I'm not going to only have sex when you're ready. You're going to have sex when I'm ready. Okay. So I'm putting this out here. Now, you can either not have sex with me and be cool with me fucking someone else soon as you tell me no. Okay, so she had to have that come to Jesus moment. Well, I guess I can rustle up a little bit of pussy juice. That's what I thought. You can rustle up some pussy juice. Okay, rustle it up then, or I'm gonna go dip over here. So you guys got to know that's where your power lies. Your power lies in many ways that they take away. Monogamy is not power for men. Neither is waiting for a woman to have sex with you. That's no power, right? Power is not being broke and getting women. This is not where your power is. Power is not having 1 or 2 children with one woman, right? Being able to procreate amongst many women is power as long as you can afford it. But most of you guys are operating in dating and relationships with no power. You have sex and create kids with one woman, and she controls your kids, and now y'all niggas chasing these kids around the rest of your life when you can just make more kids. Y'all ain't ready for this fucking show today. Y'all ain't ready for this, man.
Y'all ready for this?
That is Straggle and Sniggle Theater.
Ride with me if you ride with me, you can slide with me if you feel like 550 on the 5 sticky, come get high with me, that's a deal, right?
That's Straggle and Sniggle Theater. Most of y'all ain't ready. This is why I call y'all bitch ass men. You guys have no power out here. This is why y'all getting deleted out here. You guys are operating with no power. You guys don't have the stomach out here.
Do you have the stomach?
You guys want pussy for married. I did good today. Do you like me? I'll have some pussy. All right. Pussy beggar ass niggas. All right. Pussy out here cheaper than it's ever been, bro. And as good as a motherfucker out here. Just go get you some. Walk down to the titty bar and squeeze on some titties. That's what she's there for. But you like, but I'm moral. I'm a Christian. All right.
Nope.
I can't talk to you guys, man. I can't talk to you guys. You new men out here. I want to do the right thing. I want to do the right thing under God ass niggas. Oh. Do I have time for this, bro? I don't have time for these new booty ass men out here. What's wrong with these men? Pussy beggars. All right, take a girl on a date. Well, you realize I paid $200 over the last 3 weeks to take you on dates. Can I have puss? It's like, what? What? You guys are still taking girls on dates to get pussy? Unbelievable, man. You guys are pathetic human beings. Actually, you're pathetic. Pathetic. Anyway, shout out to Caitlin says, Charlie Kirk has over 4 million subscribers on YouTube, so he definitely was a celebrity. Indeed, he definitely was a celebrity. All right, if you're known and people recognize you from your works online, you're a celebrity at that point. Shout out to our brother. It is Timothy Shelby. He says tuition. Tuition is in the building. And one thing I want to point out, having more viewers does not mean more money for me, apparently. All right? That is apparent. I remember Angry Man used to talk about that. All right? People want numbers and they want more viewers. Today, we have more viewers than we've had over the last few weeks. And my motherfucking till is empty. All right? It is light. All right? I've had shows where I've had 1,500 people in here. And I've had people drop $100, $200, $500 in here with 1,500 people. I got double the audience, and it's a fucking freeloader show in here. No pressure. But just so you know, more numbers don't mean more money in social media. And I've been telling you this for a long time. You got people out here with 700,000 subscribers. They can't draw a motherfucking dime. All right, they can't draw a dime out here but a YouTube check and some fake ass sponsors, right? Have you tried these potato chips? Ass nigga. All right. They can't draw a dime. They can't get 100 people in a goddamn live stream. Lock the doors. He said, "Don't get greedy, coach." Nah, nigga, y'all owe me, bitch ass nigga. You owe me, nigga. Pay up. Lock the doors on these niggas. Shout out to our brother here. It is Juan Flores says, "Coach, you never miss. You gave me the exact response this old roast beef curtain told me." She said, "Am I the only woman you're sleeping with? Thinking about my health and safety. I don't sleep with anybody else but you." He says, "That is backdoor monogamy, just like you said. You saved me so much money. I've always learned something from your streams. Keep teaching, and rest in peace to Charlie Kirk." But the backdoor monogamy, all right, is to get you to commit to monogamous relationships through sexual health. Guys, take care of your health sexually. Be careful out here. Wear your condoms. Get tested. All right, be careful who you run up in here raw, and do not be nutting at any other women, just anybody. But a way a woman can get you, even in a hookup, a backdoor relationship, backdoor monogamy, is to say, well, I'm only sleeping with one guy. So, just we're not in a relationship. We're in a situationship. I don't want you sleeping with no one else. All right. That is a backdoor monogamy. That's a backdoor relationship. Bitch, we just hooking up. There's no commitment here. We just having sex. There's no commitment here, bro. I'm sleeping with multiple women. You just one of them. And if you can only have sex 1-2 times a week, all right, I'm just going to assume you fucking someone else. All right, so I'm not going to be out here being controlled in a situationship just because you're giving me access. Now, you do not have to force her into this, but just let her know. You guys got to let her know. But most of the time, they're sleeping with somebody else. All right, there's very few women that are not sleeping with just one man. And while they're single. While they're married, most likely. All right, shout out to you on that one. Let's see here. Red Pill on the Prairie. Salutations, coach. Just sending some well-deserved tuition. Much love from Canada. Jamie says, I don't know Charlie, but I do know a fresh piece of calico is up for grabs. Too soon. Okay, you're a disgrace, Jamie. All right, that's disgraceful. We're going to get into some Charlie Kirk discussion here in a minute with Tariq Nasheed. He said some fresh piece of calico is up for grabs. Too soon.
Oh, the humanity.
Too soon. However, Charlie Kirk's white. Okay, I won't say anything. This is too. I do have a heart out here. I do have a heart. I will not talk about Charlie Kirk's wife on the day after his assassination. That is.
Oh, the humanity.
Jamie, I'm disgraceful at times, but Jamie, that was dastardly. And downright dastardly. It was reprehensible. That's reprehensible.
Oh, the humanity.
Not even I would say something like that. And I say terrible things on the internet, according to some people. Man. Now, a week from now, 2 weeks from now, maybe after the funeral. All right, anyway. Shout out to Jason W. Says, I agree with many of your tips and wisdom. Now, he says, now does not seem like the time to present yourself to the world. Gauge the risk. He says, stay on these platforms. Been here since the monkey double backflip days. Shout out to Jason W. Stay on the platforms. My advice to content creators, stay on your platforms. It may seem like y'all can go outside, but it ain't time to go outside yet. Just be out here. Dr. Love says that shot was the first official warning and the last warning to all influencers and content creators to recognize who the hell you talking to. Let me snatch some collars real quick. Who you think you talking to, bruh? You think you just going to run out here and collect money on these platforms and then come outside and think you just going to set up shop? Guys, you guys are about to realize this. I was listening to the Satan the Sinner, and he was talking about Andrew Tate. And one of the point Saint was talking about, Marquette Devon Burton, he was talking about, which is a wonderful point, which people underestimate today. In today's world, a threat, a public enemy, a threat, you would be on an FBI list. And shout out to our brother, Mr. The attorney. I always forget his fucking name. Dennis Sperling. He said, if you're a red pill guy, you have a file. He said that before the Department of Homeland Security came up with the top 10 list. We all have a file. J. Edgar Hoover would have had a file on all of us. They got a file. And Marquette was saying Andrew Tate is a threat for one reason. And that is he can organize men. It's not because he's dangerous and he has rhetoric. He can organize men. And he showed you during a documentary. I think one of those publications did a documentary and they went behind the scenes and they showed that he had a group of men come to Transylvania Castle and, you know, fight each other and organize them and collect thoughts. You can organize men. You're a public enemy. You're a threat. You can organize people. You're a threat. What you're seeing today is organization of people. You're seeing me collect an organization of people. Then you can say he could sign up for an extra program. I can organize people off the internet. Then you can organize people in public. That means I can organize people and say, I'm going to hold court in front of 6,000 people. You have to understand that that is a threat. You have become a threat to the system. Now, in past times, you can build an army and become a threat to the king. Right? You can become a threat to the fiefdom, to the feudal system. You can organize men. You can organize women. You can dictate how they do things. Like I could tell men, stay single until you get money. And then if I can get 30,000 men to do so, I've organized them in collective thought. You're a threat. Now that you become a threat, you have to realize that it doesn't matter if you can organize 10 men or you can organize hundreds of thousands of men. Whatever your numbers are, that means you're able to organize them. You can develop a mailing list. This is why you get the platform, because they want to take away your ability to deorganize. Okay, now I can become a king. In a political system, Saddam Hussein can get a political system. The little mustache man can organize a group of people and then overtake a political system. You are a public figure. You're a celebrity. You can organize men, collect thoughts. You can sway opinions. You are important. So you are a threat. When you walk outside, they say, nigga, you ain't behind that internet no more. All right, we can arrest you, we can detain you, we can embarrass you, we can demoralize you, we can demean you, we can literally take your fucking head off. Okay, we can take your head off. So that is a threat. Public Enemy used to talk about that, right? You're public enemy number one. This is the importance of knowing about the Nation of Islam. You know, you're or the NAACP. Martin Luther King, he was able to organize people in collective thought. He's a threat. Then he's using subversive tactics. You're a threat. So with that being said, I don't care if you got 10 men or hundreds of thousands of men and women. You're going to be known. They're going to get a file on you. They're going to know you. They're going to want to know you. Have you ever had this happen? You see there's a school shooter or something like that, and you realize what happens when a school shooter happens. What do they normally say? Oh, the FBI went to their house already. See, when people come in here and try to take shots at me, you ain't that important. Dude, they'll have a school shooting, and then you will realize, oh, they went to the father's house already. What does that mean? They were already on the list. You didn't know about them. Nobody knew about them, but who knew? New world order. They knew about them. They were known. Somebody dropped a dime. Somebody said, pay attention to this person. Somebody said, this person could be dangerous. So they were already on the radar. So you're telling me I could get 4,000 people in here. I could get hundreds of thousands of people on many channels and platforms, and I could get them to subscribe and follow me and watch me on a daily basis, but I'm not important. I mean, this is nonsense. What they're trying to do is steal your shine. Okay? You're known. I'm known. I'm a known person. Okay? I'm a name, image, and a likeness. And my name, image, and likeness can be seen in trademarks, in copyright, in people copying my material. All right, and running with it and remixing it. I'm a known entity. Name, image, and likeness. You know me by my name. You can see my face, the characteristic, the beard. A bald head. You can literally put a silhouette of me like this, and nigga, you will know that person. Like the painting back here, you would know me by a silhouette. That's how important I am. You could get 50 people to say, that looks like CGA. That means you've crossed into importance. I go to other countries and people recognize me. Okay? So you're important at that particular point. When I go outside, people know me. All right? At least 2 people. And girls be with me like, damn, people really know who you are. Yep. And that's just the people who walked up to me. What about the people who stood to the side? Because I used to live around celebrities. I never walked up to them when I saw them. So some people see you and don't walk up to you. They just whisper and point. Okay? Man, we got some red pill rangers in here. All right? Got some red pill rangers in here. Shout out to Miles C. Says, one thing I respect about Charlie Kirk is that he actually believed in his talking points. These other content creators were just clout chasing and got cowardly once this happened. He says, none of these Mitches truly believe in anything. This is why you're Mitch slapping all of 2025. Rest in peace to Charlie Kirk. Are people just saying things for clout? Are people just saying things for clout just to get views and stuff like that? All right. And then when all of a sudden they realize the gravity of the situation, oh, I can get slapped. I can get slapped. I better be careful. There's an old story about Death Row Records, Suge Knight. And, you know, when you want to be a rapper, you typically approach people that can help you become a rapper. And so one of the legendary stories about Death Row Records are people will pop up to their office and they say, I can rap. Now, one of the things in the legendary story about the brutal days of Death Row and Suge Knight is that anybody that popped up and said what? I can rap. They basically said, look, okay, go ahead and rap for us, but if it's whack, we gonna whoop your ass. Now there's stakes. See, what people don't have today is stakes. You guys don't realize, okay, you want to come up and talk shit? Well, get hit. Right? That's part of the game. Big bank take little bank. This is why you have little people with no money that think they can talk to motherfuckers that have accomplished things and become celebrity and important and got big bank. You think you can talk to that motherfucker the same because I know you. You're comfortable with me. All right, but okay, you want to come up here and rap? Go ahead. You got the stage. But if you whack, we gonna whoop your ass with a baseball bat. Do you really want to rap now? Do you really want to rap? Do you really want to get a record deal? Now, it's the same thing as YouTube. Now that we know that Charlie Kirk got his motherfucking cat peeled, all right, in a disgraceful, embarrassing manner, do you really want to talk shit on the internet now? Do you really want to go out in public and talk shit like you talk on the internet? Because now they can go against your head. Now they popping off heads. All right, do you want to talk about the yous? Do you want to talk about the transgenders? Do you want to talk about these women in public? All right, you can talk about it on the internet, in your Twitter space, in your YouTube live stream, but do you want to come out here and talk that shit in public? Because right now, they peeling caps. Let it be known. You've been reminded. Do you want to get famous and talk shit and talk talking points on this internet? And do you want to creep your ass outside? What you want to do? Have your ass thinking twice. All right, you be thinking twice like a motherfucker. That's what they want you to do. Think twice, nigga. Do you have the stomach? You really want to rap? Right. Shout out to our brother Fixes Binds Empire says, Charlie Kirk is evil. Goodbye to racism, sexism, and fascism. The only good Nazi is a dead Nazi. All right, shout out to you. Thank you for that point of view.
New world order.
Thank you for that point of view. All right, again, I'm not in agreement with his talking points, but it does happen. Let's get back to the Kirk, what's his name? Charlie Kirk. And let's look at who's sympathetic about his demise and the way he died. If you guys didn't see the way he died, go ahead and look it up. It's available on Twitter. I'm not going to show it because it is disgraceful.
Here's William.
It is disgraceful.
It's an evil world we live in.
But the people that typically line up with the party of tolerance, okay, the party of tolerance, and I've said this years ago, the most intolerant people are the people that want tolerance. All right, anybody is virtue signaling, they're the least tolerant. They virtue signal and they want you to have a collective thought. And if you don't, then they embarrass you, they demonetize you, demoralize you, they distract you, right? They then sometimes physically harm you or have violence towards you. And this is why I haven't been aligned with the party of tolerance for a long time. They typically form division, and the division is nonstop. All right, so what'll tend to happen is they'll have a divisive issue, and then you will think they'll solve it, and then you'll think they're harmony, and they'll bring up another divisive group. All right, so the case in point, let's just take drunk history. All right, it's an evil world.
It's an evil world we live in.
The party of tolerance, tolerant people, progressives, if you will. What they'll say is, you have a traditional point of view that represents the colonial point of view, the colonizer, the white supremacy. So they'll say this group has been disenfranchised by you, African Americans, right? African Americans, blacks, Negroes, whatever you want to call them, coloreds, have been disenfranchised by this group here. So the party of intolerance is going to take care of this for you. And we're going to make it better for the Negro, right? And everybody would literally be on board with that. That sounds great, all right? That sounds fantastic. The Negroes deserve, they built this country, right? Their ancestry, the FBA, right? So there you go. You would literally co-sign for that. Now let's take the history for a second and realize what happens here. So, do you guys realize Jackie Robinson, who the Negro Leagues, my grandfather played in the Negro Leagues. I'm sorry, my great-grandfather played in the Negro Leagues. The Negro Leagues was a group of men who were disenfranchised by Major League Baseball, who kept baseball players white. All right, as long as you came from white folks, you could play in Major League Baseball. If you were a colored person, you cannot play in Major League Baseball. You had to play in the Chitlin Circuit. You had to play in the Negro Leagues. Well, there had been progressive thought and a group of tolerant people that wanted Jackie Robinson and Negroes to play in baseball because they were great players and demonstrated that once they got a chance to show their talent amongst the major leagues, they could actually stand up and compete and actually be the better players. But the group of people that wanted Jackie Robinson into the Major League Baseball was who? Who was the group of people that really made the push to get Jackie Robinson into baseball? Now, this is a positive thing. It's not a negative. But what was the group of people? When you look at this historically, you're going to make sense. It's going to make sense to you. This is going to make sense when you think about what happened to Charlie Kirk. The group of people that pushed Jackie Robinson into Major League Baseball were a group called the Communist Party. It was a media group who had a paper, a communist paper, right? They were the legitimate Communist Party, all right? There was a communist paper, and they were constantly pushing, you know who's. They were constantly pushing the idea of Negroes integrating into baseball. Now, when you don't know that, you wouldn't know that. But that was the truth. They were the ones that were constantly pushing owners to do this. The Yankees were like, hell no. The Yankees were like, hell to the motherfucking no. There's no way. All right, we ain't never going to do it. There ain't never going to be a nigga that plays for our baseball team until the 1970s or 80s. But communists, right? So that group was instrumental in pushing. Now, this is lost history right now, but I'll keep bringing it up. And the first owner to allow a Negro to play in baseball was a you-know-who.
I'm not going to say what race, what people. We know I can't say
He
that.
was a liberal. He was Branch Rickey. All right. He owned the Brooklyn Dodgers. And so you have that particular group, the Communist Party newspaper, pushing Jackie Robinson constantly. When is there going to have a black player? When is it going to have a black player? Okay. And so they were the ones that constantly pushed it year after year after year. And then they tried to find the right Negro to represent it. And Jackie Robinson was the right Negro. They could have picked, a bunch of Negroes, but they picked Jackie Robinson first, right? So, because he represented the one that probably would not lose his cool and crash out. So it was orchestrated. Then a you-know-who-ish owner, Branch Rickey, brought him in, Dodgers, all right? A National League team, not a traditional American League team. The American League team was traditionals. Those were the traditionals, the Cleveland Indians, New York Yankees. The National League was less traditional, all right? The Mets, the Dodgers, these teams, they were less traditional. And so it was a perfect fit. Now, if you take that in a historical snapshot, you would say that would be fair. It would be fair. But what tends to happen next? Let's take it years later. We're getting a push to make the WNBA what? Equal pay or equal representation of pay their worth. Not only that, we're also trying to get a female to coach an NBA basketball team. When you realize that is the same group of people just years later doing the same tactics. They want to bully us into getting Becky Lynch, whatever her name is, Becky Hammond, to be. Why not have a woman that can coach basketball? And then people are going to say, yeah, why not? That's the same thing as Jackie Robinson getting into Major League Baseball. You might not see it, but that's the same thing. They constantly, year after year, push it. They bully a team, and then a team finally does it. Why is that important? It's because you're taking one group and healing a situation, then there's another divisive group and another divisive group. Then it's the gays, then it's the transgenders. It's nonstop. It's nonstop to the point where the people who are on the other side finally are going, when is it going to end? Well, the Progressive Party, it never ends. So what does it do? It forces the other side to keep saying, what's the next mole to whack? Okay, what's the next mole to whack? So Charlie Kirk is a whack-a-mole. He's playing whack-a-mole with the Negroes. He's playing whack-a-mole with the progressives, the commies, the Jews. He playing whack-a-mole with everybody, the transgenders, the gays, because the progressives, the tolerant party, is constantly dividing groups and making them victims. Then we fall for it. Then you have a group of people choose sides. Why not let the gays? Why not let the transgenders in the bathroom? Why not let the Negroes move to the baseball? Why not let women coach the NBA? It's nonstop. What people have to understand is this group is doing this to subvert the American people. And then we cause division amongst it. Because one group says, why not? Women have been treating fair. Why not pay them as much as NBA players? This is the party of tolerance. Then what happens is when you don't agree, they turn to violence. When you don't agree, you turn to violence. So now we have 15 different groups as opposed to one or two. What about the Mexicans? What about the immigrants? What about the non-fucking stop? To the point where if you're a political pundit, you then are playing whack-a-mole with all of these groups, the immigrants. Now you got the illegal aliens, the blacks, the Negroes, the crime rate. Now you got the National Guard in Chicago. You see what I'm saying? Whack-a-mole. This is why you have to have a little bit of understanding of history so you can understand what people are doing. Now you then make Charlie Kirk up here. You push Charlie Kirk up here because he starts to stand up against the progressives. He starts to stand up against the commies and the liberals. He starts standing up of this group of division, but then they make him the divider. Oh, you're the racist. You're the Nazi. And he's like, I'm just standing up for my representation. Why am I always the bad guy? Why are my people? You see what's happening? It's just straight division. So then they start saying, if you're black, you should be against Charlie Kirk. Right? It's literally division, subversion from within. Now you got to kill Charlie Kirk. Because now we've silenced the Nazi. We've silenced the colonizer. We silenced the problem. Okay, this person hates everybody, but why? Because everybody's been put up as a group, a disenfranchised group to hate. It's nonstop. It's nonstop. So he goes and debates people who just wants to put up a new divisive group to knock down. Okay, so here we go right here. So then what happens is he becomes an enemy to all. Then once he gets assassinated, then what happens is this. All right, so let's go ahead and put this up here. And by the way, I'm trying to use knowledge and reasoning here. I'm trying, but there's people disagreeing with me, and you could go fuck yourself. I literally tried to iron this out and lay this out as easy as it can for even the dumbest motherfucker to understand, and you still disagree with me, and so you could kiss my whole black ass. Even the blacks are divided up. ADOS, FBA, Tethers. You see what I mean? Division is on the menu, but those are the parties of progressive. You see, those are the progressive people. Those are the people who are right. They're constantly dividing themselves amongst even themselves. To the point where if you're just representing one side, you're the enemy. Okay, let me pull this up and let me know if you can't hear this. All right, let me know if you can't hear this. All right, you should be able to hear me. These are people reacting to the death of Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk got shot and killed. How do you feel?
Happy. Goodbye.
Wow. Did you see that Charlie Kirk just got shot and killed?
That's good.
Wow, that's good. That's good that people are getting shot just off a political view. Good that people are dying in America.
Did you see that Charlie Kirk got shot and killed today?
Yes, I did.
How do you feel about that?
I don't really have any feelings about it.
I mean, what is this, man? Like,
wait a minute. Who are you?
Again, this is supposed to be normal, right? And so you have them not caring, no empathy, violence, carry out violence, shoot down the Nazi, all right, silence him, all right, silence the person that is organizing people. They don't care. And these are people that are the party of tolerance. These are left voters. You can obviously see, but I'm looking at this like,
wait a minute. Who are you?
So where are you supposed to take a stand? Who do you side with? If you're an African American, do you side with these people because you have a voting allegiance? I mean, these people obviously have some issues here. I mean, some critical issues. Do I side with them? Are they on my team? Right? Do I want to side with them to say, hey, we don't care about him. He deserves to die. This is why I say these people have been pushing empathy and sympathy for a long time. But then when it's time for them to be empathetic, they don't want to show up. All right. They want it their way. And they don't mind violent tactics to do it. All right. We got to take violence. We got to have public executions and hangings and lynchings. But don't hang and lynch a Negro, though, or a gay or a transgender or a migrant or so forth and so on. We're going to hang only people that have non-divisive. Or we're going to blame him for being divisive. He's divisive. All right, but take a look at this. What is this?
Wait a minute. Who are you?
I certainly can't align with this side. All right, I can't align with this side, even though this side might have my best interests at heart as a Negro. All right, let's continue.
Who are you?
Charlie Kirk got shot and killed today. We're just getting people's opinions. How do you feel about that?
Damn, A-cup queen.
Girl, someone had to do it.
Someone had to do it. Can I ask you something? What are other divisive tactics of this particular progressive group? Palestine versus the Jews. Ukraine versus the Russians. All right, they want it their way, and their only side, they're right. Okay. All right, somebody had to do it. The itty bitty titty committee right here. Oh, and then they always target young people. Have you noticed this? So the targeting of young people is going to be on the menu. And typically commies are going to take the long route. They will do subversion from within. They start with young people. This is why when possibly Charlie Kirk was against transgenders doing reading to children, right? So this is a subversive tactic. And then when you're against it, then you're the Nazi. All right, what's wrong with you? What's wrong with a cross-dresser, or what do they call it? A queen? Drag queen. What's wrong with drag queen reading hour? You're a racist, you're a ism. Well, what you're doing is trying to subvert my teachings in my household. I send my kid to public school, you bring a drag queen out. I'm not with that. Now you're the Nazi. You see what I mean? Now you don't agree with progressivism. So now you're violent. I gotta use violence. That is a way to subvert your household teachings. That is a way to give you no choice. That is a way to actually get the early notch into getting to your kids. So they always are going to choose young people to get to, because over time, these people are going to be able to have influence and make the change longer term. That's why it's subversion. All right. Now, if you just violently took over, that wouldn't be subversion. You would be violently taking over. Okay. Well, violently taking over wouldn't make you sympathetic figure. So they got to use we care and love is love and peace. When they shoot somebody in a non-peaceful way, they're not peaceful. Or when they protest, they will start as a peaceful protest and it will lead into violence. And then they will say, well, it was a mostly peaceful protest. You see what we're going here, these subversive tactics. Now, if you're against them, they silence you. And then when you get silenced, they don't give a fuck. Kevin Samuels, they celebrated his death. Here with Charlie Kirk, celebrating his death. And it's young people that do this. And these are supposed to be the people that have mental health. Oh, they want work-life balance, right? They want you to be sympathetic to their issues and cause, each one personally. But when somebody gets their head peeled off, there goes the empathy. Bye-bye. There goes the peace. There goes the progressivism. There goes the tolerance. Out the fucking door, right? Just like that. Just like that.
And that's how I feel at this point in time. But
you know, I appreciate your honesty. I truly do. So you said someone had to do it.
yes. Try not to get all pulled up into that, but he was a misogynist. He was a disgusting person with
Now, I don't know about this.
disgusting beliefs.
So if you had a magical wand, a magical button that you could press and keep him from being assassinated, would you press that?
No.
Right there. There goes a party of tolerance right there. All right, so there it is. He didn't have views that I agreed with. Guess what? It's time to
Pop, pop, cut, cut, cut. Skitty keep pop, pop. And a pop, pop, boom.
All right. So the party of tolerance is gone. All right. Nope. He was a misogynist. He must die. Now, these are people, again, there's some people in here who are anti-Charlie Kirk. I don't mind you being anti-Charlie Kirk. Like I said, I don't know much about him. All I know, he was a content creator, so I look at it from my point of view going, damn, is that what they doing to content creators? They're shooting them? Okay. All right, and nobody cares when you get shot. And then same thing can happen. He was a misogynist, so he dies. If he dies, he dies. Is this the party of tolerance? Right? Yep. He said the children of Mao 2.0. For real. This is some Mao shit. Okay, I don't like what he's saying. Die. All right, like, this is crazy to me to be able to see this going on here. Now, I mean, this is not less than sympathetic or progressive.
I think things happen for a purpose. And if that's how his life was ended, then that's how it was ended.
That's how it was ended. So what? That's how his life is ended. And there's a flatback coming behind this little muskrat right here.
So,
do you know who Charlie Kirk is?
Yeah, he's a I'm like, yeah, he's an you know? I wouldn't wish it to anyone, but I don't think his political views are correct, you know?
He's not politically correct. Die. Come on, man. So I can't have a difference of opinion. I gotta die. Well, yes, you do. In our world, you got to die. I mean, we know this, and they won't care, bro. Yeah, he was an asshole. Can you name me one thing you didn't like that he said?
Nope.
Nah, he was an asshole. He gets to die. All right. I mean, come on, man. And we have been desensitized to this now. Even when you watch the video of his death, you're desensitized by it. Like, it makes your stomach hurt, but then you go have a tomato juice afterwards. You don't care. All right. We're desensitized to this.
Step away from this because you're just trying. Well, you let him talk. He wants to talk. What are you? I'm not talking to you. I'm talking to him.
You know,
anyways.
I love the right. I love the right. I love all of you guys. Thank you.
All right. So now he had to switch it up. All right. I love the right. See, that's that. I'm in love. Love peace. No war. Make peace. All right. But kill, destroy, maim, violence, assassinate, public lynching, public execution. Yes. Now, you don't agree with me? Kill. All right. That's what they're saying here. Am I tripping? We got Amanda Seals. I always call her Amanda Seal. All right, I don't know why, but she blowing up like the Goodyear blimp. Also, overweight people, right? Fat people, right? Fat people are another divisive group. Typically, it's the fat women that get sympathy. Fat men, no sympathy. The body positivity, another divisive group, another group that we now have to consider their feelings. Then you have disabled people. You can't call them the R word. It's ridiculous, right? It gets more ridiculous and ridiculous. So we have Amanda Seal. Amanda Seal is going to talk about right here the death of Charlie Kirk. And it says, let's hear what she has to say.
I can't have empathy for someone like Charlie Kirk. First of all, Charlie Kirk don't believe in empathy. He said it's a bad thing. He said it's some new age made up shit. He also said people got to be sacrificed in order to protect guns. If he was saying that while fighting for reparations, I may have a little bit of empathy. But this white on white violence.
Here we go.
He died? Damn, B. Life comes at you fast.
There's a party of tolerance and empathy and so forth and so on, right? All right. And then they deflect, redirect. Oh, we need to send the National Guard to Utah. They start talking about white on white crime. You know, this is low IQ shit. And this is why I don't do debates, because I don't have time for this. Like, I don't have time for this. And most of these people have accomplished absolutely nothing in life, just like the people that they follow. They'll tell you about socialism, what could work the next time they try it. And Karl Marx didn't do shit the first 50 years of his life. He ain't do nothing. Accomplished zero. All right. And so forth, these people as well. They accomplish nothing. They become parasitic, and then they want you to lose because they're a loser, right? They want reparations because they don't want to work. So there it is. Damn, B, life comes at you fast. This is the party of tolerance right here you're listening to.
Empathy, because I have no connectivity. I have more connectivity to someone who is a complete stranger that dies of a drug overdose than I do to someone like Charlie Kirk, because life is hard. And I understand that, because it takes very little for someone to end up committing themselves to an existence of numbness. I understand that. That man got murdered at 31 at a college event in the middle of a sentence talking about black gangs. What a way to go.
Are we defending black gangs? I mean, I'm trying to figure out what's going on.
Oh, Chanel. He was actually taken out by an old white man.
How do we know that? That's false. I mean, that's false information. Again, you guys falling for the okie doke. I talked about this earlier in the show. He was not taken out by an old white man. We don't even know if the shooter was white. I'm going to say it possibly was white. More than likely white. All right. Typically some white shit to do. But now we're out here. Yep. Straw man. Now we're out here digging for stuff. Now we're out here sending the National Guard to Utah. Now we've deflected and redirected the conversation. And now we've gone to the idiot zone. Right. The man lost his life. Oh, who cares about that? All right. What goes around comes around. The chickens come home to roost. And by the way, what do these people accomplish in life? Nothing. That's why they want things to be equal or equitable and DEI, because they want things to be correct to pass. But it's oftentimes people that haven't done things in their lives. I mean, this is crazy. What has she done with her life?
In one of the whitest, whitery, witty whites states in existence. Empathy, because he didn't get murked in Watts now.
Watts. He wouldn't have been in Watts.
They took him out in Utah. They said Lady Oleana. I want you to know it was us. Ain't no way it was a black man that took that man out. Not no Utah.
No, not no Utah. All right, I would agree with that. And there she is stuffing her face. Cats. I mean, the irony is crazy.
Mm-hmm. And right as that bullet hit him, that man was in the middle of talking shit about gangs. White on white crime. These thugs, y'all. These thugs. This.
All right, so there it is. That's a message from Donald Trump, but that's another example of the tolerant left. right? These are the people that want to have tolerance. And so what they'll do is they're constantly trying to rehab history, and, you know, their target is white folks. Obviously, these people are racist against white people, and it's phenomenal that it ain't really white people holding you back. They don't really care about you. They just don't want to live around you. That's, you know, their entire way they buy real estate is predicated on not living around you and getting to their job in a reasonable time. Okay, and you can see why you wouldn't want to live around a person like this. These are scavengers. They're low lives. All right, they accomplish nothing, but they continue to beg and want to destroy you. All right, listen, and it's not just white people. It are successful people. So if you're successful and black, you might as well just be white. All right, if you think independently and you want to independently raise your family and not help everybody else's family, you're just as white as an individual like that. Right? They don't like individualism. They like collectivism. So their model of earning, their model of getting people to be righted is collectivism. As soon as you pursue individualism, you're an enemy to them, right? So they don't like that. They don't like that you pulled yourself up by your own bootstraps. They're like, this is impossible for me to do so because Whitey, all right, or you, Uncle Tomism. They always need somebody to blame or shift. This is what a commie does, subversion from within. And many of your civil rights groups were communist organizations, all right? People don't realize that. Black Panther Party was a communist organization. Their whole platform, the 12-point program, was communism, all right? Free lunches and bread and this type of shit, all right? This was communism, but the thing that made it attractive and dangerous was that they were carrying guns in California. What did that mean? What did that happen? That changed all gun laws in California forever. That's why you can't get a gun. Right? That's why you can't carry a gun. The Martin Luther King's right-hand man was a communist. And not only that, he was gay. Right? And he was his main writer. He was the main progressive thought of all of Martin Luther King's biggest activities. And he wrote and organized Martin Luther King's activities while he was having orgies. You could deal with that or not, but there's a movie that will back this up. He's a less known figure, but that is true. All right. He was a known registered communist. All right. I'll show you who it is now. Yep. Bayard Rustin. A lot of people don't know this person. Now, people are going to know him now because more people are more receptive to gays, right? But back then, he was a gay communist, and he was Martin Luther King's right-hand man. All right? And he was a devout communist. He was an unapologetic communist. He was a registered communist. So, and a Marxist. And there he is with his white gay lover. Irony. The irony. All right, here we go right here.
Oh, the humanity.
All right, but, you know, it's a weird thing. It's a weird thing when you know. When you don't know, you will act like I don't know, which is a mind fuck for me. You're acting like I don't know. And I know. All right. So the Black Panthers, Martin Luther King, they all had influence of communism, all right? Even to the point of Black Lives Matter. They said we're registered Marxists. But ignorant people wouldn't know this. So they just want to hear Black Lives Matter. Yeah, Black Lives should matter. But you're following a registered Marxist organization. All right, let me just show you that real quickly. Let me see here. This is Patrisse Cullors, registered Marxist. So when you know where the ideology comes from, all right, when you know what the purpose is, you can get behind the method, behind the madness. It's not just the black thing that they're doing. Then they went so far as to say, we don't believe in patriarchy. So they're feminists. We don't believe in two-parent households where the father leads. We believe in gay people determining their, you know, having lesbian couples or gay couples having kids, right? So this is where you realize that what you're listening to, they reel you in with the idiot shit, and then they lead you down a line of subversion from within. Right? So, but you don't know. They just got you down there riled up with a pallet of bricks and Molotov cocktails, saying that the police are harassing you. You have no clue. And they put people up like LeBron James to say they're hunting us down like rabbits. Division. Division. So then when you don't agree with them, they kill you. All right, that's their method. That's their method. It's the wildest shit when you can see it. All right, hold on for a second. I would play a YouTube video, but it's probably going to be censored. Okay, but let me see here. I'm gonna play this video. I'm gonna play the audio only because it's probably gonna mute soon as I share it. Soon as I share it. All right, let me see. I'm gonna share it. Let me know if this is muted. It's probably muted right now. You probably can't see me. All right, you can't see me. We're gonna get to Charlie Kirk in a minute here, but this is the progressive. This is the party of progression. Can you hear me? Let me know. I got a 10-second delay. All right, let me know if you can hear me. I'm gonna hear this. You're gonna hear this in a second. All right, and by the way, most of the pro-blacks are always light-skinned. All right, but that's neither here nor there. All right, we can hear. All right, listen to this real quick, and everybody's seen this before, but this is the party of tolerance.
I think that the criticism is helpful. I also think that it might, I think of a lot of things. The first thing I think is that we actually do have an ideological frame. Myself and Alicia in particular are trained organizers. We are trained Marxists. We are super versed on sort of ideological theories.
All right, you heard that, right? All right, you heard that, right? I didn't say it. She said it. You guys don't know who you're following, just like you don't know who you praying to half the time. You don't know what you're following. It's handed down to you. They just basically gaslight you. They make you the victim. They divide you. And they say, yes, we have an ideology. What is it? It's trained Marxism. Divide and conquer. Subversion from within. We're here to terrorize. And then we're also going to terrorize the people who don't agree with us. Mao. Stalin. Okay? This is their tactics. They just destroy and kill people who don't agree with them. That's their ideology. And there's no empathy once that happens. Now, when they get victimized, there's empathy. That's what Marxism, this is what it is. So when you see the college students saying the same thing, I have no empathy. When you see Amanda Seals saying the same thing, I have no empathy. That's Marxism. That's what they're pushing. And she said it. We're trained.
We are super
well-versed.
Are trained Marxists. We are...
Wait, let me say that again.
Marxists.
She said it. Trained organizers.
We are trained Marxists.
She said it. Now, let me ask you this. Let me ask you this. Am I cooking? Press 1 in the chat if I'm fucking cooking right now. She said we're trained organizers. There was a president who had very little political experience. But when he ran, he was one of the most voted in presidents of all time. He was a senator from a well-known state, but prior to being a senator, he was an organizer. Does that sound familiar?
New world order.
Does that sound familiar or no? Does it sound familiar or no? Remember, he was a community organizer. Communism. Does it sound familiar? New It's the party of tolerance. And then when you don't agree, they shoot you. All right, that's what they... And then they have no empathy. Does it seem... Am I piecing it together? I know. I'm just over here. I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about. But it all falls in line. To this point right here, we have a person that is allegedly in the U.S. military. All right, we have the U.S. military. This is why I do what I do, and I just stay up out of it, bro. We have a guy in the U.S. military. This is his response to Charlie Kirk. Oh, and he was homophobic. Well, okay, this is the first one. You have to be careful of your words because it just might be those very words that get you up out of here. Bless his kid's heart. Oh, and he was homophobic. Well, better luck next time, friend. U.S. military. Is that not subversion from within? I mean, I know these men are trained to kill, but wow. Okay. So it's not just let these people in and everything will be fine. You let these people in and subversion. Right? But yeah, he's right. You got to be careful with your words because they do. Now today, we know content creators can get that motherfucking work. Okay? You can get that work. So I don't know. Is he gay and black in the military? All right. I mean, I don't know. I have no idea. But he has no problem with this type of work here. Everybody could get that work. Let's talk about Tariq Nasheed's response to this. Tariq Nasheed's response. Tariq Nasheed's response to this particular event. He says right here, Charlie Kirk goes around to campuses talking about how violent black people are. His social media timeline goes on and on about how violent black people are. And in the middle of his speech discussing black gang violence, Charlie gets shot by a white man. Okay, so he's partially right. Charlie does go around campuses talking about how violent black people are. Yep. He also, I played the clip earlier of him saying, violence begets violence. You got to actually say, he basically said the equivalent of, let me pull it up. Let me use his own words right here. This is what he said.
So we need to be very clear that you're not going to get gun deaths to zero. It will not happen. Right. You can significantly reduce them through having more fathers in the home, yes, by having more armed guards in front of schools. We should have an honest and clear reductionist view of gun violence, but we should not have a utopian one. You will never live in a society when you have an armed citizenry and you won't have a single gun death. That is nonsense. It's drivel. But I think it's worth it.
All right, I think it's worth it to have in order to protect 2A. Now, do you think he would have the same opinion today? All right, well, I mean, damn. There's probably, do you think he would have the same opinion today? Right? Well, if he was here today, you obviously would say maybe he would second guess that, but I don't think so. I think he would probably stand on his business right there, but shit. Like, damn. What a way to go out. Out like a sucker, all right? Lights out, all right? He got that puncture right to the carotid artery and night. I mean, evil. Now I got to ask you this. Tariq Nasheed's point. Since social media timeline goes on about how violent black people are only to be deleted by a white person. Now, he then says this. Black gang violence. Now, I brought this up the other day. This is an important point. Why is the black community always protecting gang violence? And I said this the other day, and I hope you guys understand what I'm talking about. One of the reasons why I refused, I have my ideology match with typically Tariq Nasheed, is that they're always protecting gang violence. Like, we can't discuss gang violence. The hood heroes are legends. We got to get them out of jail. Tukey Wilson, right? Go up and down the line. Nino Brown, the men who run the neighborhoods in the streets, Chirac. Okay, Chirac versus the U.S. military. When people start saying that black community could be better if they literally got control of the black gang violence, men like Tariq Nasheed tend to throw that back in his face and say, hey, listen, you got killed by a whole white man. He's always, stop discussing black gang violence. You can't talk about it. Pookie, Larry Hoover, BMF, up and down the line, Big U. It's like, why are you always defending that? Why wouldn't you let that critical thought where Charlie's attacking that point and say that's a point of weakness? Your community would thrive if you actually got black gang violence under control. Can't talk about it. So now he's a racist for talking about black gang violence. That's what you're reading here. That's what I'm reading into Tariq Nasheed. He initially said black violence. I don't believe blacks are violent. I believe black gangs are. Right? I believe mentally unstable black people are just like mentally unstable white people. They're a problem. They tend to be violent. Then you have the progressive people who tend to say, well, violence is okay. So who's actually violent? The gangs. Charlie Kirk is a racist because he's saying the black gangs tend to be violent. So he needs to die. All right? Die. You see this right here, right? All right. So Charlie Kirk got caught slipping and got clapped for discussing black gang violence. Right? So he's a racist. Just like Patrice Cullors and the Marxists. They're always saying you're attacking this group of people, but it's always the commies and the gangs that people tend to attack. And then they say they lump us all in together. They're attacking black people. No, they're not. I don't think Charlie Kirk was talking about me. You might have thought he was talking about me. Like, I've never heard him talk about black people, to be honest with you. But he wasn't talking about me. He talking about you. But don't lump us all in together. He's talking about a critical issue in the community. Tariq Nasheed doesn't want to handle it. Why? Because he may be in their pockets. He's scared to handle it. Maybe Big U make him check in. Jay Prince makes him check in to Houston. I have no idea, but it tends to be, why are we defending this? Why are we against Charlie Kirk talking about black gang violence? There's a woman that made a video recently, and I might have to show it in this context here. In this context. Again, I'm not a fan of Charlie Kirk. I really don't know what he talks about, to be honest with you. I don't know. We're just talking about it from this point of view and saying this is the party of tolerance. How can this be? How can this be, particularly after this act? All right, let me see if I can play this video right quick of this young lady discussing this. Let me see here. And you guys don't realize, I added it to my story inadvertently. And then we'll get back to talking about some relationship dynamics because I know that you're here for this. We have a record-breaking audience, but our purses are empty. Let me see if I can pull this up. Okay, nope, I won't be able to pull it up. Oh, shit. Hold on for a second. Maybe I'll do this. I'll share it on my notes. Look at me. I'm an old man, by the way. For an old man to be doing social media like this as a one-man band, you got to say, this is miraculous. All right, because I barely look at my phone. All right, so... And do not email me about anything. Somebody's going to say, I'm going to email you about something. Don't do it. I won't check it. All right. I have an assistant that checks my emails. I will not see it. Coach, I emailed you. So what? I sent you a DM. You want to see what my DMs look like? First of all, let me just show you this as I pull up this video. Let me take a screenshot. Okay. Let me do this. That's my Gmail right there. That's my Gmail. Do not send me an email. I am not going to see it. All right. I sent you an email about a collab. Nigga, you better have 3 points of contact with me, bro. You better have my phone number. I just shout out to ABL. He got me in touch with a large content creator, pause, and they had to go through ABL to get me. All right. All right. I had to get a DM from ABL. ABL, shout out to ABL. And he was over here. We tried to put something together. I'm not an easily reachable guy, bro. Don't send me shit. All right. Nigga, you're going to have to know me. You're going to have to know me and find where I'm at. And I ain't easily findable. Okay, let me see here. Let me show you my DMs on, I don't know if they'll actually show it. Let me see, what's my general box? Oh, they won't show the number. Let's see here. Oh, they won't show the number, but it says 99 plus. All right. All right, so you got to find me, bro. Find me through somebody. All right, you got to find me through ABL, Donovan Sharp. You got to find me through Fresh. Otherwise, you're not gonna find me. Those are the two people you're gonna find me through. All right, anyway, unless you send me some money or you're on Patreon or Locals. All right, I'm gonna hit you, but do not send me no shit. All right, so here we go right here. Let's play this video of this sister. You been on my mind. I knew that was going to happen once during this stream. All right, so here we go.
I think it's about time we hang that gangsta rap shit up. Yeah.
All right, so here it is. This is what I've been telling y'all for a long time. All right, and I've been a victim of this as well, but I had to wake up. She said, I think it's time that we put this gangster shit, gangster rap away. All right, that's what she said. I'll play it again, and I will paraphrase this here. But, you know, unfortunately, these people don't want to be saved. Let's play it again.
I think it's about time we hang that gangsta rap shit up.
I think it's about time we hang this gangsta rap shit up. I think it's time we hang this gangsta rap shit up. Let's go back to Tariq Nasheed. Charlie Kirk has stuff to say about black gang violence. Now, what you don't understand, and I've been trying to tell you niggies this for a long time, is that you have been subverted from within. You've been divided them up amongst your group of Negroes. You are two different groups of people. You're blacks and there's niggas. I've been a victim of this. We've been told that the cool people in the room and the people who keep it real are the black gangs and the gangster rap and the gang violence. So much so that now our women want to choose gang niggas. Okay? Now, 25 years ago, it was not that common. It was common, but it was not that overt that women love pookies. Today, the women are the pookies and they're pookie lovers. Okay? They're pookie lovers. So they want to keep the status quo. They want to keep the definition of black as nigga. All right. And the gang violence tends to be it. But what happens to the real gangster rappers? You find out they're studio gangsters. They snitch, Young Thug, or whatever this shit going on here. Don't ask me about it. I don't know. Then the women start getting tattoos on their face. They start being hoes and skeezers. They start having pookie spawns with these pookies. Right? Then when the black man shows up, me, passport bros, men trying to have order of masculinity, they want to kill us. We're misogynists. They want to kill us. But they then deify the pookie. They deify the pookie all through their 20s and into their 30s. And then the 40-year-old women fucking the YNs. See what I'm saying? Like, this is what that community has then come to. And then the minute you criticize it, you're a racist and you gotta die. Am I tripping? The minute a man go gets his passport, he gotta die. The minute you become a free agent, you gotta die. The minute you exhibit masculinity, you gotta die. But you then touch a pookie's, you harm a hair on his chinny chin chin, the nigga gets a mural. And the women go want to fuck him. And then they do this, they mate with these guys, and then you're supposed to clean up the bullshit. And it is all instituted by the gangster rap culture that seems like Tariq Nasheed is defending against what Charlie Kirk is criticizing. Okay, I know y'all don't want to hear this shit, but I'm being real.
Yeah. And admit that we all was stupid.
Yep, you're stupid.
Even me. Got tats all on my face.
Look at that. Dumbass bitch got tattoos all on her face, tattoos all on her hand. Now, what's going to happen when she turns 30? She looking too much of a nigga, right? And now you've gone down to the lowest common denominator. So when Charlie Kirk criticizes that group, he's not criticizing blacks. He's criticizing the lowest common denominator, the dummies that she's saying she is. She's a dummy. I followed that shit. I lived that life. I participated in it. And some of you Arrested Development niggas still living that life. And some of y'all still got the stripes and the bullet wounds. Some of y'all still, they got pissing on ops' graves, the lingo, the slang. That's what's being criticized, not black people. Black people aren't being criticized. It's these niggas, right? That nobody wants to live next to. Now you got the filter in the face. Now this bitch been ran through by 50 pookies and trains. Where's that one woman talking about she want a train ran on her? Now, the minute then Tariq Nasheed defend these niggas, he has no solution for these niggas. None. This is why I don't help the community. As long as you're going to defend niggerism, all right, I ain't in it, all right?
The real problem is niggerism. That's the real problem.
So now I got to die. Now you got to kill the people that talk like me, all right? Because why? I don't agree with bullshit. Even she realizes it. All these niggas y'all been following is either gay, Diddy, or fake gangsters, NWA. None of these niggas was real gangsters. They was out here, CIA operatives, CIA did a damage on you niggas, and now 40, 50 years down the line, you realize, damn, I was stupid. Because when you wake up and following gang lifestyle and gangster rap, you realize you've been sold a bill of goods. It was not real. It was fake. It was fake. I got tattoos of the hood. All right, they blicked us. We died for the hood. Guess what? That's what Charlie Kirk's criticizing. Not niggas. He's not black people. He's criticizing this. And even she woke up. Damn. Maybe I was wrong.
All that gang shit. We did that. That shit's stupid. You got NBA Youngboy promoting peace. You got Lil Durk promoting peace. You got Young Thug snitching.
Yep, see? Look at the realization in her eyes, and look at the damage this young woman has done to herself. All right, look at the damage she's done. Hey, by the way, where's Tariq Nasheed on this? By the way, this is the Maryland Munster, right? Maryland Munster. I always tell you, when you have smart, talented, 10th, attractive African Americans, you need to remove them to the community. Because what they'll do is they'll drag her down like Maryland Munster. Okay? And the Maryland Munster syndrome is to tell the attractive person they're ugly. It's to tell the talented person they're still a nigga with no way to rehab it. You include them in a collective, and then you keep them in gang violence, and you keep them in pookie access to pookies, and then guess what? Now she got tattoos all over her face. This is the Maryland Munster. I created this. I don't know. I didn't create the idea of it. The idea was on the Munsters. All right, but what the Munsters do is they take the obviously attractive person and tell them how ugly they are. Oh, you're ugly. Nobody will ever want you. You just still a nigga. Nobody wants a blonde, attractive white woman. You too fat. You too skinny. You need to put some more meat on your bones. You ain't hood enough. You ain't real. All right, you ain't got no stripes. And then guess what? Boom. All right, now this woman has no chance. Same thing. You don't put braces on their teeth. You don't invest in your kids. You don't teach them anything. You don't give them options. You just let them be niggas. Am I muted again? You just let them be niggas. And then now she has no chance to get ahead. She has no chance to get out. And then you just say, you one of us now. And she done followed all of them pookie niggas around and realized they just duke shooters and gays and wear dresses and shit. All right. And they snitching on each other. But they was all on the motherfucking album saying they don't snitch and they keep it 100. And then behind the scenes, they giving up the ghost. This is what Charlie Kirk was criticizing. He wasn't criticizing men like me. So I don't consider what he was saying racist. Even to the point where Tariq Nasheed said he was racist, so he had to die. He was criticizing what she is criticizing, what she woke up to. That's what he was criticizing. He had to die for that, and Tariq Nasheed has to stand up against that. By the way, if you understand who Tariq Nasheed is, you realize he's just a race hustler. All right, he's just a race hustler. Shout out to him and his grift and his way of making money. I will never stand in the way of a man's hustle. But Tariq Nasheed was also promoting player lifestyle, and he had all white girlfriends at this time. I think he's from LA. He's from LA, so I understand his game and swag. All right, I understand how he operates. He was in and around the San Fernando Valley. He was an actor, right, trying to get into movies and shit like this. All right, but he was promoting players and Max and all of that shit too, that PUA bullshit. Then he matured and grew older and said, let's do this nigga shit. All right, so, and by the way, if you understand race hustlers, they're grifters, all right? They never have a solution. The solution is always to ask the person who has victimized them to correct the victimization. All right, he's from Detroit originally, but then he came in and grew up. He did his most work in his 20s in Los Angeles, right, trying to be an actor. All right, and he was in acting and movie roles and shit like this. All right, but it is what it is related to that. But that's where we're at. I look at it and say the sympathetic, the people who are looking at this situation to happen, I don't like that we're looking at a public execution in this light, especially now that it's content creators. All right. Right now that it's content creators, now you've been put on notice. You saw Myron and Ben Shapiro. Now they canceling shit. No, stay behind that mic, y'all. Let me do some super chats, and then we got one more segment coming up. But I wanted to get to that early because that was somewhat the main event. But I want the improvement and the betterment to other people. But I also do want to know what Charlie Kirk talks about because I don't want to sound like I'm defending him either. All right, and one of these days in the next, if I think about it, in the middle of the shit that I got going on, if I do have time to listen to some of the clips that he says, there may be a lot of things I strongly disagree with. All right. There may be some takes that I'm absolutely like, damn. But I also am looking at it that he should be able to say it. Just like Tariq Nasheed. Like, if this happened to Tariq Nasheed, I wouldn't celebrate Tariq Nasheed. If this happened to anybody like Tariq Nasheed, let me correct the way I'm saying this, because I don't want him to be victim. If this happened to anyone like him, I would have the same reaction. He should not be publicly executed in that manner. All right. And anybody that was out there that did that, they should be persecuted as well. But anyway, he wasn't controversial. Yeah, I don't know. I really don't know. Because anytime I saw him, he really wasn't talking about anything I wanted to listen to. So I would see him and then just scroll up. All right. I'm not trying to listen to him. Shout out to Edmund Dante says, Coach, keep calling them out. I'm tired of these weak ass niggas and normies with zero mental toughness and words making you have to go get a therapist. Yes. Therapy is another psyops, by the way. He says, cannot stand the soft nature, especially mentally, from men nowadays. Give these chumps the buzzer. All right. Therapy for men is useless, bruh. Men don't conquer things through therapy. Now, if you were rehabbed, if you needed a chance to talk to someone, and fine. I'm not saying you should not. However, I've heard Tim, can't remember his name. He used to train Michael Jordan. Tim Grover. You know how men win is motherfucking winning. All right. You know how men get over shit? Winning. When you win, all right, when you win, you get over shit. Real quick. Now, that doesn't mean you're perfect, but win. Go win. Go get some dubs. Go get some W's. All right. But sitting around kumbaya and shit is not going to help any man. All right, you pee sitting down, tampon string, and your Duke shoot have him in. Sitting around, therapizing and philosophizing. Shout out to Kosher Condition. He's our resident manosphere masculine therapist. Go get some wins, man. Go get some dubs. All right, when you losing, constantly losing, that's going to make you feel bad. How men get over shit is winning. Now, women don't get over by winning. Historically, they've never had an expectation to win. They've attached themselves to winners. So when it goes wrong, they have to therapize themselves and sit around and have a kumbaya powwow over fire, right? So they typically have to get over their shit by communicating socially and understanding why their mind works that way. But when you win, nigga, you start thinking of seeing life differently. There was another guy said, get young Nipsey Hussle. Get a couple of dollars and see if your life don't change. Okay? Get a couple of dollars and see if your whole world don't change as a man. See what happens. All right. See what the world looks like. Get a couple of dollars in your pocket. That's called winning. Shout out to our brother Underdog Glory says, great info. I try to lay my case out. Zach the God says, it was a Mossad hit, flawless exfiltration. A Mossad hit. See, that is way behind my wheelhouse. So I don't really know anything about that, to be honest with you. Shout out to our brother. It is Romy Rome. Rome Hudson says the value and knowledge you give is highly appreciated. That's a sponsorship. Shout out to you, man.
I'm rich, bitch.
All right, shout out to you. All right, shout out to Preston says sounds like people don't want freedom of speech. That's true. Big Buck says free speech ain't free, coach. Guys, free speech ain't free. Nothing's free these days. Despise a free lunch. Nothing's free. When you talk, nigga talk shit, get hit. All right, but the Constitution's constantly being tested. And you guys got to realize, Marxists and communists, they don't want the Constitution. The Constitution is the great barrier. It's a paperwork that people use and hold up to say, you can't trample on my rights. All right, you guys got to realize people don't want you to have rights. There are groups of people that don't want you to have rights. So they don't want you to be able to freely speak. They don't want you to be able to defend yourself. All right, and they constantly challenge it. Every election cycle, gun rights, take away guns, take away this and that. Guys realize that that's in play. Mr. Hunt says, moral of the story is don't argue with fools. Facts. Charlie Kirk. I make a big, Charlie Kirk could have followed me. He'd still be alive. Why argue with fools? Jay-Z said, because people from a distance can't tell who is who. So you want to debate idiots, especially college students, bro. Why are you debating college students? All right, because they're progressive, they're liberal, but you can take advantage of them because much of what they say is just ideology, right? Mostly Marxist, communist ideology, because most of the teachers are communist oriented, right? They've been infiltrating the public institutions for a long time. So all they're saying is nothing that they've experienced. So when they don't know how to argue, then they're going to attack. All right. People saying he started questioning the this and that. Yeah, man. It is what it is. Shout out to HF Hustle every day says there's no free speech for men anymore. Not at all. And he says right here, organization, why rappers got NWO wants control. All right. Public Enemy, for instance. Joshua Moon says, shout out to CGA and the Coach Tribe with the info. Yesterday, I was able to get Charlie footage, and he says, and post it on YouTube channel. Get your subs up. Shout out to you, man. Charlie M says, did you see Trump's AI response to it on ABC? I did see people saying that it was an AI response. All right, most likely it was. All right, Joe Biden used AI as well as Donald Trump. Underdog Glory says, great info. Shout out to our brother RW says, class is in session. Did you learn something today? Paul says, great conversation. This is just a conversation. Cortez says, I'm shaking my head. He says, keep fucking cooking. All right, I want people to just act logically, man. I'm not trying to get you to change your mind, but there's an order. There's always an order. You guys realize the people that don't want to follow orders, they're the ones that want you to fuck your life up. Okay? Everybody knew what the order of operations are. In math, there's an order of operations. They'll even convince you, what's that one dude that played in that movie, Pimp movie? He's that light-skinned guy. He talk like this. He talk like this. They'll tell you math ain't even math. Numbers ain't even numbers. But there's an order of operations on how to be successful. Most people try not to follow the order, and then when they're not successful, they want someone to blame. Guys, it's an order. Follow the order. Most people that don't follow the order, they'll get off the track, and then when they get back on the track, they'll follow the order, and they'll become successful. But people want to do the opposite of order and then want to be successful. All right. These are communists. Terrence Howard. In math, there's an order of operations. The people who tend to have stability, 2-parent household, marriage before children, they buy real estate instead of cars. They buy a house. These people followed the order, not only for one generation, but 2 or 3. Now, some people weren't privy to access to follow the order. Right? You didn't get a chance to get a real estate. You were victimized and held out of certain communities. But then when you got a chance, did you follow the order? No. You had kids out of wedlock. You had kids at 16. You had kids with a person that the other person's no longer a part of the childhood. Right? You had kids with a pookie. You had kid with a whore. Right? So now all of a sudden, now you're trying to correct that. You didn't go to college. Right? You didn't do the order. You did everything but the order. You smoked weed in the 5th grade. You start drinking alcohol in the 7th grade. You start fornicating. You had a 50 body count by 26. Like, guys, that is not the fucking order. That is the opposite of what you should do. Then when you don't become successful, it's somebody else's fault. Somebody else's fault. Shout out to Timothy Shelby with the tuition. It's about the tuition. Shout out to you, man. I need to get that sound effect. There's an order to do things. There's a right way and a wrong way. Juan Flores says, Coach, you never miss. He says, you gave me the exact response. Okay, I got that one right there. The backdoor relationship. The backdoor relationship. And here, we'll talk about some relationships here in hour number 3. Hit the like button if you want to see some legendary shit. No government name donating. Thanks to you, Coach. He says, salute to you and the coach. Gang in the building here.
Trying.
Okay, there's an order. Follow the order, you'll win. You don't follow the order, you fixing to lose. Drinking scissor. Why I'm not successful? Drinking scissor for 16 years. You're gonna fucking lose. Chris says, respect CGA. I've been donating a month. Too busy to watch live many days. Charlie Kirk's assassination is a sad moment for America. Please let Reverend X talk to these liberal Mitches, Larrys, and Williams. Free agent lifestyle for life.
I don't give a fuck what you think, bitch. Cut that bitch off. Next caller.
All right. Yes. Yes, indeed. And for men who want to figure out how to win, become disciplined. In the relationship conversation. By the way, Chris, the teacher, that's a sponsorship. Let me acknowledge you real quick. Men, our issue with men is that we're not disciplined. Then you want to get with the woman who is not disciplined with her life. 2 idiots makes more idiots. Okay? These people tend to populate the planet at rapid rates. 2 idiots. And men, your affinity to hoes is what gets us in trouble. Our affinity to hoes is what gets us into trouble. Remember this. When you're a man of principle and order, you will find that women won't want to deal with you because they don't want to be disciplined. Some people, it's particularly from men that are trying to find women to be with, one of your issues is they don't want to be controlled and they don't want discipline. They want the opposite of that. They want to be able to run roughshod on you. They want to be able to slither and sneak out on you. And then you, on the other hand, are trying to wrangle this person in, and it's causing you strife. You then don't want to lead. Then you want to live up under a woman. Then you want to be out here broke trying to get women. Don't realize she has more control over you than you do over her. If you're dealing with a woman that doesn't want structure and discipline, you got to get rid of her. You'd be better off paying her for sex and getting rid of her. But then when you're having sex with her, she has more leverage and control over you if you're getting sex or using her for sex, right? And then now she has control. The minute you tell her to run a lap, the minute you tell her to do some jumping jacks, the minute you tell her to clean her bedroom, the minute she tells you to clean your bedroom, now you procreate this person. You procreate with this person. It's a wrap. So you're dealing with the one of the reason why I got divorced is because my wife no longer wanted to be disciplined in the way that I wanted to discipline her, right? I'm the leader, right? I'm the masculine figure. You follow me. Why? Because when it falls apart, I get the blame. Heavy is the head that wears the crown. So in that case, I'm not going to go down with the ship. I'm not going to let you take the ship down and go down with the ship. So the minute you don't want to listen, you got to get the fuck up out of my life if you're a woman. And all women listen to me or they don't associate with me. That's how I work it. Okay, ladies, you can do whatever the fuck you want as long as I'm not attached to you. But when I'm attached to you, I'm the leader. All right, because I am the king. I am the person that is going to take the liability. I am the person that is going to take the arrows for the family if I cannot lead us to success. With that being said, if you're not going to take the blame and I'm going to take all the stripes and the beat down, I'm the leader. And you're going to mostly do as I direct. That doesn't mean I am going to tell you everything to do. That doesn't mean I'm going to control you to an extent. But you represent me. You represent my name. You represent my legacy. You represent my name and image and likeness. You represent my family. You represent my kids. The minute you want to do what the fuck you want to do and not listen to me, you no longer are attached to me. You get to drown, bitch. You get to do DoorDash at 45. You get to live in rental assistant and projects. You get to motherfucking drown, all right? And I hope you win in the end of the day because you're associated with me even though you're a fucking loser, all right? But you go out there and you fucking do this, all right? The minute they don't want that control, they're done with me. I have no association with them. And a woman today does not want to be controlled by a man. They're raised to not be controlled by men. Thus, it makes it difficult for you. It makes it difficult for you, but they'll blame you when shit don't go right. Now, I knew this when I started coaching, that a player either runs you or you run your players. If you're a teacher, your students either run you or you run your students. There is no in between. When you're the boss, you either run your employees or your employees run you. Same thing in relationships. The woman either runs you or you run your woman. There's no in between. It's black and motherfucking white. There's no gray areas. Now, there's certain things that she runs that she takes the lead on. And that comes with trust. The more I can trust her, the more I can give her. But as long as she's under my name, image, and likeness, I'm the leader without question. And if I crash the ship, then I crash the ship. I'll tell her to get the fuck off. We sinking. All right. Yep, your kids run you or you run your kids. Which one is going to be? But most people are lazy, deficient. They live lives that are, nobody will ever remember them. Most people are lemmings. They dumb, deaf, dumb, and blind, dumb, dim-witted. All right, most people ain't going to do a goddamn thing about this work. They're more consumers than they are producers. Most of y'all ain't never produced shit out of this life. Look at this. You be like, this nigga be talking shit and asking for donations. Most of y'all ain't never produced a goddamn thing of relevance other than badass kids. Most of y'all know how to twist weed blunts with one hand, but don't know how to pack motherfucking groceries. Like, most of y'all ain't done shit with your life. And you ain't never gonna do shit with your life, to be honest with you. That's why I move far, far away from these motherfucking lemmings. Most people gotta wake up every day and be told what to do. None of you guys are self-starters. You don't know how to start shit. Nigga, I can give you the whole game plan and you can't start. You can't start a business. I can give you right now the keys to success to start a Fortune 500 business, and you motherfuckers will still fumble the bag. You will still fumble it. So is it white supremacy or your fucking laziness that's preventing you from being the person you be? The dumb shit that you do all day that's preventing you to be the person you be. Is it racism or that you a goddamn lemming? Which one is it? I can give you the playbook to success right now for free, and 90% of y'all will still be broke in a year. In one calendar fucking year, and 5 years down the line, you will be in hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt. Facts. Facts. This is how dumb people are. And hear how dumb you are. You got the opportunity of a lifetime, born in America. You born in the United States. You got the opportunity of a lifetime to become who you want to be, and you motherfuckers still can't figure it out. They literally get you from kindergarten to first grade. They teach you niggas not to eat glue and crayons, and then put scissors in your fucking eyeballs, and you guys still show up 13 years of free education, can't even chew gum and walk at the same time. Like, this is how dumb people are, bruh. And you think I'm gonna argue with you internet niggas and debate you people? This is how stupid people are, bruh. This is how stupid y'all are. Nigga, when social media came out, you thought the people that did it was losers. Now they're millionaires. Like, what? Literally watch these niggas get rich right up under your motherfucking nose, and you still over there changing oil at Jiffy Lube after 12 years talking about you got a stable income. What the fuck? Talk about I'll never put myself out on social media. Now they shooting niggas, so I get it. But all right, now that I criticized you and made you feel bad about your life, I love you. All right. They literally teach you and walk you right down here. Don't do this. Don't do that. Here's the trap door. And here you motherfuckers doing it right now, bruh. You done that shit for, here's how sad it is. You guys don't do it for 1 year. You literally fuck your life up for 15 motherfucking years. Consecutively. And then blame the white man. And then white people blame the Mexicans. And then immigrants come over here, no public school education. They come over here from Nigeria with penny loafers, pleated slacks, and bifocal glasses and a haircut from hell. And they come over here and run roughshod all over you motherfucking Americans. It's pathetic, bruh. It's an absolute goddamn disaster. Shout out to you public school normies. It's a disaster. Niggas coming over here can't speak no English, kicking your monkey ass with a gas station. Like, this is crazy. But all these, Charlie Kirk's the problem. We need to kill him. Charlie Kirk is obviously keeping us down. Brother Dim Day coming in. Hey, brother Dim Day, brother. All right, brother this and brother that. All right, coming here with peely loafers. 2 years later, them niggas wearing Versace slides and Gucci slippers. I mean, how do you figure this out? Come on, figure this out, man. Figure this out, man. You've been given the tools of success. You just chose to do it another way. You thought you knew better, and now you got set back. And now you have to right the train. You have to get on the train. You have to realize you're not a victim. You're a victim of your own personal choices and devices. You're a victim of your vices, meaning that you have gambling problems. You have women problems. You have children problems. You have, alcohol problems, porn addiction, drug addiction. All right. And these are all things that you chose to put to your lips. These are all personal choices and the people that you decided to hang out with and cohabitate with and marry and fornicate with and produce children with. And then now you're on the system. You chose every reason, almost every reason you're in the position you're in today. It was a personal choice. And it was a personal choice to rebel against the order. It was a personal choice to rebel against the order. And you chose to do it the other way. Well, we don't do it that way no more. All right, okay. And now, 10 years down the line, now you realize they still do it that way. Fix His Mind says, Coach, so good I had to super chat twice. He says, thank you, CGA, for slapping these mitches. The problem with this world is the weak men who sit around and blame feminism, immigrants, and the government for their problems. Just admit you're a loser. He says, I will be a misogynist until the day I die. Iron sharpens irons, bro. Iron sharpens iron. Iron sharpens iron. What you guys are missing, and unfortunately, we've been told to not listen to men. There are women that are going to watch me and say, don't listen to this guy. Okay, what is she going to help you with? Women today told you to not listen to your father through propaganda. They told you you don't need the father. She don't need the man. He doesn't deserve to raise the kids. He doesn't give us money and support, whether true or false. They told you to not listen to your coach, not listen to your male principal. Now you got female principals in administrations. You guys don't have men around. Thus, as a result, when a man steps up, they either shoot him or say don't listen to him. And I'm giving you the recipe. The women can't give you the recipe. They could give you a piece of pussy. That's what they could give you, okay? A woman has never had a swinging dick in between her legs to make personal decisions that will affect not only her life, but her kids' life and the community at large. And look at what's happening. Some of these families are so down bad, they got their kids out here, street kings, running drugs, supporting their family. And when that nigga gets shot, all of her financial stability goes with it. Look at Chicago. And now with this Dindu ass kid that was out here running drugs for these gangs, he no longer could support his mammy. And now her whole financial support system collapses. But she got her kid out here knowingly selling drugs at 13 and 14. But he a Dindu and he a young scholar and he was going to be someone. We let this shit go on. I don't hear Tariq Nasheed talking about any of this shit. But we know it happens. We know this shit happening nationwide in every black community you can think of. But Charlie Kirk's a racist. Okay. This shit goes on. Nobody wants to talk about it. I hit that shit head on, and now Charlie Kirk is a racist, and he got to die. You got them hood niggas talking about they gonna take on the U.S. military because they got switches. And they don't understand Chirac is different. Like, bruh. They got their daughters finessing the welfare by having 1 kid, 2 kids, 3 kids by 17. So they could finesse the welfare system. Who told them that? They mama? Where? Milwaukee, Chicago, Detroit, Indianapolis, Hartford, Connecticut, New Haven, Connecticut, Baltimore, Philadelphia. Go down the fucking line. Got their daughter selling pussy by the pound, and then when she get eliminated, she was going to be a young scholar and go to college next year. Y'all don't want to hear this shit, but Charlie Kirk, white on white crime. You know, I mean, Timeout says support. Enigma says, Coach, you have provided me with so much value from adultery, divorce, alienation of children to the JUCO. I want to see you continue to win in your next chapter, even if that means you price me out. Respect, Coach. Shout out to the Enigma. All right, I'm taking this to another level, and I'm going to lose a lot of people because most of y'all, you want to do it the same old way, and it ain't working. It's not working. You guys want to date the same way. Dating is dead, y'all. Dating is dead. Amongst the dateable age people, it's dead. The only people that want to date now are 35-year-old women. All right? That's it. 35 to 50-year-old women. They want to date. Why? They get free food and shit. All right? That's what they want to do. Nobody else wants to date. All right? Nobody else wants to date. Not even young women don't want to date. They want to fuck and get some money. They want to hang out and smoke dope, and they want to have orgies and get double penetrated. All right? That's the only people that want to date. All right? Dating is dead. Old people want to date like it's their personality. Who the fuck wants to date an older person? Older people don't need to date, bro. You don't need to take no girl out to no restaurant to date no older woman. All right? You could just stand on the corner. Right? Let's have a conversation. Let's have a muffin and a conversation. All right? We can meet at church. We could talk in the church parking lot. Let's iron this shit out. What do you want? What do you got? Where's your liabilities? Where's your assets? Let's iron this shit out right here. I want to fuck. Right? Nobody needs to go on a date when you're 35 and up. All right? Please. Now, if you want me to take you out and have some fun, all right, and you're 40 and 45 years old, show me what your daughter looks like. Okay? What does your daughter look like? Is she dateable age? All right? And maybe you can live by proxy. Maybe you can go on a date through osmosis while I take her out and teach her what a real man looks like. All right, but if you're 35 and 40, you ain't getting no date. You getting dick on delivery. All right, that's all you getting. Dick on delivery. But we could talk about what we want and see if we can pair this shit up and you can be a part of my team. Join the Woodsy team. Shout out to our brother here. Hustle every day. Kamala ran around saying suffer no fools. Wait a minute. Kamala ran around saying suffer no fools. The irony. And he says dick and standards, punani, no loyalty, boss up. Shout out to Orion. Or is it Orlin? Orlin Brown. Shout out to you. I always call you Orion, but it's Orlin. All right. But women going on a date? Hell no, bruh. Why? Dick on delivery. All right. What's your daughter look like? Is she dateable age? Does she need some college books? What does she need? All right. She got some needs too. She 18, 19, 20. I'll take her out. 21. I'll show her what a real date looks like. But you too old out here running around here trying to go on a date. All right. Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it, man. It don't take no damn dinner. We could go to lunch. And we could go to motherfucking lunch and you could we could go to, what's that place where they got the half a sandwich and soup and potato chips? I can't remember that place. We could go to the soup plantation. We could hit up, I can't remember the name of this place, but you can get a half a sandwich, a soup, and some chips and a motherfucking soda pop. All right? Fuck out of here, a date. Panera, that's what it is. Let's go to Panera Bread, baby. All right, that's where we meet, motherfucker. Go ahead and order your half sandwich, half soup. All right, fuck out of here, bruh. And then you want to fuck after this or what? Or I got to go back to work. All right, maybe okay. I'll come back and we'll fuck tonight. All right. Okay, you don't want to fuck? Okay, that's okay. More power to you. I'll talk to you later. All right. I'll talk to you later. Fuck it. You know what I mean? I'll put you out here. Hey, man, reach out to me. I'm a little bit busy because I'm finding somebody to fuck next. So, all right, what's your daughter doing tonight? All right, fuck out of here, bro. Older people out here trying to date. All right. Oh, it's over, guys. You don't meet nobody by dating these days. All right, here we go right here. I got 3 more videos to show you. All right, do you guys got time? All right, we got a good show going on.
Yeah, I got time, cuz.
All right, we got a good show. He said, meet me at Quiznos. For real. Meet me at Quiznos. We can hammer this shit out real quick. What you got? Okay, yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm on the same mindset. Okay, cool. Let's go fuck. Or let's not fuck. All right, I don't get it. I don't care. All right, you don't want to? Okay, that's fine. Or you want to be married? All right, fine. All right, but I don't want to get married. All right, why are we wasting our time? All right. All right, here we go right here. And guys, stop dating. Please stop dating. And stop broke dating, guys. Please stop broke dating is for the birds. All right, here we go. We got, what is this here? We got 3 videos. We got a woman saying girls' nights out is for women who want to cheat. Oh, she got the women riled up on this one. They are big mad. They are big mad at this white woman right here. All right, shout out to this white woman that you're going to see on the screen. I might get muted, so let me know if you can't hear the video right here. All right, so here we go right here. Check out this white woman right here. Flatbacks.
Where the white women at?
All right, here we go right here. This woman says, hear me out. Girls' night out isn't really girls' night out. By the way, welcome to 2016 or 2014, please. As if we didn't know this already. All right, but let's hear what this white woman have to say.
Hey, where the white women at?
All right, here we go.
My hot take on a girls' night. Girls' night is not girls' night. Please stop lying. Dressing up in skimpy outfits, saying I'm doing it for my girls. I worked hard all week. I deserve this. No, you're not. You're actually chasing outside validation and attention from men who are not your husband or your boyfriend. Let's be real. That is not empowerment. That is pure disrespect. This has nothing to do with insecurity at all. This is about respect. Respect for your man, respect for your relationship, respect for yourself. If you're fully committed, why put yourself in an environment built on alcohol, hooking up, and sexual attention? You do not go fishing where you do not intend to catch.
All right, so here we go right here. Shout out to her right here. God bless the internet. They're finally catching up to the manosphere, if you will. I mean, come on. This is easy shit right here. This should be easy as hell.
Straight jacket.
This is easy. All right, girls' nights out is, guys, let me just say this. If you have a girlfriend or a wife that goes to girls' nights out, please, gentlemen, do not accept this. I want you to listen to me. Do not accept this bullshit. This is an old talking point that they're just done scraped all the manosphere talking points out and just rehashing it now. Do not accept your wife going to girls' nights out. This is her way to exercise her hypergamy, to see if she still got it. This is her way to be independent and also married at the same time. Now, then they're going to ask about girl nights out. We'll talk about that later. But, I'm sorry, guys' nights out. But girls' nights out is a way for her to check her temperature. And then scantily clad, you know, swinging her hair, snorting coca, getting drinks, having conversations with strange men. She's going to turn down 99% of these men. But remember, the validation is all that matters. All right. So the validation, she can come back and score points. She can come back and say, all these men really want me. I have options. Okay. She can exchange phone numbers. It could even get worse than that, to full out, blown out affairs. All right. Then girls trips. So, you know, they cheat on girls trips, area codes. So let me let her finish, and then we'll look at the comment section here.
A real girls' night, in my opinion, that is pajamas, movies, laughs, deep talks, maybe some wine.
Facts. Ooh, I said that in 2018. A real girls' night. Why don't y'all go to the library and read a book? Book Girl Club. Go sit back and roast s'mores and marshmallows and shit. Sit back and have a wine class. All right? Go back and learn how to cook together, bitch. All right? Sitting up there going out to swing your hair back and forth in your ass. That's not girls' nights out. That's being a tramp and a hussy and a skeezer. All right? That's what that is. That's her playing both sides of the fence. You know, it's going to invoke danger. You got danger. This is a dangerous element. You got married guys and single guys and bouncers and all kind of shit. This is when she starts sucking dick on the dance floor and feeling good. All right, let's continue.
Not parading around bars, clubs, or where single people are on the prowl. Call it for what it is, temptation and destruction. If you think that's innocent fun, then you do not have the first clue about loyalty.
Facts. I mean, this is easy, bruh. All right, that's easy peasy. Like, this is an easy talking point that has been adopted in this masculine space for a long time, that they've discredited this space, shadow banned us, and now they just saying the same thing over and over again now in 2025. So I call this the cherry picking of the male space. And now you will hear women agree with this, right? And some women have always agreed with this, but this is her plan. This is the thin line between marriage and divorce and breakup. Okay. That's not loyalty already. I'm loyal. I don't cheat on my man even though I go shake my ass in a dance club. Nah, baby, put that life away. Put that life away. All right? You got to put that life away if that man's going to invest in you. Now, if you're a man that don't care what your bitch is doing because you can do the same thing, that's a whole nother story. Let's continue.
Respect is a choice, and choosing to avoid those places is how you prove where your loyalty really stands.
Facts.
Okay,
so here we go right here. Let's look at the comment section. Woo-wee! All right, this is where it's about to get real in the comment section. Hold up. Wait. All right, it's about to get real in the comment section. I got to go over to World Star, though, because World Star had this and they reposted it, I believe. All right, or Hollywood Unlocked, and boy, are the women upset. Right? They did not like this woman saying this. All right, so we do got World Star's edition up here. We're going to see what the women are going to say about this. Okay? Let's see what the ladies are going to say about this. Let's go ahead and pop this up. Agree or disagree. We got right here. Woman says right here. Let's see what the women are saying. Okay, this is the men. The men are in here. Okay. Wouldn't the men out on their guys' nights be the one hitting on the girls that are out on their girls' night?
Nope.
No. You see that? Deflect, redirect. Let's put it back in the lap of men. It's not the single men that are hitting on the women. It is the married men. That's false. If you know anything about married men, they're mostly beta males. If the girls are, when they get in relationships and marriages, they're not out. The woman has to force the man out of the house. Why don't you go hang out with your friends? Aren't those guys buying drinks and giving the attention? The answer is nope. That's false. It's all young single guys. Come on, man. But this woman says she's not wrong, but if alcohol and compliments is enough to make you cheat, the relationship wasn't strong anyways. All right, there you go right there.
And it's all Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's
All right, remember I showed you that woman on TikTok that said, men, we need to start gaslighting men again? All right, this is the same thing. That's a gaslight. Let's gaslight, flip, deflect, redirect. And let's say the relationship, he wasn't hitting it right anyway. If compliments and alcohol are enough for her to cheat, he wasn't hitting it right. After girls, not I be looking forward to going home to my man. Okay, here we go right here. Let's go back and just find the women. Speak for yourself, girl. Not all women. Not all. Not me. I go get my drinky drink, laugh, talk, smack with my homegirls, and go home to my man. Every single time. Not one time have I got a phone number. But why are you going to the bar amongst predators and prowlers and sharks and piranhas? Not me. Okay, nobody said it was you. We said women. And it doesn't mean all women. It means it applies to women in general. Okay, we got men in here. This one, she's acting like this isn't common knowledge, right? She thinks she low-key spitting. This is true. All right, so here we go. We have another woman. Girl, no. This is giving pick-me vibes, okay? Shame, insult, guilt, and need to be right. If you're in a relationship, a girl's night is literally about dancing, gossiping, staying away from men. If you're single, then all is fair in love and war. Okay? So you got that one. Girl, no. This is pick-me vibes. If you're in a relationship, a girl, we're just gossiping and dancing against men's dicks or in dancing in the circle of groups of women. We're staying away from men. Oh, okay. Now, see, single men already know they've been at these girls' nights out, right? We've approached women at girls' nights out. We've made out and kissed some of these older women. We found out their saggy titties, right? We was running game on them. We bought them drinks. We had conversations. Some of us finger fucked some of these women. All right, so it is what it is. This woman says, so aren't those men that are having the guys' nights out potentially the same men hitting on women, creating the conundrum? Nope. There it is right there. So it's not the single guys that hit on girls at girls' nights out. It is the guys that are married in relationships that are hitting on them. That's false. All right, that is false. So if psychology proves constant exposure to temptation increases the likelihood to cheat, then why do women continue to put themselves in that type of environment? Well, we explain this. See, this is why these conversations, they're not advancing, because this woman, as much as she did help, all right, I will tell you, as much as she did help, she doesn't have the entire content. She doesn't have the entire, what word am I looking for here? Well, content. That's what I'll say. I was looking for another word, because they don't have the entire theory behind it. Now, what this is, let me explain it further. Okay, yes, she's looking for free validation, free drinks, free attention, and whatnot. But let me explain further. What they're also doing is typically at this age, we're not talking about 50-year-old women that do this. These are women, context. That's what I meant, context. She doesn't have the entire context. What these women are, they're normally late 20s, early 30s, mid 30s, early 40s. Okay, this is typically where you see this woman needing to get a girl's nights out. She needs to, let her hair down and relax. She needs to, she's been taking care of the kids. But this is also at the age of the 7-year itch. This is the age where she's like, is this the best that I can do? Okay, my husband, he's just a weak beta male schlub. I run all over him. I wear the pants in the family. Oh, he's loyal. He never would think I would do anything. But this is a level up opportunity. Now, 99% chance she doesn't find anything out there. But it's a chance to check her temperature. She might have had 1, 2, or 3 kids. Now she getting rid of her kitty pooch. She's dropping the baby weight. She might have got some titty implants. First thing they do when they get titty implants, they go outside and shake their ass. So now it's an opportunity. Do I still got it? Perhaps there may be a better situation there. Perhaps there may be a better fuck. Most of the time there's not. All right, there's not. And she's able to get the validation and just live with that. But let's say, all right, 50 Shades of Greg is out there. And now there's an opportunity for her to level over, all right, or move over and go, boom, I win. This is like when young women wear, revealing outfits. Why do young women wear revealing outfits? Well, most of the time they're going to get criticized by men or women in general. They're going to get bad treatment. And oftentimes they may get oogled and eye-graped, sometimes assaulted. But the risk is worth the reward. If they got the pretty woman syndrome, if they get the right guy to pick them based on this and they win, the risk is worth the reward. So a girl's nights out, 99% chance she rejects. 1% chance she wins. It's a gamble. And it's an opportunity for her to check her temperature. Now, you have heard women say this. I have options out here. A woman that says she has options out here is aware of the options where they're coming from. A woman that is not aware she has options probably doesn't go to girls' nights out. She probably doesn't have male friends. She probably doesn't have social media. So she's unaware that she has options. The worst thing you can have in a relationship, one of the worst things, is a woman that believes she has options. A girl's night out allows her to believe she has options. There's a lot of men that desire me. There's a lot of men that want to be with me. There's a lot of men that want to get to know me. Just because she didn't pick a guy and cheat, she still brings that into the relationship. So she then tells you, there's men out here that would treat me like a queen. There's men out here that would do what? Take me on trips. They invite me all the time. That comes from girls' nights out, social media. So it is detrimental to the relationship, even if it's not an affair. The woman doesn't need to cheat for a man to infiltrate your relationship and marriage. All he has to do is give her false hope and promises. And then boom, she's thinking about this nigga all day while she's changing diapers and you're at work plugging away. That infiltrates her mind so that now she's thinking about him. What is she going to do? She's going to go back to that particular restaurant and bar, maybe meet up with that bouncer, maybe exchange numbers the second or third time. And then thus, now your relationship is on the rocks. As a result, it doesn't take much. This is why men have often had that control or authority to say no. In my relationship, I don't accept a woman going to a girl's nights out. Never tell a woman that you don't allow her to go to a girl's nights out. Shout out to Donovan Sharp. Always say you don't accept this in a relationship. And most of the time when you're negotiating relationships, you tell her up front, listen, in my relationships, this is how it's structured. Just so you know what you're getting into, this is what I do. You can only do this if you have leverage, options, and abundance. So when she comes in and you're having that first couple of dates over Panera Bread, you tell her, oh, I don't accept women going to girls' nights out. I don't accept women going to girls' trips, because in her mind, she thinks she's going to throw that shit. You know, women change the rules in the middle of the game. She's going to say, I'm a homebody. I don't go outside. 2 years later, she on a girls' trip. So you say, no, that's not going to happen on my watch. Eat your Panera Bread and eat them motherfucking stale ass chips. I don't accept women going to girls' nights out and girls' trips on my relationship. Let her walk. Let her walk. Let her fucking walk. I don't need her. She needs me. But you can only do this when you're a winner and you have abundance mindset and you have leverage and options. Let her walk. Let her old 35-year-old busty, dusty ass walk up out of Panera Bread, get back in that jalopy ass car, that heavy ass Chevy, and mob back off with that gas tank on empty. Take a hike. Let her take that long walk across the parking lot to her Mercedes C-Class that's about to get fucking repossessed in a month and a half. Let her take a walk. Take a hike. All right, but guys don't have leverage in they don't have leverage in options or abundance. You can't negotiate up front. Men are typically not negotiating up front. You're trying not to mess it up. I don't want to mess it up. All right, but when you have leverage and abundance, you're like, look, this is what you gonna do. And the minute you don't do it, you getting kicked to the motherfucking curb. All right, that's what you getting. Now, most women aren't used to men dealing with them like this, so they're going to think I'm a weirdo telling you this. Who the hell this guy think he is? Do I need to remind you? I need to remind you who I am? Don't make me. All right, let me see here. How about this one right here? We got our brother here. It is Kevin O'Leary. He says, work-life balance is keeping you poor. Do you agree or disagree? You know how I feel about this. Hopefully I'm not muted. Okay.
Better find somebody that's willing to tolerate the fact that you're never home for the first 10 years. They're going to raise a family by themselves because there's no balance in life. That idea of balance is complete bullshit. I mean, it's just bullshit. You have to work so hard to compete globally these days in every sector. You're going to work your ass off. If you're going to be awake 18 hours and you've determined that there's 3 things you have to get done, you're going to get those done. No matter what it takes, you're going to get those done. And you're not going to let anything distract you from the 3 to 5 things. If you're a CEO and you achieve that and you can get those done with 80% of your time based on that, you're extraordinarily successful. You are absolutely, and you're Steve Jobs or you're an Elon Musk. You made one of your things today, this interview. You're going to get it done. You're going to, all these people around and everything else, this is one of the 3 to 5 things you're going to get done. I have 5 things today. I'm going to get them done. And I'm not going to let anything get in the way. It's just, I'm going to get them done. That's it. I'll do the same thing tomorrow.
I'll do the same thing tomorrow. And you repeat steps to success. All right. When you get something that works and you have the recipe, just keep cooking it the same. Right? KFC ain't changed the motherfucking recipe since Colonel Sanders stole it from that black guy in Louisville, Kentucky. All right. 7 special herbs and spices. When you go there, it's going to taste the goddamn same because you got the steps of success. We don't have to reinvent the wheel every day. McDonald's got the same tasting Big Mac since when? Since that one nigga, the founder guy, came through. They got the same assembly line, same tasting Big Mac. You already know what to expect. Same thing with your steps to success. You figure out a winning recipe and you keep duplicating it every single day for as long as you can. Hours, put it in. Now, eventually you'll get to the point where your system is working and it runs itself, right? Or you can hire people that you depend on and trust that don't get fired every week and it can run itself. Then that allows you to become bigger and better. This is why I don't believe in equal partnerships. I'm like, bro, why am I worried about socks? Because you in your feelings. Okay, a woman that makes you feel bad that you working hard. And by the way, ladies, y'all got to work out here too. Y'all got to work out here too, bitch. Get to work. Right? Nobody can be out here being a kept woman and being in your soft girl journey. Bitch, get to work. Your ass gonna have to work double time too. All right, fuck that. All right, I ain't keeping you. You better be a bad, gorgeous ass woman, all right, for me to keep you out here. Get your monkey ass to work. But let me get back to what I was saying here. For you guys, when you get to a point where a person's browbeating you to do minimal things, they're trying to sabotage you. When your wife says, I feel like I'm doing all the work out here and you're doing it, I got to pick up the socks and change Pampers. Change the fucking Pampers. The fuck is wrong with you? Do you realize I'm a killer out here? I'm Godzilla out here. What the fuck? I'm God motherfucking Zilla. You're talking about emptying out the dishwasher. Bitch, if you don't empty out the goddamn forks, fuck is wrong with you? Why would I spend my attention emptying the goddamn dishwasher when I could be out here being a gorilla, Godzilla? I could be a winner out here. Motherfucker, I'm King Kong. Would King Kong empty the dishwasher, bitch? You realize how much money I make and you making me empty dishwashers? Get your monkey ass up out of my face. Fuck is I wrong with these bitch? Change the goddamn diapers. Leave me alone with this shit. Bitch, you make $15 an hour. Change the fucking diapers. And shut the fuck up. All right, stop with this bullshit. Don't be out here trying to change the rules because you feel bad that you doing meaningless tasks over and over again. We do more work because we got to empty more forks. Shut the fuck up. What's wrong with these people, man? If you don't warm up this goddamn macaroni and cheese. I'm King Kong, bruh. I'm bringing in fat money. But you over here trying to distract me about putting cups in the cupboard. Like, this is ridiculous, bruh. Tucking kids in the bed and shit, man. Tuck them goddamn kids in the bed. Let her walk away all pouting. Okay, or you be the big dog. You be the big dog. I don't want to be the big dog. You carry this load. Jesus Christ. And as a matter of fact, all that jaw jacking you doing, you could be on your knees making your jaws work. Hands on your knees. Man almighty. I can't stand people be out here. Men need to do chores too. You ain't bringing in enough money, nigga, if you got to do chores. All right? You need the best, bruh. Go get some money, nigga. That's why y'all got to stop marrying these motherfucking human resource workers and these preschool teachers and these pencil and paper pushers and these bean counters. All right, man, hell nah, bruh. I ain't got no time for this shit. Can you take little Johnny to school? You know good and damn well you take Johnny to school. Take Johnny to school and get off your job early from counting beans and pick his ass up from lacrosse practice. I ain't gonna be sitting out in this motherfucking parking lot waiting for him to give him his juicy juice box and his snacks. All right, fuck that. I'm out of here. All right, I ain't got no time for this shit. You gonna have to hit the road. Trying to make me do this bullshit. Then I gotta pay. Then when it's time to pay the bills, they putting the bills on my desk. All right, did you pay the cable bill? Okay, you pay the fucking cable bill. All of a sudden, when the bill's showing up and they in red envelopes, she want me to pay the shit. She want to pay her parking and speeding tickets. She want me to pay her toll road tickets. All right, now you want me to pay up. What happened to your part of? Why don't you pick up the slack? Now I got to pay the damn internet. Now I got to pay all the goddamn mortgage and the rent. How about you pick up some of that slack? And when you do, you still going to be picking up my socks. So I don't want to hear shit about what you got to say. All right, but y'all ain't got no masculine frame out here. Y'all some pussies. All right, last one right here. And this is a YouTube video. Agree or disagree. We have a woman, and it's a white woman. Another white woman here, just for the racist people.
Where the white women at?
All right, we have a woman.
Now, as luck would have it,
all right, a woman that says the number one reason long-term marriages end after age 40. All right, we're going to see if this is another CGA red pill talking point stolen by the mainstream lame streams. All right, here we go right here. We got a straight jacket coming up.
Straight jacket.
All right, I'm going to put it up on the screen. It's YouTube, so they might not let me. All right, do you hear me? All right, hold on for a second. Do you hear me? What the hell? All right, we're going to see if this pairs up to the information I've been telling you. Guys, when your girlfriend or wife turns 40, just ring the bell, bruh. All right, we hear me. Thank you, man. Shout out to Just a Guy. Sound is good. This woman says the number one reason long-term marriages end after age 40. Anton Daniels, pay attention, my nigga. All right, pay attention, my nigga. All right, this is you, man. Where's Anton Daniels at? I know you watching me in the clouds.
And that's you.
All right, here we go.
your sex drive's dead, your emotions are running hot, and you're having more arguments than ever. Well, welcome to the menopause phase of marriage. Today I'm going to talk with you about this correlation, the correlation between menopause and the demise of marriages. And in fact, like 40 to 60-year-olds, women initiating divorce, that peaks in this menopause window. I'm addressing this because actually one of you listeners asked me to specifically, and you know, as luck would have it, I've been through this myself.
Let me stop her right here. Now, first and foremost, the menopause phase, you mean the bait and switch phase. All right, I want to go to girls' nights out, the bait and switch phase. This is what that's called, the withdrawal of pussy phase. You need to pick up and do chores so I can give you some sex phase. The I'm only in the mood 2 days a week, but I'm going to go to girls' nights out phase. All right, so let's go ahead and put this up just so you can see where they're stealing the information from. Steal it, remix it. This is what it is right here. She's talking about the marriage wheel. All right, the connection phase is dead. Honeymoon phase over. Now you have the accumulation phase, the plug away phase. All right, we got to get our kids to school and lessons and buy houses and property and real estate. And I got to get my income up. We got to start a business and we got to help each other and blah, 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 blah. Right? This is where people are. And they say, I got a girl that rocks me with me and shit like this. And we do good. You're in the investment phase, right? This is the accumulation phase, the build phase. You got to get your kids through college phase. And then they got to have that. That's what phase that is. Okay. Some people are stuck here and they don't realize what's about to hit their ass. Then it's the bait and switch phase. The I'm not happy. All right, that's the I'm not happy phase. All right, this might hit you in year 2 or year 20. Okay, this is when she's gonna change the rules. I want to go to girls' nights out. I don't want to have sex as much. I want to have orgies. All right, you know, you start having affairs. We need to go see a marriage counselor. She don't suck your dick no more. All right, she wants to go on a girls' trip. All right, so forth and so on. She's perimenopausal. All right, she's getting hot flashes. She's interested in the guy at work, right? You're interested in young Tinder bitches at Hooters, all right? Whatever you want to say right there. She becomes a feminist. She starts spitting feminist ideology, talking about stay-at-home moms should earn $200,000 a year, right? It's a wrap, all right? And then eventually you'll go through the disengagement phase, which is going to be divorce, family court, child support, counseling for your kids, alimony. You lose time with the kids, lose the house, lose half your assets. Then, or you can skip. Most guys don't want to get into this phase. It's cheaper to keep her, right? So you just buck up or cuck up. You just cuck up. Okay, honey. Yes, dear. Do whatever you want. I don't give a fuck. And you start buying bitches subscriptions on OnlyFans. All right. You start jerking off in the shower before work. Right. This is the marriage wheel. So she's just basically going to say exactly what I've been teaching you, but let's see what she has to say right here.
About 6-7 years ago, I went from what probably was a perimenopause phase to hitting that brick wall. I had to have a hysterectomy, and literally without warning, my marriage, my husband was thrown into just this brave new world. It was like I was a teenager. I mean, we kind of expect it, right? We expect it with our teens. It's like, oh, you got your period. And in fact, let me just helpful hint to you. In no more way as a guy should you ask a woman, oh, are you upset because you're on your period? Should you be like, is this because you're hormonal because of menopause? It's a bad plan. And I'll get into a little bit more as to, why that would be a bad plan and maybe what you can do differently. But the long and the short of it is, it's this major upheaval in our hormonal system. When we hit our teens, it's because we become able to reproduce. These hormones flood our bodies, cause us to want to have sex with one another, want to procreate. And as you know, anybody who's had kids, and I love my kids, but what comes with kids, the toil, the expense, especially brand new newlyweds. I have a son who got married last year, and he and his wife got a puppy a few weeks ago. And he said to me when he was visiting this past weekend, he was like, I don't understand or remember what life was like before Grady came along.
Let me stop her right here, bro. All right, because she doing a whole bunch of chicken balking and shit right here. Women like to talk, bro. I like to talk too. This is what she's describing. All right, connection phase, now investment phase. So now the puppy's like a kid today. All right, we got a lot of dinks, dual income, no children. They use puppies and dogs and cats as substitute for children. And essentially what she's saying is, once they get to that phase of going through the rhythm and the rigmarole of child raising or puppy raising and the expenses and the time consumption related to that, they don't remember the first phase. Right here. I don't remember what it was like when we were in the honeymoon period. There's always a dog sitting in between us. There's a dog in the bed. There's a kid, a dog throwing up, right? So forth and so on. There's a vet bill. There's a vet appointment. Right now you're fucking less and touching each other less and connecting less. And you might be arguing over these particular items or things or children, right? Why are we spending so much on vet bills? And you could have done this and you could have done that. Why you didn't clean up the throw up at 3 a.m? I had to clean up the throw up at 3 a.m. Okay. So this is what she's describing here. And guess what? Pussy gonna dry up like the Sahara Desert. All right.
Straight Jack.
That woman no longer sees you as a sexual being. All right. Now she will have intercourse with you, but she ain't gonna fuck you no more. And then eventually she'll go to girls' nights out and want to fuck somebody else. All right. Or she might fuck you before she goes to girls' nights out. Or she might come back from girls' nights out and then want to fuck you. All right. Because she's warmed up. Her engine's revved up. Okay. Now she's flirty. She's been flirted with by 5 niggas. And now she wants to fuck you when she gets home. All right, so that's how she's talking about right here. She was dry when she left. She's leaking when she came back. And she might be leaking Tyrone fluid when she comes back. These are the traps of marriage, and it's inevitable. It's inevitable. There's no way you're getting around this, all right?
This is a puppy. They've had this puppy for 6 weeks, but their life has been turned completely upside down. And that's what happens when we have children. Like, we want them, and they're a really great idea. And in fact, they are great, right? But there's a lot that goes into it, and it changes everything. It just changes everything. I've said, a number of different times, if we really knew what would entail, like not even, just in having kids, but like what would happen during pregnancy, what impact that would have on our sex lives, we die out in a generation. So all those hormones flood into...
By the way, she's using a lot of biology, hormones, and this shit like this. And this is where I don't like when women take it this way, because this is an excuse. All right, it's an excuse. And the reason why I'm going to say it's an excuse is because men have a testosterone, which is a Superman steroid, in our body that tells us to put our dick in every woman we see. Okay? That's what it tells us. It's basically saying bust a nut in that woman. And so all day we walk around with this Superman drug, walking around wanting to poke on everything. Now, in that case, we still have to be successful with making sure we don't let that happen. Right? We can't do that. Society does not look and frown upon men who can't exercise control over that. So we have to work around women and take our testosterone drug and tuck our dick between our legs. We can't say shit that we want to say. We can't stare and eye grape women when they titties are jiggling. When a woman starts jogging down the street, we not supposed to look and say something. We not supposed to roll down the window and blow the horn and say, hey, toots. We have to put it under control. We have to exhibit some control over this steroid drug, this Superman drug, that for 20, 25, 30 years of our lives make us want to procreate with everything we see. I don't get to say there's a hormone that makes me do this and we can't regulate it. Okay, we don't get to say that or do that. But the women start saying that, well, these hormones start hopping around and make us want to do things, and it's beyond our control. And the men, you have to put up with it. See, we can't do that. I can't tell women, my testosterone is super high at a 50 years old. Makes me want to look at 18-year-old and 19-year-old women. See, I'm a predator and a pervert. See what I'm saying? It makes me want to fertilize young college-age women. Pervert. You got to control over that. See what I'm talking about? You can't walk around, and I can't walk around a college campus and say, hey, good looking, what you got cooking? Shout out to Kumo D. So she's using an excuse where men can't use their biology and hormones and testosterone as an excuse. Okay? I hope you guys can hear me. All right, here we go.
Make, the back end, the difficulty of it worth it. It just that pleasure, that drive for pleasure just overrides any potential downside. I like to call it a little bit of a unconscious incompetence.
See, there it is right there. Unconscious incompetence. All right. I'm going to skip ahead maybe a couple more seconds here. Unconscious incompetence. See, we can't even think about it. It's nothing I can do about it. It's beyond my control. It's the hormones just hopping around, and I'm just a girl. I'm just a girl. Simple old me. Shout out to Jeff, the producer. Thank you. I'm just a girl, and my testosterone, my hormones is just going crazy. Let's continue here. So she's saying it's hormonal change. We got statistics on menopause and divorce. And we'll play that portion of the video. And my brainstem ain't developed. Now, brainstem's not developed. I'm 25. I'm 24 and a half. That means all decisions I made in life up until this point, it was because I didn't understand. My brainstem wasn't developed all the way. My frontal lobe was still negotiating itself. All right. Right. Now, when I turn 25, magically, my brainstem is developed. You see what I mean? This is all bullshit and excuses. All right, last one on the audio. Tell me if it's good.
And I'm going to go back. I just pulled up some statistics, right? So in the UK, women aged 40 to 60 initiate 60% of all divorces. So it's in that specific window. It's a time frame that corresponds to the menopausal years. And then in a survey of 1,000 women involved in divorce, 73% reported that menopause played a role. That role it played is there's the mood swings, there's increased anxiety, there's depression, there's sleep problems. So,
man, I tell you, bro, this is just, man, why don't people watch my channel? I've been telling y'all this for years, man. Shout out to the brothers. Depression, anxiety, menopause, hormones. Man, if you don't bend your ass over that motherfucking couch, we talking about 15 minutes of friction. And you coming up with all these excuses when we could have been done fucking already. By the time we done did all of this and kicked this can down the road, my balls could be empty right now. That's what I'm saying, man. We could have been done fucking. We could have been done having sex. But now I got to listen to all this depression, anxiety, and I'm going through shit and this and that, and I feel like I'm a single mother married, and I want to go to girls' nights out, and you won't let me do this. We could have been done fucking. I could have let you warm up for 20 minutes, and then I could have fucked you, and we could have been done by the time you didn't kick this whole goddamn can down the road. Yeah. He said hookers never have an excuse. Facts. Hookers still fucking tell you to put a towel down on the bed. You want me to put a towel down on the bed? Single women, when you try to get into a relationship and before you commit, they'll fuck on their period. Get your wife. Nope. No fucking on the period. I'm on my period. I hope you understand.
What used to be like maybe didn't affect a woman begins to affect her. Like even sleeping in the same room with someone can become problematic.
See, look at that. Now it's sleeping in the same room.
You know, because women are having hot flashes or they're dysregulated in some way and then they need light, or they wake up in the middle of the night and they're trapped in their bed and can't flip on the light, can't meet their needs, or they're disrupting their spouse's sleep by all of these things as well. Only about 1 in 3 women are offered HRT, and that's hormone replacement therapy. This is something that is due to a couple of different factors. One, nobody really thinks about it. Like there is a huge push right now around, education, menopause education.
See, now we need education. We need education so everybody can understand, man, if you don't get these goofy ass people, we could have been done fucking. This is what I want to do. I want to take this and when I want to put it in your insides. And then when I want to create some friction and bust nut. Right? Can we get this done? We can be done in less than 15 minutes. Is this possible? Nope. We need education on menopause, and for me to understand, and I need to go to her therapist, and I need to understand what her love language is, and I'm just not taking into consideration that I don't help her pick up socks. Now I'm headed to a 60 to 70% divorce because this woman don't want to suck my dick no more. All right. Come on, ladies. Agree or disagree. I know what you're going to say. Brother, just get the sucking. All right, get on your knees, man. Come on, man. I ain't got no time for this shit. All right, you don't want to do it? I'm going to go fuck somebody else. I mean, it's not that hard. All right, and don't cause no scene around this motherfucker. By the way, single men, I'm doing you the biggest service of anybody. I'm telling you the ins and the outs and ins of marriage. This is what they don't tell you before you get married. This is what your grandpa and your pawpaw and her pawpaw will not tell you. They're going to do all of this shit. There's men that ain't touched their wives in 28 days. There's men that ain't touched their wives in 2 years. And she kicking this around. Well, I feel like my anxiety from my job. I'm telling you, guys, this is what you're going to deal with. There's an 80% chance you're going to deal with it. If you deal with a white woman, there's a 98% chance you're dealing with this. White women love this shit. All right. They love this. This is a white woman's territory. All right. So white wives are going to pull this on you, and you ain't going to fuck your wife in 5 years. All right. Just so you know. Black women don't get married. So why even discuss it? All right. But the black women that do get married tend to be in the South, and they're going to be fat. So you don't even want to touch her anyway. Mexican women don't do this. All right. Mexican women give you that chalupa, whether she 280 pounds and 4'9". All right. So, and Asian women they don't care who you fuck. They just get away from me. All right. The Asian women are going to do this, but they'd be like, go fuck somebody else. All right. She don't care. But white women and black women this who you're going to deal with this bullshit. This old Jedi mind chick, this sycophant related to them wanting to be psychologists and understand the brain and weaponizing therapy and psychology against you. Women don't weaponize therapy against themselves and psychology against themselves. They weaponize it against you. See, we need education on understanding hormones. It ain't never their shit. How about we go to education so you can understand how my testosterone works? She'd be like, nope. She don't want to do it. Right. All right, but marry you an Asian woman, she'll let you go fuck anybody else, especially when she turned into like she turned into like 50 years old. She don't want to have sex with you anyway. She like, go get you a girl. Go down to Thailand. Go fuck on some bar girl. All right, just come back with the money. All right, anyway, let me do the super chats. What a great show. If it was your first time here, press 1. Aren't you recognizing this is a fantastic show? Yeah, Asian women ain't trying to sleep with you anyway after a year or two. All right, at all. All right, they trying to get their son to piano lessons. All right, Asian tiger mom be holding a whip on their son. You play piano. You be good classical trained pianist. Where's my Asian accent? All right. And be like,
what kind of fuck you give me?
All right. Tiger mom trying to get their kid to be a violinist, a classical trained pianist, a mathematician, an engineer, a doctor engineer, an astronaut, a scholar. All right. That's what her goal is, holding a whip to this nigga. We do your Kuban homework. All right. That's what an Asian mom about to do, an Americanized Asian mom. All right, they about to do crazy, and they gonna go crazy in that Toyota van. Cancel talk, ass woman. Yeah, they ain't trying to fuck. They like, fuck who? All right, go get something else from somebody else. I saw this Asian dude in the gym. He was like in his 50s or 60s, poor guy. I was like, he done ran from his wife. He in there with the bar. I was like, you ain't never been in this gym. All right, he ain't never been in this gym. He out there running from his wife trying to get fit. So he can go out there and touch some young prime calico out there, or some of them linglings out here.
American people ain't kind of fuck.
Who got you a lingling on your roster? All right, I love the lingling. All right, linglings are the best. Out of all the women, the most cooperative women are linglings. All right, but watch them. They're sneaky.
What kind of fuck you give me?
All right, linglings cheat on you bad. All right, they embarrass you cheat. All right, so watch out for them linglings out there. But they the best. All right, I love me. And it's Thursday, too. I love me some linglings. Where y'all at, linglings? All right, they the best. People might not like them because they got pancake booties and shit. All right? They got pancake booties and they got itty-bitty titties and shit.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
All right, but to me, nothing beats Asian women. All right? Nothing beats them linglings out here.
I like to get dominated.
Yeah, lingling. They're gonna steal your money.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
Hey man, you gotta watch her like a hawk. If you have a lingling, you gotta watch her like a hawk, because she's gonna steal from you. She gonna poison your coffee or applesauce. She gonna cheat on you. But when you get them in that first year,
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
They the best. Yeah. He said, I can't do pancakes. Yeah. Shout out to my linglings. Any linglings listening today? All right. I got you right here. Hold up. Right here.
What kind of fuck you give me?
All right, hold on. Where we at? All right, you know what it is. Greg Fu Young in the house. Let's go.
American people ain't kind of fuck.
I got you.
What kind of fuck you give me?
They gonna steal your money, though. Slow burn you. 100%.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
I love it, man. That's my favorite right there.
I like to get dominated.
Yes.
I like to choked, whooped, spanked, told what to do. I need a man to take charge and let me just, be goofy.
Greg Fu Young.
I cook, I suck, I shut the fuck up.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to my girls. Where my linglings at?
American people ain't kind of fuck.
How many ate?
American people ain't kind of fuck. Love fuck, hate fuck, sex only fuck, break up fuck, make up fuck, drunk fuck, buddy fuck, pity fuck.
Yes, indeed.
What kind of fuck you give me?
I got you, baby, man. Hey, listen, but they're going to steal your money. Somebody said they'll steal your soul. They'll leave you out there with your pockets hanging out your pants with shoestrings on as a belt. Yeah, shout out to American Pimp. All right. They going to get you, bruh. They going to rob you blind. A lingling will rob you blind, smiling in your face. All right, so be careful. Be careful. Let's get to these super chats out here. Shout out to y'all. We have fun. All right, somebody keeps sending me an invoice like, what? Nigga, I done paid you already. All right, hold on for a second. She got out Macaroni Tony. Did I get you? Pause. He says, I wouldn't blame you at all for indefinitely canceling any public meet and greets. All right, shout out to you, Lamont James on Venmo. The more you shine a light on how immature and dumb PUAs are for teaching game is only aimed at young men, but ninjas stay in delayed adolescence. I can't read the whole chat because I can't get into my screen here. All right, but yeah, guys, game is for broke men and broken women. Just so you guys know, any dude telling you game, he's broke. All right, I never hear rich motherfuckers telling you about I ran some game. And if you do, he's 60. Right, and he just learned game. He was rich in a lane with money, and he just learned game. And by the way, if you think I'm wrong on this one, Alan Roger Curry, who is one of the most well-known person to talk about relationship dynamics, dating strategies, he said the same thing. Game is for broke niggas. Now, once you get some money in your pocket, you can no longer operate in that mindset. Game is for broke scarcity niggas. It's a 100%. I showed this. I proved it. It's for scarcity, young, broke niggas. All right. That's what it's a nigga tactic. And even it's a dirty white boy tactic. It's a scarcity, young person's tactic. Even Alan Roger Curry agreed with me. Game is for broke niggas. Now, I'm not a broke nigga. I was, but I'm not. All right. And somebody, Rouge V, said the same thing. He said game is for broken women. You want to get broken women, run game. Even Rouge V, who was pivotal in the pickup industry, said the same thing. Game is to attract broken women. Game only works on broken women. Now, you can take that shit to the bank. You can be in your feelings. It is what it is. But once you get some money in your pocket, you got to operate completely different. All right. There's no way you can be out here trying to play a broke man's game. Shout out to Suave Genius says, I think the community stands for, damn, I need to see what these chats are. Because I can't even see the whole chat. Dark Side Foundation. He says, salute coach, RIP to Charlie Kirk. He says, consider this. What if the NWO deleted him to cover Russia's report that the U.S. something are going to use CBDC to pay the national debt and rug pull the entire world? Better buy Bitcoin. I don't know if they did all that. Also, coach, to your point about the community and criminality, Malcolm X was friends with Bumpy Johnson. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Lamont James. I said that Kirk represented men in conservative logical thinking. He says, you know, that they are playing the subversion from within because I can't see the whole chat. All right, shout out to you, brothers. My apology. No government name BH is back in the building. I used to think you were being paranoid when it came to being cautious and distrustful of people in public meetups. But after yesterday's event, I see your wisdom to use caution. Who remembers me talking and being paranoid? I remember that. And people used to be like, damn, CGA, you paranoid. And now people will be like, it ain't nothing going to happen to you. Guys, never listen to somebody say, ain't nothing going to happen to you. They said the Titanic wasn't going to fucking sink. And guess what? On its maiden voyage, sunk. Okay? Do not listen to people, bruh. They will literally let you put your life on the line. Ain't nothing gonna happen to you, nigga. And then you go over there and get shot. Bruh, just stay alive. You know, white folks do this all the time. They go camping with big black bears and grizzly bears. Ain't nothing gonna happen. And then motherfucker get mauled to death. All right. Well, this usually doesn't happen. Exactly. All right. So I said, man, bruh, I'm paranoid, bruh. I'm paranoid in general. So I ain't about to be fucking out here fucking around, bruh. I'll stay in the house. He says right here, no government name BH says, Charlie Kirk chasing the bag and fame got him dead at 31. Losing his life so young wasn't worth it. Can you do a show on the money mindset on ways to become? And I'll get the super chat later. All right. All right, don't worry about that. You know, I have bear repellent, and now you're getting fucked up by a bear. All right, crazy. White folks will do that. All right, don't worry about it. Just wear a vest. You know, don't worry about it. We'll go white river rafting. They'll take your ass up and down. I've done this 30 times. Nothing ever happens, and then you drown. And then they blame you. All right, nah, bruh. All right, be paranoid out here. This is your only life. I'm going to be paranoid. This is my one life. I'd rather stay at home and not go to the club. Oh, man, come out to the club. It's cool. Ain't nothing never happens there. As soon as you go there, that's when they shoot up the club. I'd rather just stay home, bro. And I go out, but I'll go out on my terms. I'm not going to go out on somebody else's term. Oh, man, you don't need your car. Ride with us. Never again. Never again, bruh. I always take my car. Why are we taking 2 cars? This is just a waste of gas. Never again, bruh. I'm taking my own car. So I can dip the fuck out of here when I want to. Because I know when I want to leave, y'all not going to want to leave. Why don't we leave? Why don't we go? Nah, man, let's just do 20 more minutes. Let's do another 30 more minutes. Just wait. And then you try to leave and everybody doing the hug in the club. Now all of a sudden it's 3 a.m. Nah, bruh. I'm taking my own car. Why don't you just leave it here and pick it up in the morning?
Nope.
No. No. People literally be setting your ass up for failure. Oh, you can just leave it here. You had a couple of drinks, and then you can ride with us. Just leave it here, and we'll pick it up in the morning. No. I'm good. I can drive. I'm leaving. People crazy, man. They will set you up and make you do goofy shit, and then when your car gets stolen, broken into, and tampered with, now all of a sudden they ain't got nothing to say. Oh, man, that's fucked up. Well, you told me to leave my car here. I didn't tell you. I wouldn't have listened to me then. Nope. Streaming service. Married women are scared to say that they don't like you anymore because it won't serve them as plausible deniability on the sexual marketplace. If she told the next guy the truth about why she left, her market value decreases. They have to lie. This is one thing we teach men. This is why women, we don't take things personally with women. Okay. What you have to understand is they are in survival mode at all times. When a woman leaves her relationship, she can't be the bad guy. If she told the next guy, or she had a reputation that she cheated on her husband, or, she was domestically abusive to him, or, these type of things right here. She didn't like her husband because he wasn't attractive and she stopped having sex. She can't leave the relationship and get a new person based on that reputation. So this is why they always have a narcissist and a controlling and insecure ex-husband or boyfriend, or he was physically abusive. He beat her ass from pillar to post, or he stole money from her, or he forced me to cheat on him. He was insecure and controlling. He always accused me of cheating, and then I got a new boyfriend, but he forced me into his arms. So they got to be the victim. This is why they're going to play the victim. Implausible deniability. It's not a personal thing against you. It's that they can find another mate. So he always got to be a bad guy. When have you ever heard a woman say, you know what? I fucked up my relationship. I had the perfect mate. He worked. He came home. He didn't smell like pussy and cologne. He didn't cheat on me. He was boring. And I fucked it up. I had the man of my dreams. And, it really taught me how to be a woman. He wanted me to be a woman. He gave me responsibility. I wanted to smoke dope and fuck and go to girls' nights out. But, I learned from that mistake and I became the narcissist and controlling and abusive woman. And I beat him and I just, I scarred this man. I feel bad. I left him to be a half of a man. And I learned to be a better woman based on this so that the next mate that I'm with, I'll be the best woman of all time. When have you ever heard this shit? Man, when have you ever heard? You ain't never heard a woman say some shit like this. I mean, very rarely have you had this situation. With this being said, this is why they always got to be the victim on the way out, because they need the next man. Oh, you poor dear. You princess warrior. Oh, you such a, So they got to maintain this image that they were great. All right. And the man missed out and he ruined her and he was a narcissist and he was abusive. All right. All of this bullshit. All right. Anyway, nothing personal. Jay McGee says, damn, coach, you hit the nail on the head. My girl told me I'm money hungry. Mind you, I'm the only one working. I'm on the road 24 days at a time, bossing up. Yep, you're going to lose your girl. All right. She's going to get her feet put to sleep and she's going to cheat on you. She gave you a warning. She's going to cheat on you. All right. So don't be surprised when she getting fucked when you come home from your days on the road. Tony T says, keep cooking, coach. 100% truth. I only tell the truth over here, and the truth seems to hurt. They out here busting watermelons out here.
I'm rich, bitch.
All right, so she gonna cheat on you. Anytime you give a woman absence, all women need to be monitored. All right, all women need to be monitored. All women need to be monitored. All right, if you're not monitoring your woman, she is good as gone. I trust my woman. She would never. All right, you got to watch a woman like a hawk. All right, a woman capable of getting in trouble. That's what she do. She like a cat. All right, want to test this and look into that. Right? You always got to be monitoring her ass. All right, if a woman says you don't have to monitor me, you don't have to worry. Nah, bruh. Don't fall for that, gentlemen. This is bullshit. That's just giving her enough rope to hang herself. Giving her enough distance to pull the okie doke on your ass. Now, if you don't want to monitor a woman, which I would understand, do not get into a relationship. Okay? Do not get into a relationship with her. All right? Just stay away. Just fuck her, hook up with her, pay her for some sex, and get rid of her, dismiss her. If she says, nah, I don't think I want this type of monitoring, let her go. And here's the reason why. She wants protection, right? Where are these men not going to protect you? How can I protect something that I can't monitor? Where the fuck are you going to be at? If you got to make a call and say, toodaloo-doo-doo-doo-doo. If I'm supposed to protect you, when you get it done and your mouth write a check that your ass can't cash and you get yourself in some dumb shit, how am I supposed to find you? I'm supposed to protect you when you got your ass cheeks out, niggas start grabbing at the ass cheeks. What am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to come over there? Where you at? So the woman wants you to protect her, but only when she doesn't want to be monitored, all right? But then when she wants to skate away and drift away and starts being vague with you about what she's doing, you can know good and goddamn well she ain't doing nothing good. As a matter of fact, there's a woman right here disagreeing with me. Are you disagreeing with me, ladies? I got a little bit of time. I'm going to ask you right now. What have you done with the last 2 hours of your life other than listen to me? I can guarantee you ain't done shit with your life but run up your Sheen and Temu and doom scroll on TikTok and comment on Instagram while you're at work. You have done nothing significantly good to contribute to the success of your life. Am I right or am I right? Anyway, anytime a woman gets vague on you, she's doing some bullshit. All right, anyway. Shout out to our brother Passport Lifestyle says, I've been following your teaching since 2019. I'm up big. I travel every month. And he says, just got the new Corvette. No cohabitation, no long-term relationships. Thanks, coach. Thanks to the Most High. Shout out to the board Passport Life. Passport brothers are major winning. Shout out to Dennis SS. I was messing with this girl that's mom is married to a rich man at the Halloween party, kissed fruit out of the mouth's mom at the daughter's apartment. Later at the bar, I went in for the mom. She said, not now. My daughter is here. Not a peep about her husband. Guys, one thing you have to realize, most guys have relationships with married women, and that's why we have this realization. All right. Shout out to Bob, says the black community wants the regular blacks who are considered lame to be the slave class to the black community. If you really think about it, no snitching if you get abused by a thug. He says, share your wealth when nobody was with you when you struggled. Raise my kids when they have kids out of wedlock. The allegiance to the thug life is crazy. A certain demographic of black guys are cooked and need to create their own community. If you go to the black community, they're going to treat you as a slave, and other communities won't accept you. What are your thoughts? I agree. The educated lame is the working class, the working class. I mean the slave class of the niggas. Right? The educated lame, the regular black guy, is the slave class of niggas. Right? Niggas do absolutely nothing. They be out there, you know what I mean? They be doing the motherfucking shuffle and the stanky leg and the crank challenge and smoking and cranking weeds and smoking Black and Milds and blunts and shooting shit and robbing shit and stealing shit when they can. And they be getting crimes. And when the police show up, they arguing with the goddamn police, getting choked out, beat, whooped, spanked, and all of that shit. And then when it's time to get right, they start getting around you niggas. What we need to do as a community and as a people, we need to get together. Now you setting up the community dance, Now you out there buying communities for the goddamn community center. All right. So niggas could steal it. All right. They breaking in your car and house when you go on vacation and not snitching. So that's, I've been telling you, bro. That's what they do. And then they want you to do this shit. All right. For your people, for your ancestors. Damn, we got a couple of super chats. I'm way behind. Shout out to Blue Bag. It says the only thing the poly tolerance gave us was Jim Crow, Joe, and the crime bill from Bill Clinton. He says, I'm good. Shout out to the New World Order. Shout out to you. New World Order. No government aim. JB is diabolical for making comments on the man's wife. He says CGA is a dangerous man because he's not just capable of organizing men, but making younger fighting age men free themselves from the system, bossing up into self-effective independent leaders and communicators. Shout out to you. Luther Vandro says, despite his views, Mr. Kirk deserves to go home to his family and kids, deserves a hug. Their family, he deserved to hug the father that night. They surely did. Nikolai Volkov, thank you for the stream. Charlie's bad takes. Forget about Epstein, no genocide in Gaza, and trying to tell Taylor Swift how she should be a wife. However, he should not have gotten shot for this. I theorize Charlie got clapped so the public would forget about Epstein. Wow. Boy, some theories there. New World Order. And that's a co-sponsorship. We're almost done. Shout out to you. Shout out to No Government Name says, chipping in support for the hardest working man on YouTube. Be safe, my brothers. Stephen White says, CGA, you're right. I have 3 beautiful daughters. My ex moved to Wyoming and they live in Durham, Carolina. Although I don't see my daughters, they go to the school with resources. My daughters are thriving educationally and into extracurricular activities. I'm so glad they aren't struggling with niggerism. He says the school is in Durham. Their school in Durham is very ghetto. I'm a tragic mulatto, and people call me a racist that I don't like being around ghetto black people. I live in Northern Virginia, and I go to PG County in Maryland, and PG County is trash. Never feel ashamed about hanging around the black community. Never feel ashamed about that, guys. You're not supposed to hang around them niggas. All right. Iggy says, when Coach and the Coach Gang listens to Charlie Kirk, I guarantee you your hearts will be broken. He was rational, compassionate, and always wanting to have open, honest discussions with college students at the most liberal university campuses across the country. Huge loss. Iggy. Co-sponsorship. I'm rich, bitch. Man. All right, shout out to Kevin G. If you're a disciplined man, especially with alcohol, you're damn near cooked. And this stretches across any generation. He says, you don't realize how many alcoholic beaches exist. In other news, I'm headed to Chestnut to nut on my gordita's chest. All right, shout out to you right there. Goodness gracious, right here.
Oh, the humanity.
All right, but yes, alcohol is a drug that most Americans don't have control of. And, if a woman wants you to drink and you don't drink on a date, that's the first sign to run. All right. And she's like, you're not going to relax and have a drink. You guys, drinking releases, it lowers inhibitions. It allows people to say and do things they wouldn't normally say. It gives them liquid courage. And it also allows women to have sex and then say, I don't remember it. All right. Plausible deniability. But it also is introducing a vice to you that people can't control that is not going to allow them to make horrible decisions in their lives. I don't say I don't drink, but I don't drink very much. All right. It's a bad sign. When you turn about 30, drinking ain't that fucking cool. All right. But if you want to have a beer, all right, you want to have a beer, have a beer. But people that excessively drink, all right, and they're older, it looks pathetic. And drunk people mostly look pathetic. They're either crying, slurring their words, white people saying racist shit off a couple of Pabst Blue Ribbon or Natty Lights. All right. Infamous NYC, ironically, in regards to Charlie, even Jesus warned, do not throw pearls at swine, that they might trample the pearls, then turn and attack you. Matthew 7:6. If you know you have pearls of wisdom, don't waste them on people who just don't give a damn. Let them die. My philosophy is the better I do in life, the less I want to do with idiots. The less I want to do with regular people. All right. Because regular people just don't get it. They ain't gonna get it, bro. And they don't want to get it. They're in their own way. Most people are in their own way. Like my whole philosophy about dating and relationships, first, get that woman get her out of her way, then get out of your way. Okay, get that woman out of your way, then get yourself out of your way. All right, those things most guys can't do that, let alone for 90 days straight. You guys live your lives through women. Women are your world. You treat yourself like shit, but you want women to love you. Okay. All right. How can you continue to do this? I get it when you're young. How do you continue to do this past 30? Okay. So it's a thing that men have to get used to. But most people ain't gonna ever be shit, and they ain't never gonna do shit. So, rich people don't help poor people for a reason. They need to give the money. They got money for wars, but can't feed the poor. That's nigga shit right there. Nobody's going to take money from wars and feed the poor. Okay? Who's going to do that? That don't even make sense. Because the poor are non-contributors. They're oxygen thieves. Most of the time, unfortunately for the children, they're a result of poor people making dumb decisions. All right? You can't stop poor people from making dumb decisions. You can't outpay that. They're going to make dumb decisions. Especially when you got two poor people. You got two poor parents, and you're a result of that, you're about to motherfucking make some dumbass decisions in your life as a result of you being born to poor parents. If Gabrielle Douglas don't show you that, what's that other girl, that black girl gymnast that got white parents? What about Colin Kaepernick? What about what's the one dude, the movie where the woman helped the football player out of the hood? I can't remember the name. The Blind Side. Chris Webber at Detroit Country Day. As soon as you take them niggas and put them in order and make them pull their pants up, them niggas start doing well. Simone Biles. Now, look at Sha'Carri Richardson. Look at Sha'Carri Richardson. She's still a hood bitch. Still doing hood bitch shit. Look at all these niggas grow up from poor and then they lose all their money. All them Florida football players from Miami. What happened to them? Still doing nigga shit. I'm not saying go to white people. What I'm saying is put them out away from niggas and see if they don't thrive. It's a fact. See if they don't thrive. Take them from the public school in Tustin and send them to Modern Day High School in Santa Ana and see what happens. They're going to thrive. They're going to do better. They're even going to be exposed to people doing better. And be like, oh, wow. These people, there's no class clowns in class. Now, they doing some wild shit, but they got to navigate that. But now all of a sudden, oh, wow, they actually studying. Nobody's disrupting the class. Everybody's studying and shit and doing their homework, right? And stealing pills from their parents. Somebody says Charlie Kirk said similar things. He got shot for it, though. There you go. So apparently, me and Charlie Kirk think the same. All right, soon as you look, heredity versus environment. I think black people, heredity, are good people. To me, I think they're Superman. I mean, if it wasn't for blacks being super emotional and forgiving, blacks would rule the world. I mean, just by numbers, they could rule the world. Just by strength, physique, speed, reaction time. Just look at what a nigga can accomplish. Niggas be accomplishing shit through through the storm. And niggas can rise from the ashes. Right? Like, just accomplishing shit, just looking good. You know what I mean? Niggas be out here 6'8", looking good, right? They got super duper sperm. Like, the black person is really, when people say the black man is God, I mean, for real. Like, the things that niggas can accomplish when they take away shit, them niggas, you take away drums, niggas can make up drums without no drums or no sticks. Them niggas be out there in Las Vegas with no drums or no sticks making music. Niggas out here, you will take a black person and take away all their instruments, and them niggas come up with turntables and then put the break beat on and be like, chicka, 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 chicka. Niggas be creating shit right off the thin air, bruh. You take away stuff from black people and they create more shit. And then we follow that shit. Like, damn, where'd you come up with that? Like, that's how great they are, bro. Name a group of people that come up with shit just out of thin air. You know what I mean? And just be like, you know what, Mexicans do it too. But when it comes to environment is the problem with niggas. It's environment. It's not heredity. It's not that they're violent. It's their environment is violent. Because typically they're trying to take some shortcuts or some shit like that and trying to scam and rob and bully. The environment is what then harms the nigga. And then what happens is you try to be better than that and they claw you down, right? They drag you right back into the pit. They crab in a barrel, all right? So you try to get out of that environment. They guilt you to stay in there. It's the environment. They're their own worst enemy. So my thing to men is get away from these niggas, man. They're no good for you. Get away from them. If you want to be successful, first thing you do is get rid of your woman and get rid of niggas. All right, that's the one you go. Get out of there, bruh. You ain't gonna be successful unless you're gonna be a rapper. And even then, get away from them, bruh. And especially the women of them. Get away from them. You want to be successful in the world, get away from the black woman. You're not going to be successful. Now, maybe in Jackson, Mississippi, and somewhere around Tupelo or something like that, that's the only exception. If you want to be successful as a black man, get far, far away from black women. I mean, far. And the reason why, since we got time today, I'm going to just let you go. I'm going to tell you why.
Yeah, I got time.
It's because their allegiance tends to be with loser shit. Niggas, pookies, gangbangers. You know, look at Fannie Willis and all the shit she got into. Hypersexuality, the black church, which is loser shit, right? They tend to be attached to these things, right? Hair salons and shit, and barbers and hair salon people that cut their hair for 20 years, the gay hair salon nigga, right? They tend to promote bisexuality and hang around niggas that wear blouses and high heels, right? They're destructive. They hang around with so much loser shit, and it's normal to them. Nigga nightclubs, liberals. Like, all the shit that they do be loser shit. But you can't tell them because they don't even realize it, because they refuse to see the other side. They refuse to see what the other side is doing because they want to be with losers. So you say, there's a better way to do this. There's a nice, clean community. They got cut grass and landscapes, and it's quiet. They can't stand it. They got to live above the corner store and shit so they can get to their hair salon and their church fast. And they can get to the nigga nightclub that be serving gumbo in a cup and a motherfucking cone. Like, they can't do it. They refuse to leave that shit, which is loser shit. You can't tell them it's loser shit. They refuse to leave they ex-stripper best friends, right? All their best friends that were former strippers and shit. And they female cousins and they pookie ass nephews. They cannot leave them niggas, man. So you as a man, if you want to be successful, you can't attach yourself to a woman like that, because that woman is going to get you hemmed the fuck up. They can't do it. I'm just letting you know. Now, if you're a guy that wants to be in that bullshit, go ahead. But you cannot be successful hanging around with a woman like that. That woman is going to drag you down into death, the death pit. Trey, the NBD, says my 42-year-old in the rotation introduced me to her 25-year-old daughter. Oops. JUCO time. Hello. Shout out to Ferg, says Coach. Said, never mind, they be shooting. For real, they shooting. All right. And I think I got everybody, maybe a couple more. But anybody that disagrees with me or call me some kind of Uncle Tom Sambo, all right, I don't give a fat rat's ass. Best thing my mother ever did was get me out of the hood. All right. And I ain't never went back to the hood. I'll never go back to the hood or the community or any of that shit. Miss me with all that. All right. Kevin says, I missed the main event, so forgive me if I say something already has been said. Charlie's 2 kids about to discover the generational wealth that niggas always preach about. And I'm pretty sure he got life insurance. All right. He probably got $5 million of life insurance policy. Generational wealth. Generational wealth. All right, if I was him, I would have $5 million in life insurance. Shout out to Q. The exec says, good girls cheating if timing and opportunity permits. All right, if you leave your girlfriend for 24 days, she cheating in one way or another. There's no way, man. Pussy don't work like that. Pussy need attention. All right, pussy need attention. You cannot walk off and leave your girl at the crib for 24 days. No way. All right, so it's going to go. Pussy needs attention. It needs to be affirmed. It needs to be pet. You need to give her some attention. You need to, yeah. All right. Anyway, shout out to the Coach Gang. I think we got everybody, so we're going to get up out of here. Long ass stream, but I love y'all. We out of here. Peace.
Better boss up, nigga.